The story begins with a marvelous sunrise one beautiful city morning, in which an electric bus passed by. There were people going about their business in the city's ordinary everyday life. Our protagonist, named Renbull, couldn't figure out what the hell was going on in the bus. He wondered this when he saw a creature in front of him that resembled a goblin from a video game. The creature took a strong interest in the hero, seeing a certain uneasiness in him. Monsters have overrun an entire city that literally thrived peacefully not long ago. Renbull attempted to call the police, but as was usually the case, the caller was unable to call emergency services. The creatures made a great horror of the whole bus, filling it with human corpses. They inhumanely humiliated and destroyed the human race by killing everyone for their own pleasure. People watching what was happening didn't even know how to react to such a horror. The hero could not really calm down because almost everyone in his bus did not live a minute after the creatures, children or adults. There were no exceptions to who they wanted to kill. More than 80% of Renbolla's settlement will be wiped out in the slightest amount of time. The kid realized that he shouldn't stand still and should start moving. The boy used to be a mediocre player who could do nothing against monsters. Chano Sol, 2028. The teacher spoke about the material not needed to his students, who were in awe of learning about their profession. There was the ordinary, everyday life of every person in Japan. The students were keen on their exams, which some set several times a year. So continued the ordinary life of the main character Renbull Jin, who was 30 years old and tried to pass the civil servant exam, spending 7 years of his life. As recently as 10 years ago, when the gates opened in his city, a terrible event, there were people called players. The guy once wanted to become a player too, but gave up on it long ago, due to lack of talent after deciding to take up exams. The students sitting near the hero were discussing the powerful player they called God Ton. The guys wanted to be like this player, but they did not have such talents because they were ordinary people. The two teenagers gathered a lot of information about this player and talked about how cool he was with so much talent. People called another hero a dead genius who studied with them, but his talents were already too late to be discovered. They were quite torn that the kid literally lost his future, although the hero was already well aware of it. Renbull decided to retest 7 years ago as a last chance. The kids only got one last one left. For the guy, this result was worse than a complete lack of talent. The kid didn't understand why the head of the Player Association's Human Resources Department came to him personally handing over the result. While the kid only graduated high school, there were many fans who wanted to hear more about the players. Such people are very different from the life of the common man, like the difference between heaven and hell. The empty hopes of becoming a player in Renbull's life has become too great a luxury for him. The boy returned home as usual, with hopes of doing well in future life. The young man wrote an ordinary story that adventured on April 27, 2018. The hero found a video that had a course on how to learn all the information needed to become a civil servant. The man said that on that day, about 150,000 people died in their city from the incident. That day started with the primordial fog. The kid turned on a video of a guy who became a world-famous player. The kid was absolutely convinced that reinforcement was more important than talent, and he was a living example of that. Renbull couldn't believe that reinforcement really could be more important than most talent. The kid, after the words of the saying on the video, began to doubt himself and his own endeavors earlier in life. The character realized if he had the talents, could easily make a decent living as a player. The young man often reflected on many of life's events. In all his actions, the boy blamed only himself, realizing that he could have done better. In the end, the mother of the hero died of an illness that was almost impossible to help. Her older sister wanted to escape poverty and got a job in a semiconductor factory, but all she earned was leukemia. The hero had no talent, no money, no connections. He failed the exam 3 times. The boy couldn't understand how he'd even gotten to this point. The kid thought he was doing his best, but it didn't look like he wanted to try harder, having made promises to his relatives that were in his memory. A bright light filled the young lad who trembled to make his life better for a long time. After a while, the morning came, which the kid absolutely did not want to be a part of. The kid couldn't believe he'd gone to bed early, but he still managed to oversleep. The boy wanted to get a quick shower and go to the academy immediately. The kid came to the bus stop after a while waiting for his bus. His shuttle bus would have to come to him in a little while. The young man didn't know why he had such a strange feeling, but the day the kid woke up seemed somehow strange to him. The boy couldn't understand exactly how it was different from a normal morning, though after not thinking about it much, the boy took it as not much stress on himself after yesterday. As the kid walked past other people sitting down in a vacant seat on the bus, people were discussing the new song Pink Velvet, but the hero knew it was an old band, not realizing how it became popular again. The young man thought it was strange, but was more focused on his studies written down in his notebook. The bus went on its flight straight to the academy. While the hero was reading, the passengers got a sudden chill, not realizing what the problem was if it was April. The boy suddenly notices some strange reflections from his eyes. The students couldn't understand where the fog came from, not realizing what had happened to the weather. There was not a word about such defects in the forecast. The kid noticed an incredible stench, as if there was a sewage stench not far from him. The boy was slowly starting to lose his mind, not understanding what the hell was going on around him. He got an emergency notification on his phone, who were also in a no-brainer about the thick fog. The young man, with every match from his material he read, began to get more than a little nervous. Renbol couldn't believe that everything going on around him was a real disaster from 10 years ago. The kid couldn't believe that he had now traveled back in time on his own. The year is 2018 on the day of the beginning of a cataclysmic event that happened quite suddenly, a situation that caused the city to fill with a horrible odor and thick fog. The kid couldn't believe, now being real, the truth was taking a bus to Chano. The day 145,000 of 150,000 people will die. People were confused, not realizing what they were to do in such a situation. The hero had no idea he could travel back in time while knowing the future, a future in which suddenly a kid was able to get a message from a certain player system. The system asked all players to wait for some time, having written that the training will soon begin its turn of events. 10 years ago, when the first training began in Chano Seoul, it was then that monsters suddenly fell from all the dungeons, resulting in a brutal massacre with no chance for resistance. The week-long cataclysm was later referred to as a training or open beta, with nearly 150,000 people killed in the Chano area alone. The chance of survival was about 3%. It was one of the worst days in human history. However, later on, there were people called players who could quickly suppress the monsters, with the disaster in Chono gradually figuring out the situation. Guides for specific locations and recordings of player battles began to appear, thanks to which it was possible to create virtual dungeons for strategizing. The boy had memorized many raid records and had gone through virtual dungeons hundreds of times. The kid couldn't become a real hunter, but he still continued without much point, because he could become the best player in the world there. The young man knew that notifications had begun to appear after the cataclysm began, but he only knew of them in theory. A sudden incident on the street caused the bus to hesitate, hurting the hero. People couldn't figure out if they'd hit something. The students were very worried about not being able to make it to school on time. The kid, meanwhile, tried to calm himself down, realizing that this sort of thing had happened in the past. Except the youngster notices that other people didn't get the notification, which meant the kid is the only player around. Suddenly, an unknown observer wanted to give the hero an open beta bonus. The kid couldn't understand why the guards would do such a thing. After all, he was an unknown to the Ranka Rum. The guards were creatures that watched over the players. Everyone's fate decided by what bonuses or privileges the guards decided to bestow. The boy was able to get the bonus, the eyes of a cold-blooded observer. He didn't know exactly how that bonus changed his perception, but was able to become a third-person observer of what was going on and watch everything from a third-person perspective. The men tried to negotiate further about their actions, while the boy looked at the account of the time before their doom. Some even wanted to run on foot to school so they wouldn't be late, but Renbol asked everyone to drop to the ground immediately. The kid realized that some unknown observer was only interested in him alone. The people around the guy could only pray for the quick death of his origin on this day. The gate opened right inside the bus to passengers who were totally not expecting something like this. A beautiful girl who was a mid-level administrator appeared right in front of them. The students couldn't believe their own eyes upon seeing such a thing before them. The girl welcomed the hero who was able to become a player from today in this world. She introduced herself, calling herself Cecilia, congratulating the player on getting into training. The system also joined in the congratulations by explaining the situation in short, that the kid would be able to leave the training area. The number of survivors determined the further difficulty. The boy didn't know how much longer he would be surprised to find himself at the beginning of a cataclysmic event. When suddenly people asked for more information about what had happened, they revealed that they were not at all in the mood for such jokes, asking for an explanation. The girl reported that in time for training, they needed to use all their strength to survive. People couldn't believe what was said by this woman who literally came out of nowhere. The driver saw a man fly into the windshield, covering the glass with blood. While people were trying to call the police, the kid realized that dismantling corpses to cause fear was a monster strategy. The system was able to notice the shouting and movement of the goblin army that was coming in excitement. The direction of the goblins was also running towards the hero's bus. The schoolchildren couldn't figure out what kind of creature had ducked into their window. The creatures crowded the whole bus, jumping on it. People wanted to try to get out, asking for the door to be opened. Renbol asked not to open the doors in any way. While people couldn't figure out how to survive, the kid was shocked as to how he should be too. There would be a massacre outside anyway. They should have taken shelter in the bus, and they could think about their chances of survival later. The young man wanted to break down the strategy against goblin attacks. Humans spent 10 years fighting them. The most important thing was not to fight them directly. The kid should stick to tactics, however right now he's a weakling, and goblins are several times stronger than a mere human. At this rate, the creatures will be able to make their way onto the bus soon. One of the monsters was able to break through the glass in the door of the bus. People couldn't believe the door had been breached, realizing that maybe this was a chance to escape. The young man tried again to warn everyone to stay put and get on the ground. He realized that the people were too frightened, but he asked to do it because there wasn't much time. People started to act on their own, and the kid realized too late because they weren't going to listen to him. Suddenly, the status window and inventory was available to the guy. The kid didn't expect something like this so abruptly. He had characteristics that showed his status readings, except they were usually too big for a newcomer. The kid had heard, of course, that even the King of Fists had an average ninth during his training. The boy turned his head and heard cries for help. The goblin was able to finally locate the people on the bus by continuing to break in there. People tried to ask for help, but for them, life was over with their mistake. The creature made the man fall to the floor after swinging its hammer. The three of them killed a man who couldn't survive because of his own fate. The goblins looked around and spotted the hero, who feigned unconsciousness. The creature began to poke with a stick to see if the man was alive. The kid pretended not to move until the end, waiting for the right moment. Renbull was able to activate the effect of the eyes of a cold-blooded observer watching himself from the sidelines. There are safe zones for the players, which conventionally met in training. One of them was inside the bus. The hero had to fulfill a safety condition. You had to remain unmoving the whole time. The kid was afraid he might accidentally move, breaking the condition, but he was able to calmly endure it. The boy realized that this effect was due to the bonus the guard had given him. He really doesn't know why he was given such a bonus, but holding out mentally will be much easier. If the task for the future hero is not deceiving, the first goblin attack will be about 10 minutes. For the first 5 minutes, the creature searched and dashed for the bus, so it didn't take long for the guy to be patient. The monster lifted the hero up to do something inappropriate to him. The goblin had forced the guy by all means, at least some way to get him to violate the terms of the safe zone. The guard also wanted to give the guy a chance, which was the Lion King. The boy received from him an elixir of increased strength, asking the young man to show courage. The elixir, which is capable of boosting strength, was an open beta privilege, lasts only 10 minutes, temporarily increasing strength by 6 units. The kid honestly didn't expect to get a second bonus from the Guardians, a player who gains 2 characteristic points when they level up, but the elixirs equal to 3 level ups. The kid understood if the Guardians were giving him such gifts, he should interact with them carefully. Also, in a battle with goblins, the guy will have enough strength to defeat each one. The young man notices that the Guardian expects to see bravery, in other words, to fight goblins. However, the boy thought it was crazy, because there were a few tens of seconds left until the end of the attack, and then he could survive if he didn't do anything reckless. The young man notices a change before him. Guardian Lion wanted to request a trade from a mid-ranking administrator. The boy was able to see again, the guard in front of him. The girl told me that it was a request from the Lion King to change the conditions of the training area. Renbull had no idea Lion would make a deal with the administrator. Among the great multitude of guards, the brave Lion King is notorious for inflicting reckless bravery and a useless spirit of passion on players. The boy understood, given the nature of the lion, he wanted to remove the safe zone for the sake of his desires. The girl said the deal was done and the safe zone would be canceled in 30 seconds. The kid clearly didn't expect such a setup from the lion. The young man said if the Guardian forcibly changes the training settings, the players should be compensated accordingly, because they didn't offer to shut him up with an elixir. Cecilia was greatly surprised at the lad's knowledge of their rules of worldliness. Renbull said they can't ignore the rules, especially since his life is on the line. The boy knew very well that the laws could not be ignored. The girl and the Guardians could not stop wondering because the boy mentioned the laws. The boy agreed because it is impossible to turn a blind eye to injustice. The administrator was curious how the kid knew about such a thing. The boy didn't understand why it should be such a big deal. After all, the players didn't have to explain their game. She had no words for it. Renbull stated that they had already wasted 10 seconds on this conversation, explaining since she spent 10 seconds in a safe zone, she should also make up for that puncture. Asking if he was the rights hero, the girl did not fully understand who the player Renbull Jin was. But the kid was right. According to the laws, she would indeed extend the safe zone for another 10 seconds at the end of their conversation. The woman also stated that the change in training settings will also be compensated for by giving away 2 items to the player. The kid was disappointed in such compensation in the form of quality oil and a rusty sword. The young man didn't expect that he'd really fancy even mentioning the laws to gain a few dozen seconds. The first goblin attack was over. After finishing all the fuss with them, Talking to the administrator gave the hero time before the wave ended, and he was able to survive by avoiding the battle. The lion guard was greatly disappointed. The kid thought the lion was the dumbest guard of all. The boy found before him a mass of corpses that had literally recently been living people. The smell, the atmosphere, the mentalka, it all spun a circle of worshipping sensations for the guy, triggering gag reflexes. The young man should have pulled himself together more than ever to focus on survival. Training for the players was about 1 week of hell. Opening the bus door, the kid should have lasted a week, beginning the all-important search for food and water. The kid knew there was a grocery store nearby, because he had personally studied all the geography of his area when he went to the academy. So you don't end up in a hopeless situation like this again. People who were in a panic not realizing what had happened tried to call for help. The kid should have found other survivors, but it was difficult for the hero to navigate because of the fog. In fact, the bus was the only reference point for Renbull. The boy honored the calm, though being surrounded by corpses because of a skill he had recently acquired. The young man notices someone's hand from under the car. The kid was glad he almost stepped on another corpse. Except the corpse turned out to be a living person asking for help. It turned out that the guy had been swarmed by a girl who asked him to help her. She reverently begged a passerby to help her, but the kid was in a stupor, not knowing how to help. On the other hand, the kid saw a goblin, only strange because they should have disappeared after the first wave. The creature had been trying all along to kill the girl who wanted to run away from him. The girl, pouring her tears, asked for the hero's help. The boy really didn't know what he should do in such a situation because it was impossible to take any risks. Every second she was asking the guy to save her. However, the guy was in a huge stupor on how to proceed. The girl wanted to see her mom badly. The kid realized there was a child right in front of him. The young man hadn't considered the situation at the beginning, but the girl was still uninjured, though the goblin had tried to cut her. The girl screamed not in pain, more out of fear, and the goblin was strangely focused over his atrocity. The boy realized that she was also a player. However, she had a talent that only he had heard of. Suddenly, there was an admin who saw a baby goblin. But even he would be hard to defeat at the first level. The boy realized if the admin was telling the truth, it was even more impressive. The girl didn't notice because of the panic, but such a talent of a tank on the road is not lying on the road. And even the King of Fists is not capable of such a thing with the first level. If the hero leaves her where she is, other goblins will come and eventually kill her. Activating his inventory, the kid tried to find the item he needed to overpower his opponent. The kid was already familiar with the training conditions better than most, because he would be able to match theory and experience of virtual dungeons. Though the admin said he would have a hard time killing even a goblin child, but that only applies to direct encounters. All the guy had to do was aim for the center of the weak point and punch the goblin. The girl heard some strange sound, not fully understanding what had happened. The young man was able to finish by tackling it in one hit, gaining experience from the monster. The boy turned his attention to the girl, wondering what he was going to do next. He asked her to stand up to begin with, asking her to pull herself together. If he doesn't stick around, he'll leave her behind. The girl was greatly surprised at his cold-bloodedness and bewilderment. After catching up with the guy, she wanted badly to believe that she could survive with him and find her mom. The boys were able to get to a grocery store that had everything they needed to survive the coming week. Once they snuck inside, Renbull asked her to remember not to open the door, whatever happened. I asked her if she understood, and she promised that she would never open the door. The hero assured her it didn't matter who or what she heard outside. The important thing was not to unlock the door. Looking at the girl, the young man certainly understood her fear. However, they are approached by a second goblin attack, which may be more difficult than the previous one. The hero wondered if the girl saw it. She agreed with him. The kid asked what was written. The girl was able to read about the impending attack and setting up safe Hans. The kid asked where the safe zones were set up. She answered school and hospital. The kid was glad to hear because he wasn't wrong in thinking the kid was a player. Usually you can only see the safe zone set up before the second wave, but some players with talent can see the safe zone. The kid wondered why he could see something like that too. Either way, it's up to the guy to make sure they're safe. The young man wanted to repeat himself just in case, not to open the door, if she wasn't sure she could let her sit with her back to it, not even looking that way. Suddenly, the safe zone setup was complete. Looking outside, the girl and her boyfriend were able to detect the appearance of primordial fog in front of them. The people who survived suffered monster attacks with each wave. They spotted the store, realized there was a safe zone that could save their lives. A man and his group of people asked to open the door for them, providing security. They were all screaming that there were monsters right behind them, asking to be let inside immediately. As they glared at the guy periodically threatening and begging to open the door, the kid stood his ground while the girl turned away from the side of the door. The boy looked at such a thing and realized that he hadn't honored anything towards them until now. But it was incredibly painful to watch as people literally begged him to unlock the door. It was already too late. The goblins had gotten too close to the group of humans, then began to shed blood one by one until their numbers were reduced to zero. The boy stood his ground and watched as a group of survivors were slaughtered right before his eyes. Forcing one's way into the safe zone was unrealistic. Biggest regret, it was enough to open the door from the inside for the zone to disappear. They would also die if they did, so it was left to them to watch the others die. Such a feeling made the hero hate himself for such an act. Kid imprinted in his mind the system that created this damn situation and the guards who watch everything like it's a game. The boy promised that one day they would all pay for it. It was about 6 hours after the situation happened. After the second goblin attack, they thought together during this time to further plan of action. The girl, having calmed down, decided to thank the hero because she could not do it before. She also wanted to introduce herself as Sarah, and she was only 14 years old. She was glad to meet the guy in the morning. The kid dared to appease her by telling her he helped for a reason and couldn't guarantee her safety. The girl asked not to leave her, asking if she had done something wrong. The boy realized that saying using her as bait was overkill. The boy said that he simply couldn't promise to protect her for the rest of her training because he himself wasn't sure he could even save himself. Renbel's not going to send her away explaining that she can sleep since they have to leave tomorrow. The girl didn't expect such a thing. Sarah was curious as to where they would go. Looking at his panel, the kid was also wondering where the other safe zone would be. All in all, the list was a school, a convenience store, and a hospital. The young man thought it must be safe in the Kwanhwamun. The young man made sure the girl couldn't see the extra zone, and he hadn't heard of such a thing either. However, he was aware of it. The place he named was the D Tower in Kwangwamun, which was the key point of the entire training, picking up needed supplies from the grocery store. They realized together that the path would not be safe, and they should be on guard and do everything as carefully as possible. The streets, as it was supposed to be, were filled with the corpses of ordinary people who could not survive the hellish nightmare. The young man saw the girl look at everything around her, asking if she was okay. Sarah tried to calm down and agreed with him. The boy couldn't believe such a thing. It was too horrible a sight even for his age. The kid realized she was just trying to pretend to be okay. This is what the sight of the destroyed city has. There were only corpses everywhere, and not a single survivor. Every meter passed. The boy noticed how the girl looked at everything going on around her. The young man asked her to look more carefully under her feet. The girl was surprised at this. The kid asked her to look carefully at the ground. If she saw anything jelly-like, let her tell him. The girl pointed to a huge slug, asking about such creatures. Renbel says, "The hero didn't actually expect to find them so quickly. The creature itself is a neutral being. Slugs are the safest prey that even a child can handle." The kid started attacking creatures to get not much experience from it. However, something new happened. He got 3 coins. The hero's first use of a real sword, but seemed so legitimate. The girl saw that the creature had just disappeared. The kid told her that the slime was the weakest monster. They would appear in their path. So asked Sarah to watch her feet. She understood and agreed with the guy. The young man couldn't understand why it was so easy, after all. He had only used swords in virtual dungeons. The kid felt as if he had used it often, a very familiar feeling. The hero hunted every slug like precious gold, and the girl also spotted the monsters better than he did. With each slug killed, the kid was adding to his experience, and it was time to get an improvement point. The girl noticed such a thing and asked why his body lit up. The young man explained that he had raised the level. She didn't realize what it was, but the hero explained that for killing monsters, the level goes up and she would be able to become stronger. Sarah stated that she would then try to pick it up as well. However, Renbel himself was doing such a thing for the first time. But for some reason, all of his blows from such a sword seemed familiar to him. Each swing from his weapon was accompanied by a slight movement of his hand, which gave the hero an advantage over ordinary people. By killing creatures, the kid was once again able to increase his own level. After a while, the hero notices that he's raising the level too easily, and also gets a bonus random characterization point, which comes to him for the second time. The King of Fists, who was also known as the one who underwent training, mentioned that bonus points existed, but even he found it difficult to obtain them. The hero, on the other hand, got 2 in a row, even though he's only level 3. A long time ago, the guy got some bad news. Retesting showed the guy had no talent. The kid couldn't figure out how the talent panels opened when he got back, but he was sure they were closed at this time too. The boy noticed that apparently the admin was also somehow involved in something like this. The kid managed to survive, reached level 3, and even managed to attract the attention of a few guards. The young man understood if he really was an early bloomer, he would have a chance to achieve his goal after training. The hero realized that in 3 years, a disease-curing potion would appear on the market, the price of which was 1 billion won, with which he would not let his mother die. The kid will do anything he can to help cure his mother. Now the young man should put his best foot forward to reach his goal and start raising money. The whole time the 2 guys were getting to the tower, The kid didn't stop killing slugs. At first, the hero was incredibly surprised by the bonus points, but then he discovered another important aspect to his system. After the 5th level, the guy was allowed to create groups. The girl asked what message she had gotten. The boy invited Sarah to the party so the girl could get stronger too. The girl thanked Renbull, but he notices that there are still some guards that have appeared, which he was able to take a liking to. Sarah states that she will try to help, so she asks that her little brother not leave her alone. This is the second time the boy has noticed that she was worried about it. Of course, the hero felt sorry for her. The boy was, however, busy taking care of himself. He asked her to show her usefulness in deed, not in words. The thing is that in the tower was a dangerous goblin boss, from which the girl will be difficult to protect, so they should think of something. Defending someone at level 5 to a guy even sounded kind of ridiculous. The girl spotted a new monster not far from them. The creature was a city fox that was already more dangerous than some slugs. The kid notices the creature was like a neutral monster, but it had a passive ability that provokes surrounding monsters to attack. The girl was shocked that they were provocative monsters. They noticed some strange behavior around their entourage. The foxes seemed to be neutral animals, yet they all gathered in a bunch to kill the girl. The girl was in a panic, not knowing what to do, while the hero didn't understand where the area Ager came from. They tremblingly attacked Sarah until there was nothing she could do to them in return. The boy notices the girl takes almost no damage, but the foxes will only get bigger. Renball attempted to aim for the neck, trying to quickly kill all the creatures in the circle. The girl couldn't believe how fast the kid handled the monsters. The kid was able to upgrade from level 5 upgrade to level 8. The young man was curious if the girl was injured. The admin was curious about the level of the guy. The young man did not expect that the administration can monitor players while remaining invisible. Renball claimed a level 8. The girl couldn't believe such a thing. However, the kid offered to scan it for her and find out. The admin and the guardians were quite surprised at the level increase. The boy himself realized that the speed was indeed great. He himself thought it was strange. Also, the characteristics of the entire 8th level shouldn't have looked like this. The kid realized his height was unusual, but this was a good opportunity. Go to the building where there is a boss they are going to defeat in the dungeon of Tower D. The hero wanted to explain the plan inside. If she didn't obey, otherwise she would die. The boy asked her not to be frightened because she would just have to obey him to survive. All the foxes around were defeated by the hero. The boys were out of breath while they were trying to kill all the foxes in the circle. The kid wasted no time and was able to give away his old iron gloves, which they were able to get not too long ago. The young man suggested following the plan and going inside the room, to which the girl reasonably agreed. They were able to get to the training dungeon they needed level 5 to enter. The kid was offered to go in there, but the kid wondered if he should, but realized that the two of them would clearly have a better chance than alone. The boy and the girl got into a dangerous dungeon in which they found a large number of monsters. The creatures noticed our hero and the girl, showing great interest in them. The young man asked if Sarah had memorized what would need to be done. The girl agreed with him and they began to proceed with the plan. They disbanded the group and then the hero ordered them to start killing goblins. The creatures were not going to just stand still and attacked the girl. In fact, unlike high-level dungeons where every monster is aggressive, already in Tower D were aggressive goblins and neutral hail foxes. Once there was a chance to attack only the goblins and the foxes wouldn't attack first. In truth, the young man suspected that the girl was some kind of genius, for she was doing much better than his expectations. The goblin attacks can't harm Sarah in any way, and she was able to exceed all of the hero's expectations. After a while, they were able to interrupt many monsters. The kid praised and offered a little break. A mini-boss would show up in their path, which would come as soon as creatures were killed in the first stage. The kid asked if she had gotten her breath back because there would be a new monster ahead. The boy offered to run to him as soon as he was done with the smaller monsters. The girl agreed to that, smashing all the monsters with your iron fist. The girl felt the power. The young man realized that there wasn't much left. It was as if the duel had frozen in place, causing the young man to not immediately realize what was wrong. However, it turned out that a pause had been activated, many guards taking a renewed interest in the kid. Cecilia called for a player, but Renbull didn't expect a pause, which temporarily stops all action in a particular area. Admin asked if the hero was crazy. The pause effect can only be used by admin. The lad had heard that he was very expensive in their minds. The young man wondered what was the matter. The girl noticed that the boy acted as if he knew everything in advance, and his actions were also part of his plan. The hero asked if even yes. The administrator was curious why act so unreasonably. The boy didn't understand the place it was unreasonable. However, she gave an example in the form of a battle with a mini-boss he was attempting to summon. The mini-boss was a level 13 goblin soldier. Since he was a mini-boss, he naturally had increased stats. She thought the kid hadn't realized that the boss wasn't the kind of opponent she could beat, and not with just one person. The young man wanted to reassure her. because it sounded like the receptionist didn't want him dead. The girl didn't know what the kid was talking about. The hero realized that trying to lie to him was an even worse idea, because now he was sure of his guesses. The kid became someone who attracted a lot of attention. Senya hinted that it was as if he knew the future ahead. But in fact, the kid has become a rare figure who can put on a show and attract the attention of a lot of guards. For this reason, the administrator benefits from its survival, especially since he hasn't heard from her in the future. The boy noticed that the girl couldn't even come up with an excuse. He noticed Senya was completely inept at communicating with players. She was such a bad admin that she would be destroyed before she got any publicity. The girl considered it an insult in her direction. The boy pressed that he was telling the truth. She didn't know how to take advantage of the situation. If the girl really wanted to better entertain the guards, then after a pause, have her say that the hero can't defeat a goblin soldier. Then the kid would survive and bring victory. She couldn't believe what she said about surviving against a goblin soldier with the two of them. The boy suggested thinking about it since level 8 beats the boss. The guards would go crazy if they saw something like this, and she would already be a competent mid-rank administrator. In return, the boy, once the kid helps her little show, he offers to make a deal. The girl could not realize how much the boy was arrogant with his opinion, for her patience was not at all limitless. The young man reported that the girl could have killed him a long time ago if she had wanted to. The guy wondered if she'd lose too much after the pause, and the deal with him would only benefit her. The girl realized she had no choice, so she was interested in the deal. The boy looked at her with a gray-eyed expression to tell her what the point was. The action was able to continue, and the girl was able to destroy the last monster. She was able to destroy everyone and reported it to the young man. The kid immediately ordered to go to his back. The goblin soldier will only have to aggro on the guy while the girl will have to kill regular goblins. Together they managed to round the corner, the young man asking the girl to get down. Realizing that the goblin soldier was even more huge in person made him even afraid of him. Suddenly the goblin attacked the boys, throwing his own spear far away straight at Renbel and Sarah. The kid realized that the most effective way to defeat a goblin soldier, for starters, is just to keep you from dying from his huge spear. Although avoiding the spear-throwing skill, it won't be that easy. They will have to hide behind the ATM first, and then motion for the girl to follow him. The young man offered to begin the plan to destroy the goblin, joining the girl back into the group in a moment. The kid offered to watch carefully how monsters above his own rank should be fought, as a weak level 8 player will defeat a level 13 mini-boss. The goblin was quite strong, but it was unknown how agile it would be in battle. The young man had expected this sort of thing from the mini-boss, scaring him far more than the others. The goblin, after the first throw of the spear, had already immediately rushed forward for the second time. At this point, the guy had two guesses. Mini-boss attacks the first, a simple jab, and the second swing, which will be harder to dodge. But the kid understood how one might react in such a situation. Dodging a punch and then turning right around during a fight may not be possible for every player. The boy was able to snag a mini-boss who made the fatal mistake of messing with the protagonist in a fight. The young man realized that he was only able to create a small light cut, though it was expected that more damage the hero would not be able to do. The goblin was pretty pissed at the player, so he acted quickly. The boy knew that goblins were faster, but he didn't think it would be so hard to block his blows. But the boy realized that he could anticipate the goblin's blows, because he knew literally everything about him. The young man thought to use all his strength to destroy the goblin, no matter what it cost him. The girl decided to use a provocation spell like last time, to get the attention of absolutely every creature in the arena. Sarah began to be bitten by the town foxes, thus lowering her movement, and the goblins kept beating her. But the girl wanted to do everything according to Renbel's plan. There was no way the girl wanted the hero to leave her because of failure. The administrator noticed that a bunch of guards crowded her channel, and now she was even confused at such an important moment. The guards couldn't believe that the kid was really level 8, but admin confirmed his words that he wanted to defeat the mini-boss. The spectators who watched the battle couldn't believe that the boy only possessed level 8. Senya confirmed the observer's words. The movement was different from a normal player. But even with these successes, the kid won't be able to defeat the mini-boss. The administrator saw that weak attacks wouldn't kill the goblin soldier, but would exhaust the hero. The boy realized that the battle was getting worse each time. The young man knew how big the difference in their strength was, but still, the kid yelled for Sarah to do what she had to do. He asked her to start killing goblins to pump them both up. The girl waited for the big damage on herself to get as level as possible, retaliated, killing every creature that was near her. The administrator couldn't believe what she was seeing. The kid started to level up, reaching level 9 already. While the kid was fighting against all the creatures with his sword, the sword had managed to lose a fair amount of strength throughout the battle. Leveling up not only gave characterization points, but also restored health, removing all negative status effects. Renbel asked the girl to keep the monsters at bay and to be prepared. The kid knew if Sarah shared her experience while the goblin was distracted by the hero, she could grow stronger, healing wounds and replenishing stamina. Renbel notices a perfect moment when it was definitely worth finishing off the goblin. A chance to exploit the goblin's weakness, a blow to the back of the neck. The kid dared to open the status window to see how much current experience he had. The young man realized that there wasn't much more work for Sarah to do, and then he would have a rank increase again to start the next phase of the plan. The creature swung its spear at the hero. The kid wasn't expecting an attack like this at this hour. He had to accept it, for the sake of getting on with the plan of action. After that, the boy was able to get level 10, then began to move quickly while he had the stamina to wound the goblin soldier. There was still a critical state of durability left on the sword, and the guy had no margin for error. The young man wanted to end this fight once and for all, stabbing his sword right into the mini-boss' weakest point. Mind you, the sword was starting to disappear because the strength was at 0. But this last strength was enough to safely congratulate our hero on overcoming his first mini-boss. The kid gained a lot of experience as well as the level limit for the zone training was maximized. The girl ran to Renbel to congratulate him on his victory. The hero was able to remove the level limit of the training zone, and level up again as possible. The kid was happy to hug his girlfriend after a glorious fight. The kid was even able to fulfill one of the Hidden Figures conditions. The kid didn't expect hidden bosses. Meanwhile, the urban foxes flooded the big city after defeating the boss. The unknown kid also had amazing physical abilities. The group of people were amazed at how strong the guy was. If even level 8 foxes died from a single hit, they were all literally praising their team leader with their skills, calling him the strongest in the training zone. But the kid asked not to overpraise him, as he didn't even think of it that way. Meanwhile, our hero, along with Sarah, were killing other creatures. A group of unidentified men discovered the other survivors and rejoiced greatly. They asked the hero to stop. They wanted to talk to them. Renbel, in truth, was equally surprised to find a rather large group of survivors, so still familiar to him from the past. But before they killed the boss, the guy had a strange thought about whether he really had no talent. The kid realized that there was no way that could happen, considering he managed to take down the mini-boss. It was impossible. The young man knew some of the events of the future, but not even that was on guarantee that taking down the boss would be so easy. After a battle like that, the kid didn't really understand what his limits were now. Tak also got attention from the Guardian of the Scales, a guardian whose character is close to absolute goodness. Unlike the Lion King, it already prioritizes the safety and well-being of players by generously sponsoring them. This girl has always provided reasonable support and gives compensation. The Guardian deserved the love of many players. Only it was not clear to the hero why she showed interest in him. However, perhaps because of traveling together with Sarah. It probably looked from the outside as if the hero was rescuing an abandoned child to whom he was bringing valuable experience. The administrator was quite taken aback by such a mini-boss battle. She called the Renbel player over to her. The girl reported that she wanted to reward him for defeating the mini-boss by giving him the iron sword. The boy was given a twice as good sword. Suddenly, the girl was wondering where they would be headed now. The young man told to the Cheonggyecheon they could try to kill as many city wolves there as they could. The girl was surprised that it was wolves, but not foxes. The hero informed that usually wolves are level 7 and the ringleaders are level 9. The guys set off on their journey, but Cecilia was extremely interested in our hero. The boy had originally planned to stay in the safe zone before the King of Fists attacked the second floor. But it turned out that going through their dungeon has an effect on the entire training zone, and they only mopped up the first one. The kid realized that his new goal would go beyond just survival. The young man clearly realized he had talents, so his raising money for his family didn't seem so unattainable. The hero knew as if the talent from the skills gained in training or the one that had been with him always. The kid takes every opportunity he can get. Suddenly, that unknown band leader could marvel that the boys were able to survive. The boy hadn't expected to meet him in person, experiencing such a strange feeling for the first time. In front of the hero was the same Fist King Charlie, who would later become a top 8 famous player in Korea. The kid reported that they were able to survive. Charlie was glad to hear that the boys were alive and well. The boy offered the hero the opportunity to join their squad if he wished. He realized that with one group, they would all have a much better chance, thus offering his help. The kid looked at the King of Fists, realizing that this was the perfect opportunity to be safe. The young man rejected Charlie's offer, who in turn was surprised. The boy explained that they would only have to last 7 days. They could manage with just the 2 of them. Charlie was quite surprised. He understood, and he was sorry to hear that, but wished the guys luck. The hero also wished him a good journey. The guys in Charlie's squad couldn't believe the arrogance of this guy. The young man wanted to give the guy one important piece of advice in time for the battle. Advised if encounters a monster that seems too strong, have it aim for the left eye. Charlie was surprised at such advice, but thanked him for it. Meanwhile, somewhere near the lake in Cheonggyecheon, the girl wondered if those people could handle it alone. Renbul agreed, for there was a guy in their squad who seemed strong. The girl was glad to hear. In fact, even though the hero said such a thing, that squad would surely run into trouble. The young man remembered the memoirs of the Fist King, in which he and about 10 survivors enter the dungeon of Tower D. They'll be able to deal with the first floor and try to capture the second floor, but an unexpected enemy will appear that will kill most of the group. Charlie will receive the title, trained by becoming the first person to sweep the D Tower D dungeon. But in his memoir for him, it was the biggest mistake of his life. This time, things will work out differently. The girl asked the boy to pay attention to the monsters ahead of them. The kid praised the excellent eyesight, offering to deal with the creatures. The wolves were quite vicious despite their furry appearance. The girl once again used provocation to entice all the enemies in the vicinity. Sarah fought well despite the fact that she had just recently found out she was a player. The guy's goal wasn't to pass the training dungeon, but something completely different. The monsters were intensely angry at the players. The young man used the removal of the level limit, meant that he would now be able to take advantage of the beautiful moment. How should the level be raised above 10th? The girl was glad she had listened to Renbul. Against wolves, a bat was much better than fists. Looking in all directions, the young man was the first to get level 11, which was quite expected for Sarah. But others would have a hard time reaching even level 10. The boy was able to get the title of Discoverer for his services, although the kid clearly didn't expect that. Also, the young man was able to get crazy bonuses to such a title. The hero had never heard of such a thing, although there was a point why he didn't know. Last time no one took down the level limit. They didn't fulfill the conditions, so they couldn't even know about it. The girl asked if the guy was okay, to which he offered to move on, traveling to different parts of the world, watching and fighting monsters. The receptionist watched them, discussing her thoughts. She talked to the guardians who strongly suspected the guy of having an extra-large gift. The girl wanted to check everything personally and find out how many talents the hero had. The receptionist was stubbornly eyeing the guy who suggested that Sarah go to the other side of the hospital. The young man noticed that the girl was in a frenzy from yesterday. The girl asked the boy if he got the title. The boy didn't even get a little nervous, but agreed with her speculation. However, she wondered which one it was. The kid was determined not to tell her about it. The receptionist was horrified as to why the guy didn't want to share such interesting information. The thing is, the guards can't recognize players' titles unless they tell him, so they keep pushing Cecilia. The young man understood she must be having a hard time, but he had no reason to speak up. The best decision for the hero was to leave the guards interested. Sarah was interested that they would go to that city today. The boy agreed because it would be like that until the end of the training. At the same time, next to the building, the Fist King has something to say to everyone. Charlie told them all they could hear, that there was a dungeon near them. They didn't know what danger would await them, but believed that once the world changed, risk began to give a greater reward. If the guys agree, however, they can all go together. One of the men supported Mr. Charlie, for he had helped him a great deal. So he agrees to go with him and take the opportunity. The other man thought the same thing. Together they would be so much better. Charlie had raised the morale of his group of men, and they were all ready to conduct the raid. The hero wasted no time humiliating all the wolves in his path. The boy was very strong after a lot of pumping. Killing wolves, the boy became incredibly strong. The girl couldn't believe how fast they started killing the creatures. The boy stated that they had repeated it many times, and this was the result. They had been hunting wolves for the second day, and the kid had no time to even think about it before he got level 12. They were much faster now. We're also able to get a lot of items and coins. Sarah noticed another wolf appear on the other side. The young man hadn't expected to meet the last wolf in their area by destroying it, as well as the rest of the creatures. The system once again congratulated the guy for killing the wolf. Except this time, in addition to the congratulations, there was a red alert that made the guy nervous. The young man managed to fulfill all the conditions of the hidden figure. The boy had no idea what the hell had just happened. The young man fulfilled all the prerequisites for the secret mission by fighting the wolf boss. The lad tried to avoid such dangers, but they reached him on their own. The hero really didn't expect to meet the lycanthrope in front of him. The young man asked Sarah to immediately run away from the place. As they rushed to run, the girl wanted to ask what was going on. The boy replied that there was no time to explain. The monster was able to get out of the portal, much to the boy and girl's dismay. The wolf was more like an overgrown werewolf, which is a very strong opponent even for our hero. The young man realized that they wouldn't be able to run far because of the howling effect that prevented the guys from escaping from the boss. The girl didn't realize what had happened to her body. The boy asked the girl to crawl to the car and hide there, but she was very worried about Renbul. The kid asked to go to the car immediately. The young man certainly guessed that there might be a hidden figure in the training, but he never thought he would meet a lycanthrope. If the character only compared physical abilities, the giant is on the level of the second floor, maybe even stronger. The kid can't even see the level as Renbul's is too low. The young man thought that usually somewhere in between level 20 to 25, not an enemy that should appear in training at all. The boy began to reason how he should proceed, for the difference in levels was too great. The young man realized that a sword would definitely not help in such a situation. It was also too late to run away. The kid started fighting on his fists, drinking his elixir that gives a 10 times boost of strength for 10 minutes. The young man is to try to capitalize on the strategy of the great adventurer Jackson. Renbul ordered the huge monster to attack if not afraid. The werewolf must have attacked the young man. The beast moved at an incredible speed. The girl was able to hide, but was very worried about whether Renbul would be able to handle it. The creature was incredibly strong, which was possibly the strongest in the training area. Sarah couldn't understand how it was possible to meet a monster that didn't have a visible level. She realized that the kid was in great danger. The young man stood in place and prepared to fight him as soon as he shortened the distance he needed. The administrator couldn't believe that the kid was really going to take a hit from a monster that didn't even have a level visible. The monster moved straight towards the guy to show his power of being a creature of the higher guardians. The kid knew perfectly well that if the level is not displayed, then the chances of winning are 0. Though the system talked about it, kid must surely find a way to defeat such a creature. The boy knew that there was a 10-level difference between them and tried to destroy this monster in battle. Impossible. The teacher explained that most likely at a low level, they would not encounter such a thing. The best thing people at their level can do is not approach or run away. The method that the kid managed to learn as an ordinary student was quite simple. Utilize inventory and improvised means. The first attack from the monster was a leap. Taking a swing at the guy, the creature thought it had succeeded in destroying the man, but the boy was able to dodge the punch, avoiding it, and then calculated that there would be an almost instant attack after landing as the muscles tensed. In a moment of instantaneous running to the point where a shadow appears underfoot, should have had the kid pour out the oil given out earlier, which makes the surface slippery and unstable for large creatures. Then, thanks to the elixir drunk earlier, the kid was strong enough to topple the monster to the side. The kid tried every way he could to tip him over, no matter how hard it was. The monster couldn't withstand that much force and just fell straight into the lake. That's what the teacher taught, to use the creature's size against itself. My favorite ways were to drop the monster into the water. The young man was able to tackle such a difficult task that could have been simply impossible. The hero is quite out of breath, realizing how heavy the beast is. The creature tried to get out of the water in an attempt to make it to shore, but the werewolf, when he came back from the water, was no longer as strong as before. The girl couldn't believe her own eyes. The creature had gotten much smaller. Asking what happened, the kid said that water always acts in a mean way on them, after which he started to be more like a regular wolf. Sarah couldn't believe that the kid could learn any martial arts. The kid replied that there was no time for that, only studying for exams. The girl was glad to see the kid fight coolly. The young man, truth be told, wouldn't have been able to throw him out without the potion either. The young man approached the werewolf to finish this quest. Of course, it was a big surprise to the creature itself, but no one said it would be without surprises. The young man was able to finish this battle, which didn't last long according to the hero's expectation. The boy really didn't know how much the creature would weaken, but it wasn't that hard for him. The young man didn't expect to be able to raise to level 13, realizing that the monster was so strong that it raised 2 levels at once. Except that the level increase didn't stop, and the guy had level 14, then level 15. The kid got the title Great Hunter. In addition to more levels, got a large amount of coins from the Watcher Guards. The young man understood, having obtained level 15, whether in training his skills would be able to. The boy noticed that the receptionist appeared as if she had been waiting for him since the beginning. She congratulated the player on defeating the top-ranked creature and rising to level 15. The girl wanted to start by explaining about the item store. The kid was already starting to question whether it would be available, but apparently the training restriction wasn't. The young man saw that in the item store, you could spend coins to buy special items. There were 4 different items to choose from each time. The kid realized that it was still just ordinary training. Even 4 would be enough for him. In total, the young man was able to collect almost 8,000 and can make a stockpile of different potions. The receptionist turned to the guy to ask him a question. She was curious if he had a real name. The kid didn't see the point in answering her like that. The girl, turning aside, replied that she was not curious at all. The administrator noticed that the kid wasn't going to open another title award. The hero reported looking around the store and then personally checking it out. She didn't need to know. The girl was more and more furious each time, yet the kid continued to maintain a mystical atmosphere. The young man noticed what interesting advantages the title of Excellent Hunter offered. The kid thought it was an interesting skill, unreasonable. Most low-level monsters would be able to fall for such a thing. The hero asked Sarah to get ready to leave, the girl once again wondering where to this time. The young man thought they should go to the dungeon of the second floor tower. She had no idea they'd be going back to where they came from. The kid figured they'd pumped enough, and also explained that there would be dangerous monsters they should be careful of, who were much stronger than the goblin soldier. The place was soaked with the blood of people who had fought the creatures. The kid stood still, realizing that right now he was the only one who could stand his ground against the monster's prize squad. He had no idea where the faceted monster that had attacked them had come from. No idea how they were even supposed to defeat such a creature. The monster was quite interested in killing a man who thought a lot of himself. Charlie didn't want to set a stance, realizing if he fell, it would all be over. For this reason, the kid tried to attack the huge creature again, responding by getting hit by a monster that wouldn't just call out. The blow was so powerful that the creature damaged the guy's arm, making his bone unable to function properly. Charlie couldn't believe that after the squad's large amount of combined damage, there wasn't a scratch on the giant. The boy realized that he would definitely die with his squad if nothing was done. But suddenly Charlie remembered Renbel's words, the one asked to aim for the left eye in case of a dangerous enemy. Charlie realized that the kid was saying something similar, but while he was reminiscing and thinking about what he should do, the creature didn't wait. The boy managed to dodge, though it wasn't easy. However, even such an action didn't help much. The kid lost to the huge monster, flying at incredible speed straight into the wall. Charlie finally wondered if he could defeat such a powerful creature. The boys were able to come to the rescue by entering the battlefield, but were able to get out of it within 10 seconds. It became clear to the boy exactly what had happened. Finding a huge magical troll in front of them, there was no doubt that the boss training was right in front of them. The kid was in pain, not understanding, not knowing what he should do in such a situation. Renbel noticed that there were many badly wounded but still alive. The young man pulled out a bunch of weak healing potions to at least somehow keep the guys around him alive. The man asked the guy to get out of here before it was too late. He still had a chance within 5 seconds, and if they didn't listen, the monster would finish them off too. The lad was well aware of the man's concern, but he had not come to them to escape. The young man gave Sarah the potion and asked her to distribute it among the men, and to give the guy who was passed out as well. He ordered this to be done while he fought, and also have him tell everyone to stay put and do nothing. The old man asked the guy to stop his madness. The hero didn't listen because that's not why he came to them to wait for death. The kid has seen the second floor boss, and now no one but the hero knows him better than he does. Renbel notices a red name like a lycanthrope, realizing that it will be incredibly hard to defeat the creature. Such monsters were famous for their survivability and endurance, but already the magic boss and resistance was to physical damage. The monster took almost no damage from melee attacks, which had become a serious opponent for Charlie. But right now, the monster was quite weak if done smartly. The creature tried to destroy the kid on the spot, but in exchange for immense power, the monster's strikes become incredibly slow. The kid was able to snag the creature, which up until that point had been perfectly intact. The young man knew there was no special strategy against the troll. The only things that worked against him were constant offense, attacks accompanied by a lot of damage. If you go back in memory, the Fist King the young man knew was able to kill a troll and gain the title by training, because it prevented the monster from recovering and dealt damage without stopping. The man had no idea how the boy could manage to chop down a troll so bravely and competently. The boy has seen all the trajectories of attacks and can dodge, because he has invested a lot of points in agility. Already fatigue could be relieved by the hero with potions he bought at the store. The boy should have been more careful with the creature. Then he could finish it off. The troll could not allow his demise, so he tried with all his might to destroy Renbel. The boy realized that with each such damage, the monster grew more ferocious, and the fight only depended on exhaustion. People were healed during the time the kid was fighting and stayed put, not realizing how the hero could move for so long. They had already lost track of time and didn't know how long the hero had been fighting against the boss. It had been about an hour since the kid had doused himself, then not knowing how much longer he could hold out. People couldn't believe how a man could fight so much without stopping. The man thought Charlie was a genius, but Renbel turned out to be much stronger. The boy, meanwhile, had nearly used up absolutely every item from the slot he had. The young man tried a literal large pile of effects on himself, realizing how damn tedious it was. The boy noticed that he had been chopping the troll for almost an hour, but the monster was still standing on its feet, although it was noticeable that it was at its limit, staggering in all directions. The hero knew the previous he would never have thought to get into such a dangerous fight, but all pronunciation was a thing of the past. The civil servant Renbold would become the player Renbold. All the youngster has to do is concentrate. With only 15 minutes left before the chance to finish things off, there wasn't much left for the kid. Suddenly, the guardian brave Lion King wanted to help the boy by applying his gift of outstanding strength. a power that allowed the following attacks to be 100% better. The boy couldn't understand why the guardian decided to give him such power only at the end. The kid didn't understand why the guards were taking away all the glory of dueling by giving him such abilities. For the boy, counting damage has become useless as the boy kills the monster in one hit. The young man's entire plan was ruined as soon as the guard gave him too good a compliment. The hero cursed the bloody Lion King for his negligence to other people's labor. The creature was incredibly crippled from the kid's blows. The man couldn't believe the boy could make it on his own. Remble had just practically finished off the monster. The young man hated the Lion King with all his heart, for he had done such an act on purpose. The kid realized if he got a chance to kill a guard, Lion would be first on the list. The boy realized that now his plan had failed completely, and now he had a vision of running away while he had the chance. Meanwhile, Charlie was able to wake up after a long blackout. The young man could not believe to find a familiar girl. She was also surprised that the boy was able to wake up after a long time. Going up, the kid asked what happened to the monster. The girl reported that it was still alive. Charlie couldn't believe his own eyes that the boss was in such a state, except that in addition to the damage itself, the boss's aura has also changed. The boy decided to help take down the boss by picking up a bow. The hero did not immediately realize who did it and for what purpose. The creature was slightly wounded by an arrow that flew into its head. The kid couldn't believe his own feeling, for it seemed that the boss would attack at any moment. Charlie wondered if anything had worked, if he'd been able to kill him. The boy shouted that he couldn't let Remble take his own prey after all. He and his group had come for the creature first. Was the kid really going to take the future Fist King's achievement? However, the boy was asked to run away immediately, but Charlie didn't understand why he would do that if the creature was defeated. The boy asked him to run away immediately, as he would not be able to protect the boy in case of danger. Charlie was shocked, not realizing that the creature was still alive. The system reported that the troll had now lost his self-control, and his sanity was shot, after which the huge creature went into a berserk state. The boy shouted to Sarah to also join him in running away immediately. According to how much the boss lost his mind, the boss area disappeared. Charlie stood still, not realizing what mischief he had done in front of his group. People began to flee, trying to survive at all costs. But the monster with no control was just killing all living things in the vicinity. Charlie didn't understand how a giant like that could suddenly go crazy from just one arrow. The big monster noticed Charlie, who was greatly afraid of this kind of madness. The girl ran along with the hero who wanted to escape at any cost. The boy realized that the mistake was all his. When an event taking place for the sake of entertaining the guards, an event that is called out by the greed of other players. The kid blamed himself for not being able to account for something like this, but now after the berserk state, they could escape. After running for so long, the kid notices they should go down to the parking lot. The girl asked why so far away, advised to use the fire escape. Renbal realized that there was a safe zone on the second floor. Once inside, the kid had no idea what to expect ahead. But the problem that was running behind their backs scared him even more. The creature, for reasons unknown, was able to get to the boys. The kid realized that everyone else was probably dead. A large monster was stalking Renbal and Sarah. The boy took his friend by the hand to join her in dodging a blow that barely grazed them both. The kid tried not to panic, for all health was tolerable. However, if such a giant tried to hurt them one more time, while in berserk mode, they would surely be finished. The boy really didn't understand why the safe zone was so far away. Continuing to move without stopping, the kid found a way out. The young man knew if they could get through the door, the monster would get away from them. The system was able to detect a critical situation in front of it that made the guy nervous. The boy didn't turn around, but he could see perfectly well behind him. The young man was able to suddenly awaken his sixth sense ability. The kid realized he wouldn't be able to dodge and would probably die on the spot. The girl stepped in for the guy, trying to get his back. But the damage the creature did was too much, especially for Sarah, who had barely pumped her skills. The kid got really nervous, not knowing what was going to happen to Sarah now. The goblin struck with all its might, but the girl was able to redirect half of the monster's damage to the wall. But even with such skills and tank strength, it was too hard to survive such a blow. The young man realized that the sound that came from the girl, clearly she was using the platinum shield. The girl managed to survive, however she lost a lot of mana and health. The young man knew he wouldn't leave her, accepting the fact that the safe zone was just around the corner. The boy jumped through the door without opening it, only punching a hole with his own body. Falling after minor scratches, the Stilka kid was able to cross the line with Sarah. They were able to cross the extra safe zone, but the monster was still on a rampage approaching the hero. But the troll stopped before the barrier, though there were monsters that could ignore safe zones. Even the berserk state is powerless against the barrier against monsters. The boy began trying to bring the girl to her senses, hoping that not all was lost. The young man notices the girl's small hands shaking as she tries to stop the monster's attack. Renbal didn't know when the girl had time to get the skills, But the skill helped her a lot. Because of the damage distribution, her brain could also be affected. The troll continued to chisel the barrier in an even greater rage. The boy didn't understand how this could even happen. The young man asked for the creature to die at last, appreciating the troll's abilities. The large creature had almost no health left. The monster suffered with every movement of stepping on the ground, but could not be subdued by the fury of his skill. The kid noticed how the monster simply burst like an ordinary balloon. The system credits the guy for killing the troll, due to taking a lot of damage during the fight. The point accrual also spurred due to the hero being the closest player, getting level 20 from him. The administrator was happy to see the kid alive after the training, reporting that the kid was worthy of taking the experience from the creature. The boy didn't get any praise from the receptionist, who was just running the show. The training zone was disappearing, and further difficulty on the hero's journey would only get harder. Over 5,000 people were also found to survive, and the difficulty of the world was also lowered to a low level. The boy noticed that it was the exact same number, not understanding why it hadn't changed if he and the girl had managed to survive. The rewards that became available to the hero began to be counted. Things could be purchased in the store. Also, the level limit was removed. The person who survived being on the second floor of the dungeon will receive the title trained. The man who was able to pass the training became Charlie, whose entry is going to the Hall of Fame. The protagonist realized that nothing has changed. Now he should save his dear friend. The boy asked the receptionist for a favor that was important to him, asking if she remembered the deal, offering to contract with her. He wanted to ask to do everything possible to save Sarah, so he wants to raise the rank of the item store immediately. The girl asked if he was sure, after all, the rank of the store would go up sometime after finishing the training. The administrator was wondering if an exclusive contract was needed for this. The boy purchased for 4,000 coins, as many as 10 healing potions. A contract between the player and the admin. Once it's done, the guards will only be able to look at the player through the appropriate admin. The more the player attracted attention, the more the admin gets. The kid knew for sure he was famous for being a man who attracts trouble. For that reason, he should be highly regarded. The guy didn't have that much time to wait for the store. He needed other reasons, for without Sarah, the young man would have died long ago. For this reason, the boy owes the girl his life, and to do everything possible to save her. The boy tried absolutely every flask he had. The young man hoped strongly that the girl would be able to wake up soon. Suddenly, Sarah woke up, unable to believe her own eyes that she had managed to survive the blackout. Renbull was incredibly happy that she was able to wake up as if nothing had happened. The girl couldn't understand how she had survived. She thought she had rubbed too much health, noticing the large flasks of treatment scattered beside her. She couldn't believe her own eyes, the hero saying he'd leave her if he caused trouble. The boy realized that he had greatly misjudged his arrogance in saying such a thing. The young man decided to inform her that she had barely managed to survive, and he would be sorry to leave her behind. The girl even burst into tears from happiness and was glad that she had not been abandoned. The boy asked the girl to start counting the individual awards. The administrator agreed, as here the kid had something important to report regarding the store's rank upgrade, noting that they didn't sign anything with her during the contract. The woman was incredibly scorned by the deception of a player who decided to play on her compassion. The receptionist was furious while the boy silently reasoned that a document had to be signed before the contract. Juno said it was her own fault for not preparing the contract, asking for the awards to continue. The girl felt ashamed of her mistakes, deciding to start with rewards for the protagonist. The boy looked at the system, which gave him a very entertaining notice. The guy had a choice on which award he wanted. After pondering his decision, the kid chose the real jackpot. Players who were able to survive the large-scale training received awards that matched their accomplishments. Same goes for the hero. Repeating something like this was simply impossible unless you knew battle strategy. Because of his influence, the training changed greatly. The kid knew that a reward would sometimes be different, but to get the whole 3 extra points was too much. The girl noticed he had the title of Excellent Hunter, a rank hung by player Renbull, and offered to watch the effects. The young man agreed to watch the effects alone. The guy was given a lot of experience points, effects, skills, and more. The kid didn't expect that even an Excellent Hunter was a good title with those skills. The boy remembered the terms of the promotion, a condition that was almost impossible to fulfill. He never thought it was possible to obtain such an astounding title. Though there were such thoughts in the guy's mind on such an occasion, even the system couldn't compare to the last award. The guy had a choice between 2 mergers that were quite entertaining. The thing is, the kid was able to fulfill all the prerequisites for the merger. Such a boy had only read a few entries, and those contained almost no useful information. Roughly speaking, there was a method of reinforcement that was rarely seen even among the best players. The kid didn't know much about such a thing, and he had a choice to make. The fusion of the 6th sense that the boy had gotten because of the troll was available, as well as an eye for cold-blooded observation from a beta test or training bonus, a great player. The boy decided to choose the second because it seemed to him extremely interesting. As soon as Renbol pressed it, he didn't know if it worked. Suddenly, the hero's organs literally started screaming for pain, which was accompanied by a large lung slide. The girl couldn't understand what happened to the hero being in a panic. The kid couldn't say a word because of the incredible pain. The system didn't warn the guy that the fusion would be accompanied by incredibly strong pain effects. The guy's heart was literally exploding from the effects, and there was a good chance of dying if his body couldn't take the strain. Sarah didn't know what to do, for the reason was unchanging to her. The kid was slowly losing consciousness, realizing he had to hold out no matter what it took. However, the pain was too much in relation to the hero. The kid would pass out in a heartbeat, but the system congratulated the guy on successfully applying the fusion. After a while, the young man was able to open his eyes, finding himself in a room unknown to him. Getting out of bed, the boy realized he was unconscious in a hospital in their town. The kid was surprised he could survive, though he thought he heard the alarm. The boy suddenly turned his gaze to his older sister, who was oohing and ahing behind him. The hero did not expect to meet his sister Nana, who was 24 years old at the time and was in the full bloom of life. The kid had forgotten that his sister was exactly the same age as the one in front of him. The girl couldn't believe that the kid had gone off to study and didn't come back until a week later. She was shocked that the boy didn't think at all about how worried she and his mother were about him. Being in a bad mood in front of her brother, she just walked out of the room, thanking the kid for surviving at least. The boy noticed that even in 10 years, his sister remained just as rude, but was quite happy to see her after all these years of his life. The girl was shocked, not understanding why it was worth it to make her so anxious. The hero really had no idea why his sister had such a reaction, though it was definitely clear to him how it ended when he passed out. The kid was able to hear his sister crying because of his ability, apologizing to her, not wanting to make her worry. The boy believed that this time, everything would be different, and his sister would never dream of going to the factory again. The hero believed he could help his mother. Meanwhile, the mother was greatly surprised at the trouble her son was in. The kid wanted to do everything he could to make their family complete, without making a single sacrifice, doing everything possible for his goal, to protect his family. Suddenly, Sarah burst into the hero's chamber. The young man didn't expect her to be taken away immediately after regaining consciousness. The girl started hugging the guy tightly, glad Renbol was okay. The boy was happy to see her too. Stroking her head, he was pleased to see Sarah alive and well. Going back in time 7 days of training, it's an event with terrible survivability that was remembered even 10 years later. A hell in which people with talent and luck showed up. The hero was able to become one of the survivors because of such criteria and his knack for strategy, gaining abilities he never imagined. A sudden portal was able to appear among ordinary people who didn't know what to expect from such a measurement into the overhead space. The kid knew exactly what he was going to be doing for the near future with his Sarah, trying to change the course of events through his own efforts. A whole month has passed since the greatest tragedy that took place in Chono. Among 150,000 people affected, only 5,000 could survive. At that time, the reporter said, there was an anomalous phenomenon, also known as learning, but the shock of those events has not yet subsided. Many people lived with great heartache because they lost their loved ones and neighbors. Before the release, the reporters only wanted to offer condolences to all the families. Moving on to the main program, they became aware of the direct date of the training incident. They were able to invite a special guest, a forgiven training that, even in hellish conditions, has guided and helped multitudes of people. The reporters invited Mr. Charlie. Asking questions, according to the survivors who met him, they played a key role in the incident. Goblin monsters or wolocks that did a lot of damage were killed by Mr. Charlie himself with his bare hands. After saving a large number of people who could have died, rumor has it the guy was even awarded the title of trained. The reporter was incredibly curious as to what answers Mr. Charlie could provide. The kid in the moment was just remembering that couple of people who were able to help a lot in time for the battle. The young man answered, honestly admitting with incredible luck, the hero of the training turned out not to be him, but only appropriated all the credit. They noticed modesty is called an excellent quality of a hero, especially for the society. As for him, everything is obvious. It was Charlie who was the hero of learning. The boy himself realized that this was not true, and it was no immodesty at all. In time for the battle, there was a boy and a girl on his way to help him. If you compare it to him, the kid turned out to be a player of a whole different level. Charlie himself would have died had it not been for the help of that true hero. The kid didn't know for sure, but he definitely assumed the hero had survived, had to. Charlie wanted to be sure to repay his savior for his help someday. The hero saw a small gate, which appeared quite recently, which led, according to his information from the past, to the underground of the station. The rest of the people tried to run away from the place where danger was brewing. The girl asked if they were really going to go in there. The gate could be used by the recommended number of people up to 7 people. And also the minimum level was a 10th. It all seemed pretty obvious to the guy. They were to go first, to an uncharted dimension, to gain even more experience in the future. Plenty of players have gone to a dungeon like this before. If they can find a way to mop up, it will become easier to detower. The young man asked if she remembered their plan of action. She said yes, and they went on their way. The administrator was uneasy with the recommendation of 7 people. She warned the player that it was a warning from a mid-ranking administrator. The manual said that 7 people should be taken into the dungeon, and it was already too dangerous for 2 of them to pass through. She asked the guy to leave immediately and come back with a group of people. The boys ignored her warning and followed their motives. The kid decided to remind the receptionist of their plan. He dared to remind himself that he could show his own game. Meanwhile, Charlie has returned home, announcing that he wants to step down as hero. The young man apologized for his decision, but he planned to take a different path. The old man said that their company was far from the weakest, and the selection was decent, but he had no right to force them to stay either. The boy realized how much the world had changed. Weak monsters like slime appeared even outside the dungeons. Player items have begun to be evaluated for quality and sale. People plan to run away from all the dangerous monsters. The guy stated that a gate like the one in Chano appeared. Administrator Charlie was pleased to catch the new dungeon opening the first dungeon after training. Neptune advised the guy why not go there, gathering his team of 7. The admin thought it was odd that only 2 people had logged in, but he thought it was funny asking Charlie to find 4 other people to go in there. The kid carefully read all the information about this dungeon. The girl was shocked to see for the first time a real dungeon. The boy asked her to watch her step. The young man was convinced that the dungeon of the village station was too dark a cavern, damp and cold. There will be no danger in the first half if it turns out to be true. Hero together, Sarah. We're able to achieve a lot. The guy did not even expect that the girl will have a level 15. She notices something interesting in front of her, the entrance of a divided road. The young man realized that their journey began from this place, near the crossroads of the 7 paths. Each of the 7 roads led to caves where items could be obtained, which is why it is recommended to take a minimum of 7 players. Then each player can go their own way, opening up a road of surmountable challenges for 7 players above level 10. The hero knew whatever path they chose. The odds of dying were very high for both of them. The receptionist watched them closely. The boy asked the girl to stay put. The boy set out on the trails alone. The sudden activation of the Nefera's road made the kid wonder how to move forward. A young man paying attention about the beginning of the Riddle Dungeon walkthrough. A similar dungeon, you had to clear each of them. If you were willing to go through the dungeon, each path contained a different reward. The main problem was when the player entered one of the paths, the difficulty was automatically set to a 7-man level. In other words, they will be forced to perform a 2-person performance that is designed for 7. However, it was not about the walkability. Since it was one of the first to open, even some secret strategies became a public achievement. Of course, in such cases, there were ways of mopping up with fewer people. It was enough for the hero to take advantage of the fact that a path of set difficulty was activated. For 7 paths, there was the complexity of 7 people. If 1 was the path, then the complexity of 7 was reduced to 1. In other words, the difficulty will decrease with each circle activated. The girl asked if the hero had finished his business. The kid said yes. The boy realized that so far, everything was going according to his strategy. The boys gathered outside a large building. People were wondering why they were summoned to the central square. The police asked ordinary citizens to stay away from the danger zone, but wanted to tell them the nature of the situation. They asked to follow evacuation instructions to save their lives. Charlie didn't understand why the gate to the dungeon was inside. The stranger strongly disliked what was going on around him, creating so much unnecessary noise. Police officers noticed a stranger who strongly resembled a monster, while the man standing with the loudspeaker asked to stop his behavior immediately, giving him a broadcast. But once they found out the guy could fly in the air, they wanted to ask him what his name was. Charlie realized that the man standing in front of them was not human. The kid turned out to be mid-ranking administrator Chris. However, if the admin was in a place like that, then there must have been a player nearby. The police asked again to comply immediately, and then they would not open fire. Suddenly, the commander fell silent, not understanding himself how this had happened. The administrator squeezed the guy tightly by the throat, asking what he would do in response. Chris asked, taking a chance on doing something. The cops asked to let their commander go or they would open fire, but the guy was interested to see this. By shooting him, they hoped to hit the monster. The boy didn't care at all about the bullets that couldn't penetrate his barrier, then fended off all the bullets that were flying at him against the police officers. Each of the men suffered just as much while wearing body armor, after which they were fried by the magic summoned by the administrator. The guy was incredibly amused to watch fools like the police who turned out to be noisy insects. Charlie watched on amazed at the strength of Chris's admin. Chris stated since he cleared the way, players should finally start the game moving into the dungeon, noticing the emerging star of a rather famous player not far away. Another player was happy to see his old acquaintance, whom he met for the first time in training. Charlie was a little panicked, for he remembered this man. The stranger was quite happy to meet Charlie, since it had been about a month since their last encounter. The boy didn't think that he would be able to cross paths with a trained master in a place like this. Charlie was also glad to meet John, realizing that the type could survive. The kid hadn't seen him since the goblin attack, but he still couldn't forget him. The young man had a whole bunch of monsters drenched in blood while others ran away. He, on the other hand, enjoyed the carnage. The player was scaring everyone else. He probably definitely had strong skills for sure. John noticed that Charlie had also come to the dungeon of the train station, as he did. Spotting a star like Charlie, a player of his level has surely noticed the changes in their world by now. Jokes that keep popping up, changing their reality more and more. John was curious as to what awaited them ahead, interesting opportunities they had never even dreamed of. The players would not have to let the moment sink in. The guy was interested in watching Charlie. They needed 7 people to go through the dungeon because that's what the receptionist had told them. The kid mentioned he only had 6 in his squad. It would be sweet news for John if Charlie joined them in asking what the guy himself thought about it. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the cave, large underground bulls have been discovered, which the boy will gladly make his experience, for the sake of pumping and rewards. Suddenly, the boys noticed some sort of obstacle to themselves, in the form of a huge bull that didn't mind fighting. The hero knew they had a lot to do, so he wanted to get it over with soon and move on. The young man ran straight at the creature to lower its vigilance in movement, cupping its horns in the process. The bulls didn't want to just give up, and the whole crowd ran at the hero. The boy moved through the monsters like a speedster without brakes. After riding one of the bulls, the kid would cut off the horns as trophies and then finish them off. The battle continued to be extremely dangerous. Fighting sub-home creatures, even a good player could easily get hurt by a large number of creatures. The young man naturally gained an extremely large amount of experience for each bull. The kid was incredibly happy when he was able to kill about 30 bulls with a small amount of time. The girl wondered how the young man could make such faster movements. The young man was even surprised because he did not notice something special in himself. But Sarah was shocked to hear such an answer. She didn't think that all players had such skills. At least other players hadn't seen such unique moves. She wanted to learn as well. The boy didn't know how to respond to something like that, since the administrator was probably curious too. The young man didn't want to rasp in front of her, advising Sarah to keep practicing. She was sure to succeed in the future. The girl didn't fully believe that practicing would definitely help, but the kid had advised her to start there. He told her that she would have to practice as if there was nothing to regret. If she followed such triggers, she could sooner or later. The girl was curious but completely uncomprehending. However, if Renbal himself said so, she would agree to follow his advice. Suddenly, she notices something bright and not too far away from her. The girl couldn't understand why the ring was levitating in the air. The boy was interested too. The system was not tied to such subjects. Reaching out for the treasure, he realized it was a ring that came before his assumptions. They were able to clear one of the paths completely, asking Sarah to go back to the second fork. The girl thought that they should mop up all the creatures because the kid would get a lot of experience from the creatures. She supposed killing bulls would be the same as with wolves, but the boy advised another time while they had time. The young man suspected that they were not alone in the dungeon. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the beginning of the cave, the guys in the other group were quite dedicated to surprising a new dungeon for the first time. John was curious about what the Seoul train station dungeon was like, whether it would be much different from the Tower D. To the guy, the place reminded him strongly of a training dungeon, asking Charlie if it reminded him of nostalgia. Charlie remembers the training, but nothing good came from that place in his mind. That time, killed more than 10 people under his leadership, and he lacked the strength to defeat the monster all because of his mistake. John strongly liked the reaction of a guy's misery pining for the little bugs, suggesting not to stick around since it would be safer to clean up quickly and leave. John's squad advanced ahead, hoping to find interesting creatures and rewards at the end of the journey. After a while, Charlie notices something interesting in the distance. Ahead of the squad were several passageways that split off in different directions. John seemed to need to pass in some strictly correct order, but notices also some glowing circles. The boy suggested checking the nearest passageway. The boys wanted to go to the first fork where Renbal had previously been. Meanwhile, he also managed to find another treasure of the fork. Dugo's necklace. The young man noticed how the treasure appeared much faster than the ring. Sarah understood, having found the necklace, they could go to the third fork. The boy agreed with her, but he liked that the girl understood on what principle they worked. She was still uncomfortable, though. She wanted to apologize before the hero, for she thought she was too slow in their progression of mopping up the dungeon. The girl noticed the young man fighting monsters more than once while she broke the horn of a bull alone. The boy had no problem breaking several already in the same amount of time. Sarah thought the hero was strong enough to go it alone, so she started thinking about what was in his way. The boy asked not to talk nonsense. Hadn't she ever seen him do something useless? The girl hadn't noticed such a thing, having gone through a long journey. The young man informed that he didn't care for her because she was a child. Let her realize that and they could poison themselves further. Walking not a long way to the next goal, Sarah notices how the bulls have turned purple in appearance, which have become level 14. She notices the bulls' sharp stare right at her, and then, in a strange way, the guards began to attack with their sharp horns. For the girl, they were not particularly dangerous because she was a tank of Renbull's squad. The boy wondered if it hurt, but she was not hurt, rather surprised. She couldn't understand how nature made monsters like this. Sarah saw a horn, a purple bull that could shoot them, essentially a way to long-range attack. The kid asked not to worry about them after all. The girl was completely immune to such things. The young man decided to leave the girl with the task of defeating the bulls, for she was their great tank. She couldn't understand if such tasks had started to be given to her after she complained of uselessness. The horns flew straight at the girl, who didn't know how to react to something like that. She tried to defend herself from the blows, but there were too many attacks that scared her. The young man remarked that she was perfectly capable of blocking blows. Living up to the guy's expectations, she asked not to say such a thing. The hero kept saying that the bull couldn't hurt her. Let her better use the provocation skill. Looking around, she had a good barrier that kept the creature's horns out. Bulls looked intently at the girl, pondering their future plans. After the provocation skill, the monsters became even more aggressive than before, attacking the girl even more persistently. Though the girl took absolutely no damage, she was afraid enough of such a thing to cover herself with her hand. Suddenly, the attacks stopped, and the girl couldn't understand why they had stopped. She notices how the bulls that just moments ago attacked her have fallen to the ground, being dead. The young man told me that purple bulls die if both enemies are shot, something similar in the bee situation. Also, the right thing for the guys has been on the ground for a while now. The kid got a Durantia bracelet. The kid has only 4 passes to visit. The girl assumed they should have gone into another passageway, but noticed that such bulls were much more likely to bring experience. The young man had already explained that there might be other players in the dungeon. For that reason, they should leave the monsters to the others. Then the hero will have a lot more time so that other players can't catch up with them. The man fought the bull in an attempt to stop it, periodically asking for help in the battle. Charlie couldn't stand to see the boy fail. So, taking a large amount of strength and energy in his fist, he taught the creature a good lesson. The guys from the squad were greatly surprised how the kid was able to knock out such a creature with a single blow, realizing why they valued a trained man who was on another level. John looked at the guy with rather unclear intentions. Picking up the bull's horns, notices how weak the creature's effectiveness was. Although the bridges were hard and heavy, they were only able to find the horn's weak spot thanks to the corpses that didn't have any. Such creatures didn't give much experience, and it was strange why such a poor reward from such a dungeon. John asked Charlie what he thought the reason was for the bulls giving so little experience. The young man agreed with his assumption. They hadn't come across anything worthwhile in that amount of time. It seemed strange to the guy, even for defeating all the bulls. They didn't give him anything. Beginning to assume something, the boy suggested not to think about such a thing and to go on his way. Coming to another passageway, the guys bump into the same creatures in the same way. The young man didn't understand why the other aisles had the same black bulls, being puzzled as to why the reward, experience, and eventually normal-level creatures weren't getting caught. The corpses without horns, too, made it hard to understand why there were so many of them. John suspected more and more wrongdoing, but Charlie wondered what the man was thinking. The squad leader was intensely curious as to how the dungeon had become so useless in its presence, especially why in dungeon training there were many rewards and titles. There was a possibility that a reward awaited them far ahead, or someone had gotten ahead of John by making him think of such a thing. The kid realized that there was an unlikely fact that there weren't some groups before them. Only the question was different. Who managed to clear the dungeon faster than Charlie? The boy could only make an assumption, not knowing who the other group was. If someone was ahead of him and already in the middle of a sweep, he should have rushed over there. Charlie notices some displeasure on John's part. The head suggested dealing with the bulls, and they will try another way, realizing that they must have been missing some things. Meanwhile, the boy found himself on the 6th Forked Road, the Victorian Road, where the bulls were still located. The two-man squad was very tired, dealing with a large number of creatures without stopping. The boy was able to get practically the last reward of a golden shield. The young man had hoped to give the key shield item to his tank, But the item's durability isn't that great to use as normal equipment. The girl realized that now they had all the items, and there was no need to rush. The kid agreed with her, getting the items Necklace of Athena from Fork 4 and Cudgel of Zenith from Fork 5. In addition, the item Victoria's Shield from Fork 6. The only thing left for them to do was to get the key item of the last path. The girl realized that after that they would be able to clear the dungeon. The young man agreed, for while it looked good, they should dare to find one last item. Passing the test, Renbel's group came to the last round of trials. The girl couldn't believe that after so much wasted time and effort, they were able to make it to the last one. Suddenly, Sarah felt a strange sensation, like they weren't alone. The girl notices that there was a group of people upstairs watching them. Sarah was quite right. The boy, being pumped up, wasn't immediately able to even notice them. The group couldn't believe they could really find the other players downstairs. Charlie was most surprised because after all this time, he was able to find the guy and girl who saved his life. The young man knew they would be caught up, but it turned out much earlier than the hero of expectations, realizing that they were probably newcomers. John couldn't believe his assumption that someone had really outdone their squad by taking the reward for themselves. He was curious to win the group over to his side so he could use them. The hero realized that before him stood a group that entered the dungeon after them, noticing among the usual strangers Charlie, who was somehow connected to them. The kid hadn't expected, frankly, to meet a hero in a place like this. The boy didn't understand what the contradiction was, but such a thing was not important to them. John walked up to our hero to greet his new friends who had also come to travel. They passed by the monsters that Renbel's group must have killed. The young man agreed with the assumptions, realizing he was back 10 years, so the boy looked younger. This guy was one of the most conniving people. Later on, there was an organization of evil players that would be known as the Nightmare. The Demon King's army, nor had enough strength to compete with the 8 heroes in the world. The evil they committed was often indescribable, with infamous ringleaders at the forefront. John was one of them, a self-proclaimed leader and maniac who was known for his viciousness. The young man knew he would meet one of them, but he had no idea how quickly such a thing would happen. The head praised how quickly the boy and girl had done, clearing the huge dungeon with just the 2 of them. The boy excused himself that they were both quite enough. The head saw that the results spoke for themselves. They had had time to look at their accomplished robot. Only the dungeon was recommended for 7 players. Didn't they need to recruit more people? The hero thought there was no point in saying much about such a thing. Charlie didn't understand what was wrong with the main starting to come to a rage. However, John was willing to offer a good deal, telling them that their group were pretty skilled players when compared to the other survivors of the training. For such a reason, the head offered to mop up the dungeon together since they were able to meet, hinting, this way it will be faster and safer for the hero. And at the end of the dungeon, they will be able to split the reward equally amongst themselves. The dungeon belonged to no one. On such an initiative, John hoped for a wise decision. The girl was quite unhappy with this decision, after all. They could mop up the dungeon themselves. The hero accepted the offer to join the group, but by presenting one small condition, the key item of the 7th path would have to be sold to him. They then began to mop up the dungeon as a group. Each kill gave good experience to the boy. The young man also watched how Charlie handled the creatures, along with John, who also had no problem destroying such creatures. The group announced that new bulls were approaching them and wanted to request support. The girl realized it was true that together they could get by faster, but something was bothering her about their collective. You could especially see how the boy moved much slower than usual, not as efficiently as before. She didn't understand what was wrong, why the hero used to handle everyone alone, but now he looked so exhausted. John was curious what trump card the hero was hiding if he was clearing paths so quickly but looked weak. His skills didn't look special. In the moment, the boy notices the key object that Renbel was talking about. The item was completely useless, almost nothing to give. Even the durability was below the baseboard. The young man asked if they were able to get the key. John agreed with him in surprise. He handed the guy the earrings, not understanding why he needed the old earrings. Renbel told them they were needed to complete the quest that the first players to enter the dungeon get. They were able to collect all the items and could complete the quest, adding that he sent the promised payment for his labor. John couldn't believe it when he got 500 coins, because to get that amount, you had to kill about 40 bulls. The boy realized that it looked like it would be even easier to rip off than previously thought. He was pleased to be dealing with Renbel with such a quick payment. John wanted to do his best to finish the dungeon. The hero was pleased with the suggestion to not waste then time and finish the quest. The boy asked if the group had heard that one should follow the hero, showing appreciation. She asked the guy if Renbel was okay. In turn, the guy didn't really understand what was wrong. The girl reported she found it strange that he was more tired than usual. The young man asked not to worry about him. The thing is, the kid didn't want to show his power in front of John. That guy, though, seemed like a normal kind person who wanted justice and stuff. Who was a level 16 possessing the age of 21? The boy was quite a treacherous person. The boy can see his disgusting intentions using his eyes perception, and it seems in the past he was exactly the same as 10 years ago. The guy was quite interested to see what kind of surprise would await at the end from such a person. How long can John pretend and not show his rotten self? The boy was able to get far enough along with the group. The young man was glad that the whole long journey would soon be over. They were able to reach the statue, which was located in Manda Square. The system warned players that Amanda's stone statue was beginning to open its eyes. The boy remembered that the square had appeared after they had cleared the 7 paths. It was also called the final destination. The name came about for a reason, because no one knew how to pass the Manda statue task. The statue asked who showed up to rouse him. Charlie had never seen the statue speak, but it said that only the worthy could stay. And if people stay, then they can't get away with it. Renbull couldn't allow himself to go so far as to end up wondering. The boy decided to speak out in front of the statue, maybe prove himself worthy. The guy's power was literally drilling into his body, starting to shine brightly. The statue was interested in such a statement about himself, realizing that such creatures had not been seen in a long time. The guy's eyes literally glowed, filled with complete determination to finish the whole thing. Statue advised the lad to live up to his expectation and prove how strong the young man's will is. A system appeared in front of the kid. Renbull realized that this was the very check from Mandra's statue. The guy should have passed the test to complete the dungeon. There would be punishment if he failed. The subject's heart will be destroyed. The boy realized that the first part of the test would not be as easy as it looked at first glance. The character assumed that giving key items to the statue had to be in the order of the forks. By applying the items, they turned into a brilliantly red ruby. Thus the boy turned all the objects, placing them in the right order. The objects appeared in the correct shape already on the statue itself. Then there was a huge rumble, after which the statue declared that the boy had proved worthy, asking him for an answer to his question. What's the name of the player who was able to pass such a test? A boy filled with terror combined with pride realized that such a thing was necessary for the guards themselves. An instructor once told me that Manda means the word ranch, roughly speaking. The statue of Mandra is the hunter of the ranch. The statue's mission used to be to tend the ranch. The owner has hidden something inside the dungeon, and the guard is waiting for his return. There was a hidden bounty in the dungeon, and should the newcomer have called his real name? The boy took such a thing into account and remembered such a thing as a student. The statue was intensely intrigued, waiting to see what answer the kid possessed. The young man replied that his master was the one who had given him a new life. The boy introduced himself by his real name, which is Rancher. Such an answer suddenly turned the statue's head. The group couldn't understand what the conversation was about, or why Renbull was saying such a thing. The girl also, like the others, didn't know how to react to something like this. The statue bowed to its new master, greeting him. The system congratulated the guy who was able to find out the correct answer by completing the hidden quest. The young man was happy that he could get the reward. The guards were quite interested in how the boy was able to find out such hidden information. The girl only began to admire her friend more until the rest of the group realized why the statue bowed before him. Charlie didn't know what was going on until the end, but is pleased that nothing bad happened, realizing that the hero is definitely special. The statue reported that all these items were entrusted to him. Because of the correct answer, he asked the host to please choose one of them. The system asked the boy to choose something of his choice: a mandra cuirass, a large mandra sword, mandra gauntlets. The boy realized that it would be much easier if he took something valuable, so he decided to choose a rather useful item. John was quite surprised to praise a guy who was able to snag a special award, deciding to congratulate him, though the kid didn't see anything and thought it was worth it for him to wait a bit. The hero agreed it would take a while, a minute or so. The head exhaled in relief. Everything appeared to be in order, suggesting that Renbull continue on to Renbull to sort things out further. The kid wanted to wait until the kid got his award, and then the whole group would have a little surprise. Renbull realized as soon as he took the item, there would be a small skirmish. The young man dared to use his eyes of perception. John checked with his grin, eyeing his prey. The girl who was in the hero's squad was an excellent hostage for a valuable item in the chapter's opinion. The guy was curious as to which way the girl would want to be used. The hero perfectly honored his gaze that was aiming for Sarah. The boy was able to reveal his true nature when he thought Renbull wasn't looking in his direction. The kid chose the gloves, to which the statue agreed to provide the gloves to the owner. The item proved to be really valuable. It gave resistance to poison, also protecting the wearer from many infections. Statue strongly hoped the gloves would be useful on his journey. The hero was really happy to get a great item in his inventory. Then suddenly a quest called 2 Paths was issued, a brand new quest that gave choice to the players. The boy knew this was the last crossroads. The dungeon raid was almost complete. The girl asked if it would be okay to go home afterwards. The kid informed me that they weren't done yet, advising me not to slack off and to stay close. Suddenly, just as the boys wanted to leave, the squad asked to wait for them. John was quite disappointed with Remble, who really doesn't count them as a team. The boy made excuses that looked like they needed to follow orders. They didn't agree to such rough methods after all. The head noticed that they should split into 2 teams, so he asked them to do it reasonably. The hero agreed and suggested that he and Sarah go the same way. John saw the loud smugness in Remble's words, not understanding why he was so sure that 2 would be enough. The kid understood that honoring confidence even in a new place was great. It could have ended badly, however. Charlie was at his wits' end. The young man noticed that John's words made sense, so asked how the chapter proposes to share. John suggested thinking about balanced groups. In their case, 2 groups of 3 and 4 people, suggesting that the lack of strength of the group of 3 could be covered by Charlie being trained. He also suggested that Charlie should be the leader of the band. However, Sarah joining the group of 4 will be their tank. John asked if there were any questions about this distribution. The girl, meanwhile, didn't want to move on to another group of strangers. The boy hugged the girl, replying that he didn't think it would be a good idea to split up an already good team of 2. For such a reason, the hero had not the slightest desire to agree. John had a hard time understanding such a response. However, the young man was not going to convince them. This one was his decision. The hero revealed that Sarah is like a little sister to him, so he's not going to let her go until they clear the dungeon. The head was intensely curious as to whether the boys would be together until the very end. Now the guy was wondering where all this confidence was coming from. John suggests that perhaps the hero has gotten information and help from the Guardian. The young man decided to lie, agreeing with him, realizing that let him think so. His information was from the future. Some guards were just now an interested source of his knowledge. The hero knew that the wordless jerks could themselves give some information if were so interested. An incident like this explained everything about why Renble was so confident. So they wouldn't take Sarah with them. John advised that Charlie had better go with the hero, because that way everyone would be okay. On such an occasion, the lad had no objection. Charlie agrees to go along with Hero. They meet after the sweep at the end. John realized that either way, Charlie would deal with them. Wishing them luck, they split up. The boys came to a lonely place that was accompanied by brightly colored torches. Sarah asked if they really had enough to go on until the end. Once Charlie was alone with the hero, he immediately asked if the hero was the man who killed the troll. Those who appeared on the 2nd floor of E and fought the powerful creature, he thought they had met even before, next to the wolves. Charlie had managed to recognize the young man in just a couple of encounters, but he had always been with the kid. They hadn't said anything to him. So he thought he might have mistaken him, but now he was sure. The hero was surprised something managed to recognize him, agreed with his thoughts, however did not understand why he remembered it. The boy admitted that he wanted to thank him, expressing great gratitude for the rescue. Renble was quite surprised to see such open gratitude. Charlie wanted to come clean about Renble turning out to be his hero. He would have died by now if he hadn't led the troll away with him. Although at that moment Renble just wanted to run away to survive, the boy was surprised that they were able to meet so quickly. For such a reason, he will never forget this favor, asking to be given the opportunity to repay, to do whatever it takes to help. The hero was quite happy to hear such a thing, just not from the Fist King. However, accepted Charlie, memorizing his words. Charlie thanked Master Renble, asking if he could be called that. The kid asked why so high. They were the same age after all. As the guys chatted about what they would call each other, it seemed to the girl that Charlie was different from that group. Altogether, the boys traveled further into the depths of the strange place. After a while, they were able to get to where they needed to be. Finding the dungeon-clearing crystal in front of him, the kid had assumed even earlier that the crystal would turn out to be intact, and there was nothing he could do about it. The boy asked his troop to sit down and rest. On the way, the guys, there is one tedious task waiting for them. They couldn't understand, but why rest right now? The young man told them that the temporary safe zone was still working and everything was fine. The hero knew that the boys could deal with the crystal later, but for now they should build up their strength before attacking. The boy wished Master Renble would call him you, the boy wondered. The King of Fists had always been like that. The girl wondered if she was Renble's little sister, what she should call him. Charlie offered to call him whatever she wanted to call him. The girl hadn't expected that. She decided to settle on Charlie. Hero had a hard time ever getting used to being socialized like that. The kids made up all sorts of funny nicknames for each other. The young man asked Sarah for a hot drink. She thanked him. Charlie wanted to ask if destroying this crystal should tire them out so much, assuming it would be hard to clean up. The kid said, the sweep of this crystal was directly related to the sweep of the entire dungeon. Since it was the final battle, there might be traps waiting for them. More specifically, they have to be ready for anything. A few problems will appear in the squad's path. The young man poisoned himself and his troop there. Of course, the other squad was also able to get the job done. The system notified that more than 5 players were able to join. After that, the safe zone disappeared. The kid ordered his squad to stand up. They would be seen fighting another squad. The boys traveled the same path as the hero's squad. John couldn't wait to get all the awards for himself. He was also wondering why the first squad still hadn't cleared this path. The boy realized that the hero is actually a weakling. Thought he would cope much faster because he was so confident. But the outcome disappointed the guy. Renbull could let him be disappointed all he wanted, but he was waiting for him. Also assumed the head would put on a similar show. It annoyed John a lot, the boy acting like a know-it-all every time. Realizing that Renbull was stupid to the very end, the boys crossed their blades in front of each other. The boy asked to show him a modicum of modesty if he knew he was going to die from it. The young man asked if the head was sure of his own words. John continued to attack the hero. Tom didn't have as much trouble fighting him as he did with goblins, for example. But there was Renbull wondering what skills such people possessed. John wondered what had happened to the guy's face where his confidence had gone. The head couldn't believe that a hero, throwing around such buzzwords, would only block and dodge attacks. In fact, Renbull wanted to find the right moment to counterattack. This chance came up just to fend off the attack. John found Renbull rather pathetic, each time asking for a revelation of his powers, provoking the hero. The guys standing around were very worried about Renbull. John, meanwhile, asked if the guys had any time to be distracted. Charlie didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, though he couldn't understand why the other guys didn't attack. But now that they showed themselves, it was clear. The stranger didn't expect evasion, though he asked not to justify his strength. The guys knew that against a whole group, the fools wouldn't last 5 minutes. They hadn't done something like this in about a month. They wanted to have fun badly. They thought to keep the guy alive, if he gave up the girl, Charlie, though he could swing his arms well. But against their group, he didn't stand a chance. The boy concentrated with his thoughts. John was getting bored if the hero kept only defending himself, asking if he had any more tricks. The head knew very well that against monsters, maybe they were on the same level. But in battles with other players, the hero will be worthless. The kid realized that Renbull was very unlucky to be up against him, for he had ways of countering the players. Meanwhile, the hero wasn't paying much attention. Realizing that the boy's shadow attack hadn't been mastered, no big deal. John let the guy keep showing off. It would make it easier for him to finish off the hero. The young man wanted to ask one last question. The head would still try to kill them if he didn't hand over Sarah. The boy could have just let the guy go, but now he wants to kill her and take her for himself. The boy stood still without even blinking an eye, and then with a regular thermos, punched the guy in the stomach who was so eager to pick a fight. Renbull asked him to memorize his words well. What happens next? What happens to John? That result will be solely at his judgment. An hour earlier, before the skirmish with the second group, Archer asked if they wouldn't go in there. The admin had blocked the entrance to the dungeon after all, and now they should clear it out. Greenhouse explained that they could no longer continue with this performance. John wanted badly to rip the hero's head off and take the child with him. The subordinates suggested attacking in that case as soon as they were done. The head realized if it took a long time, they would take themselves. Besides, Renbull and his squad would be more tired. John knew the hero couldn't do anything while tired, no matter how much he thought he was tough. The servant asked what would be done with Charlie, who could fight a rather dangerous opponent. The head watched the battle with the monsters and realized that was his limit. The characteristics weren't much better than theirs. For that reason, John asked not to worry, asking only to hold off while he dealt with the hero. The truth is, it wasn't what the boy expected. Renbull could fight with no problem even with one hand. The squad leader couldn't understand what was wrong, why the guy's fighting style had changed. Characteristics, style, look, absolutely everything has changed. The guys couldn't believe how this could happen, determined to shoot the hero. Charlie tried to stop the archer. The boy attacking him was not going to let him be ignored. The kid already thought he was going to be finished, because it was incredibly hard to dodge. Sarah was able to bail Charlie out by activating the Platinum Shield skill. The girl asked Charlie to hurry up. The young man thanked for the rescue, and then used a powerful fist on John's subordinate. The impact was incredibly strong. The kid asked to be sorted out quickly and get back to them. The boy was able to aim properly and fired a shot at his target. The kid in the moment kept fighting. Every hit from the hero was amazing. Renbull felt the trajectory of each attack. The battle made John very angry, not understanding why things happened this way. Charlie couldn't believe his own eyes. The archer had no idea how the hero was able to dodge an arrow flying from a blind spot. The boy was the main pillar of all of their group's surprise attacks. In some ways, the emphasized one was more dangerous. Jonah himself can help from a great distance. Only problem is that an archer needs someone to protect him. The kid called Charlie a bad word, which made him even angrier. The young man revealed that he wasn't the one trying to kidnap the little girl here in the first place. Archer asked not to come any closer by any means. John couldn't understand how his amazing plan failed in a matter of minutes. He had no idea about something like this. He didn't want it to end like this. The chapter had not even the slightest thought of them failing so low. John's squad should have won, but the kid didn't realize where exactly he had miscalculated. John had seen the boy fight with his own eyes, and he wasn't as skillful and looked like he was at level 10. But in the moment, the character became much stronger than Charlie himself. John wanted to try to calm down, to find an opportunity to counterattack. The boy thought he might be stronger by characteristics, but he didn't have the skills, realizing that carelessness sometimes leads to bad consequences. John wanted to use his skill on the hero now, but he just poured tea on him. The young man couldn't understand why Remble had waterboarded him. Not realizing what an absurd attack this was, the head was shocked to learn that the boy had been holding the thermos all this time for something like this. The kid asked the hero if he was squirming. Remble reported that not at all. How could the kid think such a thing? Asking the better chapter to turn around. Turning his head back a little, the guy was scared. Not for nothing, there was a huge paw behind her back as she made her way through the wall. A huge bee came out of the wall, hunting for the scent from the tea. Behind her, more of the same bees that had managed to find the sweet scent were already flying by. John was doused with tea, which strongly attracted the bees to him. The kid realized things were going terribly wrong for him. The servants couldn't understand where so many bees in the neighborhood came from. They screamed in outrage at where the monster bees came from in the first place. Archer, after what happened, didn't even realize what was happening. But the bees gave a bonus on the spread by stinging him right in the back. John tried to push all these creatures away. However, he was not doing a good job. Plowing one way, the monsters surrounded the other. The hero knew of bees that are sensitive to sweet odor. Honey water is enough to cause a reaction. There was a raid event happening on 2 tracks. One was a bee attack. Despite the name of the raid, dealing with them isn't easy. It would take an individual level in the neighborhood of 18th, not very big. But due to attacking in packs of thousands of individuals, if there is no one in the group with fire attacks, it is best to avoid them. There was only one strategy for something like this. The boy ordered a quick lie down on the ground. The bees flew and attacked in flight as well. But if you duck during a bee attack, those will consider not touching a lying target. With this tactic, you can gain an advantage, because they don't notice targets that are below a certain height. The pain of even one venomous sting, unspeakable to any being. All the bees literally flew to John, who was beyond saving. The hero only had to watch as the flying monsters poisoned the head of the group of idiots. After the attack, it was all over. The boy exhaled a sigh of relief at the end of such distress. Looking at John, it only occurred to the young man, if one is willing to kill others, one must be willing to die himself. The kid didn't feel sorry for him, for John himself was responsible for this outcome. The system was able to detect the RK murder. It gave a bunch of interesting skills, effects, title, and stuff like that. Boy, don't understand why the system writes that eye perception is a new ability. It's too weird to get that at a low level. The guy was familiar with this kind of ability, sure. The condition is forced to respond to attacks, but in return, reinforcements are given to help fight players. In the days of the hero, such an ability was not uncommon, which greatly exposed the player in PvP. Even civil servants knew about it. But why then such an ability was hidden? In this case, a large number of things explain his background. Charlie turned to the guy. The boy thought the hero was not to blame for what happened. After all, he would have done the same thing. The guys in that group were not worthy of life. The guys made excuses for the hero that he wasn't guilty of something like this, even though he wasn't going to make excuses. It was unexpected to see how they thought Young blamed himself for what had happened, trying to comfort him. The hero asked not to be bothered, for he honors nothing good. After all, it would have been a strange decision to let the people who wanted to kill them go, otherwise leading to their doom. On such an occasion, the hero absolutely does not regret his decision, saying that it's better to be a killer than to let yourself be killed. The system found that the woman with the chains praised the guy and wanted to even give the guy a reward. The hero marveled at the strong emotions. But this situation didn't shock him much, even without their support. The boy began to notice that he was taking things more carelessly than usual, realizing the change had affected him quite a bit. Meanwhile, down the long aisle, a crystal that was in a safe enough form was the last test the boy had to complete in the dungeon. The young man was already at the ready to finish clearing the dungeon. He should have just destroyed the crystals of the 2 paths. For some reason, the crystal began to emit some strange energy. The system investigated and reported that the crystal was not happy about the player's presence. The eyes of perception detected great danger in further events. The boy asked the boys to move away from the crystal to a safe distance. The girl felt strongly for the boy asking how he was. The boy wanted to deal with it. The hero asked not to worry about him. The boy was preparing measures against the crystal's poisonous gas. He took the gloves as a reward due to the increase in resistance to the Yalas, even though they are weak. The kid realized that something like this wouldn't be enough to completely neutralize the effect. The young man immediately needed to destroy the crystal before the effect became too strong. Slowly, the boy walked through the noxious vapor. The haze was getting denser each time. The young man stopped seeing with his eyes, not realizing what was in front of him. The boy was at the breaking point because he couldn't hold his breath anymore. Eyes hooking resistance, he began to honor the grave danger. The young man had no idea where he was, where the crystal was. But gathering all the strength he had left, the boy was able to locate the crystal and embed his blow into it. Meanwhile, the fog was getting thicker each time. Charlie didn't understand why Master Renbull was getting so close. Gradually, the system noticed how the effects of the poison were slowly beginning to neutralize. The young man was incredibly tired after such an adventure with the crystal. The guy standing nearby noticed that the boy has nothing left but a bare arm. The kid had a much harder time with his expectations, however. He managed to get through them. The boy managed to finish with the crystal. Also, the guardian devil was disappointed. The hero realized that the guardian probably wanted to humble him. Charlie didn't understand how the wizard had destroyed the crystal, for he couldn't see anything. The young man asked if Charlie remembered the stings of the bees they had obtained earlier. They were the ones that helped neutralize the poison. The boy was wondering how the hero knew they would be able to help. The young man was able to find out by reading the description of the item. Charlie couldn't believe it. Mester had really decided to take a chance. Hoping only for a description, the young man agreed, because it was actually the strategy of the great explorer Jackson. While the guys were admiring the kid asked to follow along. They could handle one, so the second one shouldn't be any harder, though the administrator was curious as to where the guy's risks would lead. Watching the young man, he slowly approached the crystal. The administrator was surprised that the boy had managed to use the bees to not only get rid of John, also managing to get the neutralizer of the poison. The channel was already full of interested guards. The hero's strategy was obvious that she had nothing to even explain. The boy continued to work hard to secure a cure for his mom in the future. The young man approached the crystal, encircling it again with his glove to seal it as well. The hero decided to seal with his chain technique, which worked effectively in such cases. The administrator flew closer to the guy, coming out of invisible mode. The boy found her with his keen eye. Cecilia reported the dungeon reward being handed out. The boy suspected it must be something special if even she had come to personally hand it out. The administrator agreed, wanting to bestow bonus characterization points that would be credited to all players in the group that passed the dungeon. The player could choose on his own the personal reward he deemed appropriate. The hero remembered that after the first sweep, one or more rewards could be chosen. The boy thought about what was the most meaningful reward for him out of all the others. The choice was gold, direct enrichment, but it wasn't easy to cash in. Reasoning logically, the kid knew 3.75 kilograms of gold, exactly around 200 million won. The amount wasn't very large when compared to the future dungeon. A normal person would choose gold without a doubt. The amount of money the kid is talking about is not even a medal. Once upon a time in the early stages, players' rights were not protected by laws, so players had to give a substantial portion of what they found to the government. The hero remembered even gold was confiscated because it was an object from the unknown world, which could carry danger. It sounded unfair, but it was something to live with. The young man could be very lucky unless the state took everything away when it tried to rob him, in which case, the kid thought it was worth refusing. The boy decided to opt for a Type B recovery elixir. The guards were quite intrigued by the guy's choice. After the whole dungeon adventure, it was time for the boys to return to the normal world. After the incident, the kid was riding along with his Stestra on the bus. The girl interjected why the boy wanted them to move. For the most part, was curious where the guy got so much money. The young man said that he saved not much and totaled about 100 million. My sister couldn't believe what my brother said, thinking he was a drunk and crazy fool. The boy could understand the girl's doubt. 100 million wasn't just a lot. Their whole family had never had that much. The elixir the boy was able to choose was quite effective against a special physical disease. He took it and went to meet a man, which is what Renbull had done in his past. That man was rich enough to pay a large sum for the item and was suffering from a disease that this elixir could cure. The buyer was able to meet two conditions. Renbull managed to get about 1 billion won. The old man reached out his hand to the object. The boy realized if everything happened like last time, the deal would be successful. Such a method was supposed to yield not only money, but also connections to influential people. My sister looked at the phone with quite a bit of surprise. The young man asked why she was so focused on something interesting, but the girl did not agree, because she was just watching the news. And there was the chairman of Sunshin. It seemed to the girl that the old man's son was foxy. His sister couldn't believe how realistic the wig was. But the hero knew it wasn't a wig at all. It was real hair. The boy had seen for himself how they had grown after taking the elixir, another name for the most effective remedy for baldness. Although it talks about recovery, it was just a hair loss medicine. However, the man who himself built the giant Xiangshan corporation from scratch, surprised with his potential for investment. The kid only asked for 100 million in cash and special request housing. The gentleman also agreed to help with the adoption of Sari, the further fate of which was covered with darkness. The mother of the hero immediately realized that this is a smart and cheerful girl, so agreed. The young man offered to move, in fact, managed to buy a new house, pointing out the advantages that the family will be able to live in a good place, less stressed with work. The girl still did not believe but agreed. Suddenly, a dungeon appeared somewhere in the city. The boy also remarked that everyone had better get home early this afternoon. The portal was filling up with not a lot of people, which was getting more and more, but no one noticed the portal except the players. Just when the kid wanted to suggest his sister to have dinner as a family, he was greatly surprised by a sudden portal, which was quite large, which meant about the large availability of strong creatures and rewards. The boy couldn't believe he had discovered a new gate in front of him, almost immediately opened after the previous one. The young man begins to notice some person standing nearby the dangerous portal. The girl turned out to be Alice. The boy understood that at this time, only one gate could appear near the area. The first public sweep of the dungeon of Emperor Tricius Sword Emperor, which was described very briefly. The records of which dungeon remained, not because it was somehow special. Alice, Empress of Swords, is the strongest PvP player that passed it first. The hero approached the girl, asking if she was going to go there alone. She was surprised because the boy also saw the portal. The young man agreed with her, reporting that he is also a player. So he seized the gate, once the hero could not find information about her in 2028. But the lively and cute atmosphere was different from the two-faced assassin called. Alice was glad to meet the player, so she became curious if the kid knew anything about the things before them. The boy explained that this thing was called a gate, from which monsters would come, if the dungeon wasn't cleaned up in time. The girl remembered that the administrator had mentioned something similar. The young man knew it hadn't happened yet because the other dungeons had already been cleared, but even trained past spoke of the possibility of a breakthrough, so it had to be true. The girl remembered the same guy. The hero knew that at this time, there had been no breakthroughs yet, for he was able to use his knowledge to sweep the gate as soon as he appeared. The Sol Station dungeon has been breached several times in the past, with many players giving their lives to understand the strategy of mopping it up. The kid was able to change everything because of his intervention, but then there will be a huge number of gates that even he won't be able to clear. The boy wondered if the girl wanted to go in. She doubted her strength, because even the trained was hard. The boy explained that it would be fine, she could even beat him in PvP. Renbal suggested forming a band. The girl didn't expect him to invite her. She wanted to ask what level the boy was. The boy answered honestly that he was currently level 19. The girl didn't expect that she wasn't the only one. She was also able to mine level 19, not realizing how she had grown so fast. Alice asked the guy to wait. Now she wanted to try and invite him to the group. She wondered how old Renbol was, though it was an unexpected question for him. The boy was 20 years old. The girl could not believe it because she thought the boy seemed older. However, mentally the guy was 30 years old, but his body was younger. Alice asked then to communicate without formalities because they were the same age. The boy asked to discuss about it after the dungeon. However, she asked him to remove the formalities. The girl has no doubt that they will definitely survive. The hero didn't expect to manage to stumble upon the gate on his way back from Sunshin. For a guy, this was the perfect opportunity to see the dungeon that the Sword Empress went through right after training. Nora was able to get to her brother after he left her alone, but couldn't believe where the guy had just disappeared to. The boy noticed how they got into some tunnel. The passage was unsealed and it was hardly impossible to escape. If even the girl was able to go through the dungeon alone after training, it shouldn't have been difficult. The young man begins to notice monsters in front of him. Rabbits that were level 20. But for a hero, such a creature was quite amazing. The girl notices that the creatures are so big just like boss monsters, but didn't look strong at all. The boy knows the rabbits didn't have much power. Unlike the players, the danger level of the monsters is lighter. But the rabbits are hardly threatening, not as aggressive. The main feature of the rabbits was running at high speed if danger was spotted. Then they run away when they smell danger, so they should be better off killing in one hit if possible, asking if the girl can handle it. Alice was confident in her abilities, for she had just the right skill. The young man remembered that the girl had the skill of killing with a single blow, a skill that the Sword Empress was famous for. She started attacking the running rabbits, which were pretty darn fast for regular players. The girl managed to hit one of the creatures. The kid notices a unique ability in the girl, not thinking that she would learn to use such a skill so quickly. The atmosphere of the battle changed drastically immediately after the battle began. A moment ago, Alice looked like an ordinary student, however, in time for the battle. Looked like the fight fanatic she would be in 10 years. Speaking of which, Young remembered that beyond such a gate would be rabbits, despite their cognition. The rabbit was problematic to kill because of its speed, but the attack and defense are weaker monsters that are known among players for one feature. The kid realized he could get his hands on that item if he was lucky. The girl was curious if the hero had ever been in such a dungeon before. The boy replied that no, it was the first time he had been in such a dungeon. Alice thought it was strange how the guy quickly disposed of the monsters, not realizing that they thought to do without formalities. The girl was uncomfortable speaking politely, for that reason asking Renbol to watch her. The boy knows a lot about the gate. During the hunt, she was finally convinced of it, only she doesn't understand how he got so much information. The kid was actually studying daily, and advised to study well to know more. Alice, mewling, couldn't believe the boy really thought she'd be satisfied with that answer. Suddenly, the girl notices a pack of new monsters. The boy offered to talk when they could sort them out. She agreed. Among the items dropping from the rabbits, there was an item that helps beat the growth limit at levels 30 to 40. The boy realized, of course, it would be foolish to expect him to lunge for 1 or 2 kills. For such a reason, the boy won't leave until he gets him. The administrator watched the guy, thinking what a determined player she had gotten. The stranger praised the Remball player for his persistence in dropping off items. The other receptionist was glad that Senia was live streaming the girl following the hero, agreed over Roa's assumption. She really didn't realize, if the guy was exactly level 19, there weren't many players who could keep up with Alice. But after trying to see the status, the admin didn't understand why it wasn't working. Senia reported that the hero had customized permissions to view personal information. Not only closed the status window, even removed the name from the player ranking table. Roa couldn't believe how the boy even knew about it. They hadn't talked about it, asking if she had blabbed it all out. Although the girl didn't give anything like that according to the rules, it seemed strange to the other admin. Why hide such a good status? The administrator suspects that the boy's making a good income, so she asked for permission to broadcast the character. Senia told me that such a thing was impossible. The girl made an inclusive contract with the player. Another administrator was shocked because such a thing can be done only 3 times, not understanding why to do such a thing. The administrator asked me to mind my own business. The boy continued to train hard, killing a large number of creatures. The sudden notification of receiving the item made the guy stop fighting. The young man was able to get his hands on a quality iron sword. For such a reason, the boy asked Alice to take the sword for herself, asking Alice to use this sword if it was better than hers. The girl didn't expect the kid was going to give it up. The young man stated that he had seen how well she treated them. She would gladly take it, thanking the guy. Informed that the next item that fell out to her would go to a guy, he agreed to such a thing. The young man didn't need a weapon. He already had a general idea of the monsters that would appear in 10 years. His weapon would be enough. On such an occasion, a quality iron sword was able to give away, but he didn't realize how many more creatures he could see himself killing. The hero hoped for the item to drop off before they reached the monster revival limit. The sudden words spurred the system to issue another item to the guy's inventory. The boy finally got the best reward one could get in a dungeon. The young man fell a ring of absorbing health. The boy suddenly notices a situation of interest near him. Next to it was a crystal that worked in a similar way that was in the past dungeons. Only for the guy, it came as a surprise for the sweep crystal to appear so quickly. Usually the crystal doesn't appear so quickly, but this time, the guys were incredibly lucky. It would be enough for the guy to kill a small number of monsters, but not all the gates were so easy. It became clear to the guy why the girl was able to pass them alone. Alice asked something was wrong. The kid asked to discuss the topic later. Right now, they should have been better off with the rabbits. The young man was able to get his hands on the ring. But it wasn't enough. The only piece of equipment that could be unrestricted to one. The guy had at least 9 more fingers to go. It was too early for him to stop. The hero knew it might take a few hours to farm, but his goal was to collect absolutely everything. The girl was starting to find it odd how good her partner was at combat. Renbol was killing monster rabbits at almost the same speed as her. On top of that, the guy has a large amount of knowledge, as if he's been to similar gates before. Alice, while fighting monsters, wondered only one question: who is Renbol really? The system informed players that rabbits would no longer appear due to the limit. She thought they would get out of the dungeon if they killed enough rabbits, even though they had spent several hours. The girl didn't know what to do, but in a moment the boy offered to come out of the dungeon. Alice couldn't see anything. I don't know if they were going in the right direction for the exit, but something made the girl stop where she was. A crystal that was destroyed in a matter of seconds. The system congratulated the guys who managed to get through the dungeon. The hero considered it a sufficient success to get a lot of interesting artifacts, although unlike a normal dungeon, in the gate will not be possible to exit again after closing. However, the boy managed to collect 8 rings, Killing to the last limit of monsters was the right decision. But the guards gave rest to the guy who had suffered. They got bored of watching, and many left the canal. Of course, it was boring to watch such a hunt for a few hours, but they must have realized how valuable these items were. It took the guy tons of time to do something like this. Now all that's left is to come up with an excuse for his sister. The boy went outside in utter confusion. Alice looked around, marveling at the amazing things. The gate through which the boys entered was different in some way. The administrator appeared in front of the guy and then greeted all the guards who had logged onto her channel. She reported that the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain had requested the installation of the PvP zone, so she was happy to reveal that it was open from now on. The boy remembered the girl administrator Roa leading the broadcast, an administrator like Senia, but a fairy. The girl reported that they have two people who are attracting attention, a brilliant swordswoman as well as an unknown player who was able to impress with his knowledge and intuition. And also in the PvP zone, it was impossible to die, because the damage received will disappear after the end of the fight. The administrator asked the guards to vote for the player they believe will win. The young man noticed how skillfully this administrator could manage the attention of the guards, which was why he would become one of the most popular mid-rank administrators. On the other side is a presenter who lacks even simple conversational skills. The girl couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Alice wondered if they were sure they wouldn't die in battle. The young man knew that even in the worst-case scenario, any wounds would be healed after disabling the PvP zone. Truth be told, the boy was a bit shocked, for he didn't think he would be offered to fight in PvP when he didn't even have guards on his side. The guards were quite intrigued by the young man. Some even wanted to put a preference on him. The fairy couldn't believe that the boy didn't know about the guardian's choice. But looking at his administrator, it was clear that she hadn't told him anything. It's not her problem anyway, so they didn't want to interfere. But that didn't mean the duel would be canceled at all, deciding to announce the start of the PvP battle. The presenter asked the audience to support the chosen players and wish them victory, but the hero asked to wait a bit because he wanted to discuss something before the start. The administrator didn't understand what the matter was. The boy wanted to betray the guard who requested the PvP zone, wanting to say a few words to the true master of Heavenly Demon Mountain, having remitted that whether such a noble guardian would encourage treachery, to ask without any justification to slaughter the comrade with whom he had fought crying to his shoulder. The guy was prompted by the name, this guardian with millions of followers. The one who climbed to the top, a heavenly demon. Already in the future, he wants to be Alice's guardian. The guard's character was no better than the Lion King, a belligerent maniac who considers himself a warrior, so he doesn't insist on bravery alone. A pure fighter who stands against injustice, betrayal, and cowardice. That one was so arrogant, sure to react to a guy's words. The young man notices some interesting change in his system, which grants a temporary skill, killing with one hit. The girl couldn't believe it for the boy to get it too. The hero understood that the guardian wanted to compare their skills. But even with that skill, the boy wasn't sure of his victory. The guard thought the guy was weak, because also, such a trivial skill is absent. This proud warrior thought that everyone who he does not personally teach is weak. The kid had no idea that they would have to fight right after the gate was cleared. And it was interesting to know the winner. Glad even the guys were able to give out the skill. The girl was also interested in such a thought. The kid didn't get the point. Alice reported that she was wondering which one of them would win at the end. The boy in the dungeon had given her his blade, under the pretense that she would make better use of it. She, during the time they spent together, also managed to notice how much more unusual the hero was than the warrior, who dispersed the monsters almost as quickly. And on top of such skills, the kid had knowledge of the gate, the inner workings. The kid managed to show her how to get out of there. Even though the dungeon was incredibly dark, she wondered if it was knowledge or vision. Simply put, Alice wondered how far the boy could go if he fought seriously. The possibility of getting the same skills makes her test their skills. The boy had agreed to the battle. Now the boy was sure the girl was suited for this guard, advising her to take her chances at her own risk. The guys are focused on the fight that's going to start any second now. The girl decided to attack first. Her patience to find out what the boy was capable of was extremely stormy. The boy prepared to catch the girl at the slightest mistake. The guys were quite confident in their abilities, looking at each other. The young man dared to activate his eyes perception. The boy managed to fend off the girl's blow while continuing to stay on his feet. The boy literally read every future move in front of him. His eyes allowed him to literally read the future. The function of the eyes was similar like Sasuke's from the anime Naruto. Then the girl wanted to strike from the top. The girl observed suspicious movements in the guy. The boy was always aiming for the neck and nowhere else. The administrator was in great shock to see such a thing. She couldn't believe there was such a high-ranked battle at low levels. The hero, though, he could anticipate her attacks with his perception eye. But specifically in battle, he can't counterattack. In the matter of sword techniques, the boy's far behind. Young had better try harder to land a strike. The guy didn't have many trump cards left against Alice. The hero fought the girl, gradually backing away. The girl wasn't going to wonder, but realizing why the boy was stepping back there was no guessing. As she fought, Alice realized that the boy had no training in swordsmanship, but looking at the lack of training, was able to notice a great flair. If so, it will become much more serious. The boy did not realize what they were doing before. The girl said that she was holding back a little. They wouldn't die, but they would feel the pain of the wounds. The hero realized the girl was just gathering skill information. To her, it looks like they are about the same level of characteristics. It was important for the guy not to miss her funeral punch. The young man continued to block punches and dodge. A moment occurred that the boy had not expected to feel. The boy noticed when the girl wanted to use her crowning blow. The guy should have been more careful in the moment not to miss. Alice threw maximum force into the sword strike, which turned out to be stuck right into a tree. The girl couldn't believe it, but the boy was actually hiding his traveling speed. The young man wanted to end this stupid fight once and for all. Alyssa was the losing player in the competition for the title of best player. She had no idea things would turn against her like this. The hero asked her to admit defeat, for he had won. The girl, embarrassed by the surprise, accepted his victory. The system announced the winner of Renball, who managed to defeat the player Alice in the first battle of the first zone. The boy had no idea there were multiple zones. The young man managed to get his title first opponent, which gave incredible effects. The kid realized how the boy had managed to defeat her by using instantaneous movement, a skill that allows you to approach your opponent at unrealistic speeds. The hero knew a powerful movement technique that didn't consume mana. There were many rumors as to how the Empress of the Sword had gotten to the Empress of the Sword, seemingly for winning the first P5P zone. The girl was curious about what the kid was thinking about. You have to proudly stick out your chest when you win. The kid wondered if stealing her skill could be considered stealing her skill. But it all happened by accident, and the kid won honestly. The guards were greatly surprised by the guy's victory. The 4 guards watched with genuine interest. This way they want to leave a good impression by leaving gifts. The hero notices how the guardian continues to hate him, but somehow still logs on to the channel. The girl assumed about the end of the fight. The young man noticed how his wound was able to heal. The girl asked not to disperse so quickly. She was going to ask to write down her number and take it. The hero was wondering why, but the girl wanted to try to meet somehow again. And there was also a reason that Alice liked the boy a lot. The boy hadn't expected such directness. The young man discovered the danger with his perception skill. The guy had to take a threat from his sister, who was quite furious with her brother. The young man didn't expect to meet his sister, but Haru wanted to beat up Renball already. She started insulting the hero, not understanding why he didn't say anything to her. Vaporized right in front of her nose for hours. Alice wondered who it was. The boy replied that it was a sister. Meanwhile, somewhere in a guy's house, the young man realized that it would not be long before they could leave their old cabin. And also it will take at least 3 days to collect all their belongings. Now he and his family will be able to live comfortably. Only it seems his family didn't even believe the deeds to the house. They would need more time, for the guy was happy to make his family's life better. But the rest was already happening in exactly the same way as in the previous life. On May 11th, 2018, the disaster began, with more than 20 million people killed in training zones scattered around the world. The global conglomerate Sunshin call items related to players. They are the ones who say they will put all efforts and funds into the business related to the topic. The events matched his records earlier, if nothing changes in the future. It's already June 16th rather than 3 days later. Dungeon and gateways will start appearing all over the country. The boy can only know about it, but is not capable of solving all the problems. Renball realized that he was not a hero at all, not a holy man, but an ordinary player capable of only one thing: to be able to play every day in your predictions. Closing the book, the kid focused on his plans going forward. The case was soon found. Sarah was very tired, not understanding why they had come to such a faraway place. The young man told them that they were going to catch a monster that was somewhere near them. The girl could not understand if the guy about slimes that were very weak to consider them monsters. Sarah wondered if the Monas was likely elsewhere. The boy agreed with her thoughts. They will be looking for the lycanthrope they once fought in time training. The girl couldn't believe her own ears, for the monster was incredibly strong. The guys who were walking up the high mountain were enthusiastic about their hiking trip. The girl couldn't believe that they had met some kind of monster again. The woman thought about trying to kill the slime and sell it, but the guys talked him out of it. They have heard of a great organization that fork out large sums to advance their players against monsters. The woman has lived for as long as 50 years, and for the first time has seen a drastic change in the world around her. The boy stopped suddenly, startled by something. People were talking about some kind of monster. However, the woman did not see anyone. The man running directly toward them in the group was pulling up at an incredible speed. The boy analyzed 3 or 4 women in their 50s on the mountainside, who must have been the victims in his notes. The hero asked the women to calm down, because it would become dangerous if they started screaming. Any sounds could provoke the monster, so he asked them to stay put. The women, in a panic, tried to call the police or something like that, except for one. One of them notices some strange noise behind her. Sure enough, it turned out to be a huge werewolf who clearly wanted to kill all the humans in his surroundings. The women started running away from the monster. One of them stayed put, falling to the ground, asking the monster to stay away from her. Suddenly, she was afraid of the guy's hand, who wanted to follow the bloodlust he felt after approaching the mountain, but eventually the creature appeared as planned. This will turn out to be a first fight for the guy, with no tricks in training, except the werewolf was still a big level. Also, the source of the bloodlust is not alone, as if there was a stronger being near the hero. The guy had to guess where the other one was, where he might have disappeared to. The werewolf was attacking at an incredible speed right at the guy. The boy had no choice but to leave this monster behind. After reading a large creature that wanted to eat people, it needed to be handled extremely carefully. The guy was doing well because of the eye's perception ability. Only the second creature would be a big hindrance in a battle with the first. The young man wanted to immediately destroy the second creature that was threatening a large number of people. Kid activated instantaneous movement by connecting with his eyes, and then began attacking in full force against the creatures. While the boy was fighting the monster, also managed to use the title Excellent Hunter to increase his physical stats. The monster turned out to be a level 27 six-tailed fox. The kid was quite surprised at where such a creature had come from in the neighborhood. The creature wasn't going to be so easily tasked, and wanted to destroy the guy. Greenhouse remembered this creature, which was a very strong bridge that related to spirits, a cunning animal to use disguise, surprise attacks, even a bit of magic. The boy knows a lot about the creature, but to understand why such a monster was in the mountains was not clear. The girl was injured by one of the bridges. The werewolf came closer and closer to finally kill its victim. The monster was serious about eating his victim. Sarah dared to help the man and applied the provocation to herself. This is not the first time the girl has fought this monster, for previously Renbel was left alone while she was near the victim. Sarah thought hard about what a hero would do in her shoes. The werewolf screamed with a loud growl that traveled throughout the forest. It turned out to be a howling effect, a negative effect for the players. Last time her body was shaking so much she only wanted to hide, but this time the girl wants to fight back against the creature, thus conquering her fear of it. The girl made herself aware of the realization that she was now a hunter, applying the platinum shield skill against the blow. Sarah believed in her own strength to handle such a monster. After all, Renbel knew that she was capable of withstanding the monster's attacks. All that was needed was a firm grip on the werewolf, not letting him go for a long time. The monster went crazy. In a rage, he wanted to kill the girl. The boy managed to make it out in time. The hero got there in time before his sister would have gotten hurt. The werewolf was quite surprised by such an event, in the form of a sudden attack from the boy. Renbel motioned for the girl to act. She struck with all her might at the werewolf to stop it once and for all. The creature flew away. Only a miracle could save the girl from the blow. But in the monster world, miracles don't happen. For such a reason, the monster lost to Renbel and Sarah's joint battle. The girl remembered the predator of the training area, the hidden monster in Wolf King. The boy was a lot easier on expectations if it weren't for the six-tailed fox. The kid noticed that the campers were alive. The women were incredibly frightened, not knowing where to go. The hero realized because of the sudden appearance of a strong monster, they couldn't avoid casualties. One girl ended up getting hurt and they couldn't help in time. The boy was truly sorry to see such a thing, wishing to rest in peace to the victim of the incident. But the young man was able to reduce the risk of casualties in at least some way. The Mount Invanson murder case. Then the government reported that they had succeeded in destroying the werewolf rifleman. The real killer six-tailed fox remained untouched. The current level of development did not allow for the capture of a spirit-type monster. The fox was cunning, good at picking his moment to escape, but would go nowhere with an injury. The boy tried to track down the creature. Sudden instincts and exploration was able to lead the hero to his desired location. The creature wanted to finish off the last victim. The woman was begging for someone to save her. The young man realized that the creature was nearby, and he should be more careful with Sarah. If human flesh was needed to heal wounds, internal organs, or more accurately, the fox was on the verge of tearing the man apart to heal, but the boy came up, activating his skill just in time. The creature was extremely unhappy with the player's appearance, for its survivability was now lower. The hero notices why the fox attacked the hikers fleeing from the leucotrope. It was obvious from the wound that the fox was trying to get to the insides, but he didn't have time to eat them. The boy pointed his sword at the creature to keep it relaxed. The hero seemed more likely to have a doppelganger technique in front of him. If it was the main body, there would be no wet spot left of the woman. All the guy had to do was find the real one with his eyes. The real fox was supposed to be in the neighborhood near the protagonist. The boy stood in front of the creature to punish it once and for all. The young man should have only found the creature's real body, calculating it only then, managing to kill the monster. The kid notices the entity approaching near the tree at 11 o'clock. The fox was camouflaged and just watching the guy, waiting for the right moment to attack. The creature failed to realize that the hero was able to see it through its perception eyes, otherwise the monster would have fled long ago. The kid has to pretend he doesn't know anything if he wants to beat a real body, Renbel asks Sarah to provoke him. The girl was able to use provocation on the creature. The monster was quite unhappy with the extra help, though from the other side, twice as much food came to him. Sarah notices that the creature has been neutral so far, understanding that the provocation didn't work. The boy asked the girl to continue until the creature was provoked. Everything was under the hero's complete control. The boy informed him that he would deal with him, just let him trust him. The girl believed her little brother. For such a reason, she continued to provoke the creature. Fox was finding it incredibly difficult to hold back. At one point, the monster decided to attack Sarah, who was horrified by what she saw. Sarah honored the incredible danger, but continued to hold her ground. The girl notices that the creature had part of a real body, not an illusion. For such a reason, the characteristics split into two parts. The boy suspected that the weak clan would not be able to break through the girl's defenses. Otherwise, the hero would have killed him on the spot if that was the way to solve the problem. In that case, a real fox would get scared and run away. The boy bought the rookie dagger after buying it from the store for only 260 coins, knowing how he would be able to deal with the monster. Guy needed to get a good shot at a real body. Attack with a dagger throw. The boy threw a dagger with incredible power straight at the monster. The real fox was hiding behind a tree camouflaged from ordinary eyes. The girl heard some rustling not far away from her. Looking round, Sarah couldn't see where Renbel had disappeared to, but she heard a sound like an arrow being fired. The hero was able to deal with a real fox that couldn't take a big, powerful punch from the guy. The young man was quite curious about how much stronger he had become than his former self. The guards were quite surprised at how filigree the kid was able to kill a high-ranking creature with one precise hit. The kid was able to get some new item dropped from the monster from the creature, and also the tail of a fox. The chances of dropping such an item were very low, but it managed to drop a guy. The system congratulated the guy for destroying a powerful monster. The boy managed to raise a new level, reaching level 26. Having a helicopter in the air meant calling the police. The guy should have avoided attracting unnecessary attention. A sudden voice turned to the player Renbel. The administrator was curious to know what level the kid got. It didn't seem right for a guy to ask questions out of the blue, so he asked her to check for herself. The girl checked and was unexpectedly surprised by the level 26. The boy noticed how the administrator's wings started to cane when she saw something like this. It was obvious that the girl was agitated. Suddenly, the receptionist applied the pause effect again after a while. The girl reported that the pause was created by a woman with scales. She had a notice from other guards. Celia asked to please check the motion from the custodians. The system showed the guy many messages with many intriguing offers. The offers were not that much, but a whole mountain, which was replenished with every minute. The first notification came from Leo, but it's strange why such a jerk would suddenly like the hero. Then after Leo, the guy was approached by the Libra woman and the Whispering Devil, two whole guardians with opposite values. A rare rank weapon that was an early Typhoon outfit, as well as a consumable that sped up growth but changes inclinations towards evil devil fruit, if in short. At stages like this, such items can make a rancher of them any player. There was one last sentence that was worth paying attention to. True master of the heavenly demon mountain. The kid never thought he would get a chance to learn from him. Such gifts were a great luxury. The unknown watcher presented nothing. It was someone who had been training from the beginning, but strangely, why had taken no steps? Practically all the other guards made serious suggestions, for which there was one explanation. They were all trying to influence the hero to, at level 30, choose one of them. Wanting to demonstrate that they could give many things, including the power of pause. Afterward, it became clear to the guy why Senia was shaking so much. The girl was supposed to notify the guards when the hero reaches level 25. When the player, the admin, is looking after, the guards step in to make contact. Now she's being bombarded with messages that she should have warned everyone sooner. Even the non-interference rule would be a poor excuse. The girl could not, and two words to connect, the hero decided to address the administrator. The boy understood what was happening now in general terms. She was in a difficult situation because of the announcement. The girl started to make excuses, not understanding what Renbel was talking about. The young man couldn't believe her words. After all, she was watching the proposal. She wouldn't be able to work properly if she pissed off all the guards. The girl had no idea how the kid knew so much information about them, asking what player Renbull wanted. The young man offered 3,000 coins as a bargain. The administrator haggled up to 2,000 coins, but the boy stated that she was in the wrong position to trade. The boy had heard that some guards were best not to be trifled with, but she could try at her peril and risks. The girl agreed to 2,700 coins. The young man said they were in the same boat, so he asked for the exact amount. The kid could offer such a price for strangers. The administrator agreed to 3,000 coins, asking the player not to ask for more. The boy asked for a contract to sign. It's evening somewhere in the city. The boy drove the car home with Sarah. Suddenly, the young man notices a ringing in his pocket. Taking out his phone, the boy listened intently to the stranger, who turned out to be Alice. The boy wondered what the sudden call to him was about. The girl had been able to hear the recent news about the man who had slain the monster in the mountains. She thanked the guy. That was all she wanted to chat about when she called him. Thanks to the young man, her mom was able to survive. Without the hero's help, the woman would have been dead. The girl was forever indebted to the young man. She said she would never forget it. He would do anything to be able to take care of him. Renbull was a little confused because the girl knew what she meant by take care of. However, the boy was going to call her with one question. The girl was only happy to listen. The young man suggested the girl to go on a little trip. The girl didn't know where, but the kid was intrigued by one interesting place. They all got together to talk about an important matter that the guys couldn't believe. The guys never thought they'd all go to Japan together. Hiro notices that it won't just be a trip, but a raid, offering to mop it up. Alice realized that this would be the kind of gateway place they had hunted for about 5 hours straight. The young man agreed with her. But they should have gone inside what looked like a gate. He had no doubt of an impending breakthrough. Countries around the world began preparing for training and gate openings. After what happened in Korea, but preparation will not protect people, there will still be casualties. The hero tried to explain briefly the gate they were targeting. The breakthrough would happen quite soon, so not sure if they would make it in time. The monsters that will be in that gate will start to roll outside into the city, then about 100 casualties, including the awakened ones. If a trained team arrives at the location early, they will be able to reduce the number of casualties. The kid only wanted to suggest it, but he wouldn't force it. They might as well turn out, for they were going for absolutely no fun at all. The boy was ready to take all the spending on tickets and other expenses. The guys just needed to take their passport, clothes, and arrive at the airport tomorrow morning. The girl couldn't believe the call was about work. Alice knew she should have known better when the boy had called her for just a day trip. The boy had really explained that it was a raid, not sure why the girl had thought of a simple trip. She asked to be told differently then. Where did the hero get such entertaining information? The young man reported a prophetic dream. The boy managed to learn about some important events through dreams. He never talked about it because it was advantageous to hide such information. The girl couldn't believe such a thing could happen. The boy informed her that now with the advent of the system and such things do happen. Gates, dungeons, monsters, things appear in their world that never existed. Why then do dreams not appear? But whether to believe the guy or not, only the guys could decide. But the kid knew what he was talking about, so he would go there at any cost, even alone. Alice didn't understand why the guy needed to go that far. The girl knew she'd get terrible grades if she missed class, but thought she'd count it as a date. Charlie wanted to follow Master Renbull to the ends of the earth. He owed his life to him, so he would help without excuses. Sarah asked if she could go with them. The hero would be able to take care of all the formalities. If she wanted to go, he asked just let her say so. The girl was happy to hear this, for she had never flown on an airplane before. It was decided that all the boys would assemble tomorrow afternoon, though the hero had originally intended on the consent of all, gathering 3 more legendary people. Fist King, Sword Empress, and Tank, who had potential in them, would be the best rookie team. Tomorrow morning, the boys will leave for Osaka. The flight attendant welcomed all passengers aboard the plane, then explained all the necessary rules during the flight. Sarah wondered if such a big airplane would take off. Alice agreed because it was an airplane, asking her to buckle up or she would fly off the seat. While Sarah was learning a new mode of transportation, the boy was quite interested in the behavior of his friends. The kid realized that there should not have been any problems on the road. But the hero did not know the exact time of the appearance of the gate. The information was only about the appearance of a breakthrough on the right date, and with a training survival rate of 33%. Soon after, gates with weak monsters began to appear, with the occasional inadequately strong monster, but that's the exception to the rule. Judging by how much the gate caused a large number of casualties among the awakened, either the gate appeared in time for training when people were unprepared, either that exception to the rule happened. The boy still had to make sure for himself. He had to get to the right place. and then would be wandering around for about a week. Sarah had something she wanted to ask a little belatedly. But was she allowed to be away for so long? The kid stated that she had seen for herself how much their family liked their new home. New furniture, interior, everything was top-notch, comfortable living. Sister couldn't believe what Renbull had managed to do recently. Sarah wondered why her sister had reacted so strangely to something like this. Though at first glance the relatives were negative, they actually liked everything. Sarah wanted to take Renbull's word for it, or the reaction really wasn't good. The young man was happy, because before their family could only dream of such a thing. After a while, the guys were able to nail it in Japan. Life in the city was the most ordinary, the most real peaceful life without dungeons or monsters. There were many people who had no idea how long their city would be so calm and peaceful. Our boys looked around Japan with admiration. The boy was able to get to the center of Osaka, to the place where the gate appears. In his past life, the sweep didn't happen, after which chaos appeared in the city. The young man wished to find the gate at once to prevent a breakthrough. It will be incredibly good to arrive on the spot even after monsters appear to minimize damage. It was unknown to the boy how many days it might take to find the gate. Suddenly, the gate that the hero had expected to find only after an indefinite period of time appeared right in front of his nose. It would have been adorable, but it was the receptionist who scared the hell out of Renbull with her appearance. The boys were quite surprised to find Administrator Renbull. The girl hurried to inform the hero, because now only he sees her if she does not want to attract unnecessary attention. Then asked to allow only the player Renbull to communicate with her. The administrator wondered why the boy had nailed down Japan. The young man reported a vacation. The girl seemed a strange combination of people for a simple vacation. It seemed to her that the guy had another purpose. The young man did not expect, because she wanted to say that there would be an event related to the players. She said that the law prohibits the dissemination of information that could directly affect the game. For such a reason, she would not be able to answer the question. I knew of an exception, though. There have been situations where guards have conveyed their intentions through quests. Many guards have requested the quest, among them guards who honor not giving their names. The will of the guardians was great, and she, Administrator Senia, will create this quest. The boy laughed because it was really a personal trip. But since the administrator himself had issued the quest, he had no choice. The young man was curious if it was necessary to fulfill it before returning to the carriage. The administrator agreed with the assumption. The boy thought it was not a problem. The kid asked the guys happened to be hungry. Sarah wanted badly to try one dish. The hero agreed to find it and try it in the nearest restaurant. The girl realized, no matter how good the luck of the Renbull player was, she would be able to learn his secret sooner or later. At first glance, it seemed to be playing by the safest methods, but it was more like he wanted to maximize profit. It was hard to believe that the boy could even use guards on his own. The boy was grateful to everyone who made the best offer. The hero wanted to tell something important anyway. On one of the offers he received, he's not going to accept. The boy wouldn't dare pick one guard, and he wouldn't risk picking all the others. The only thing he could do was to accept their support, promising to try harder in the future and show the spectacle of the game they are looking forward to seeing. The administrator was intrigued to make sure the player didn't pick any of the guards. The boy was able to get one bow, 3,000 coins from a contract with her, and a good impression of the guards who watched the game in Invansan. And then the guards became sponsors. It was quite interesting for the girl to see where the hero would lead to if she continued to follow him. If such behavior was originally part of the plan, he should have wondered what kind of fire the Renbull player was trying to play with. The kid should have realized how dangerous it was to play God with the guardian deities. The boy advised Sarah to head inside and check things out. However, looking around, the kid found something interesting. People screaming started running away from the building, where the gate most likely appeared. The boys realized that this was the moment when they should have gone to the side of the gate. They were able, after a while, to find the gate they had so anxiously sought. Charlie wondered if they were prepared enough to go inside. The young man agreed, asking Sarah to go first and put up a defense in case anything happened. The boys were confused, not knowing what to expect from the new dungeon about which nothing was known. The kid of these two didn't want to let on despite Sarah's looks. But she was the sturdiest of them all. The boys should have snuggled up to it, and now right in front of them was the path to the dungeon. They were able to make their way to the turtle's nest, where new monsters were expected. The young man notices a very dark space around him. There were areas of water and swamps near them with mud underfoot. This gate had not been cleaned, so he had no information even about the environment inside. The boy planned to scout out the surrounding fauna first, in which there was an unknown flying spirit who had no idea what kind of players had come to him. The spirit notices how his tummy has been honoring itself strangely, realizing the players could be quite interesting people nailed down in a place like this. The boy felt a similar feeling at the sight of Senia. The boy can see with normal vision, but the eye's perception is that of a hero. cannot detect creatures that are vastly superior to the user. In other words, a creature that is not eaten by its abilities. A mid-ranked administrator. Fairy Salen was strongly interested especially by the hero, who felt an intriguing energy. Silen's stomach said that the boy was quite extraordinary, looking younger than his age, and looked like an accomplished player. So the youngster nailed it from the Korean server, and there was speculation that the fairy had made the wrong choice, but in the past was known by the nickname Prospect Huntress. In case Silen was in a place like this, meant that there must be a player from her broadcast nearby. The spirit didn't know what would happen in the future, but it seemed to her that they would meet again. The young man couldn't believe that Japan had players who came to the gate right after graduation. It wasn't yet clear. But the boy was sure the turtle's nest hadn't been cleaned out last time. If other players were already inside, they won't be able to handle it and will most likely die. The boy decided to buy a gate card from the store. The girl was interested in such a purchase, the boy said. It displayed the location of his team's players. The girl noticed how the card was worth as much as 1,000 coins. However, the kid stated the girl's life was much more expensive. Alice was afraid to imagine spending such a sum of money, but Charlie trusted his master, so he bought it. The kid explained that the activation words were gate card, and there were supposed to be instructions there. If they were in danger, they could signal through the card in case. If others will need to pay attention, let them use the color yellow. When in danger, a red color will be highlighted. The young man asked to always keep an eye on the map when moving around, and not to make too much noise, for such a thing could attract unnecessary attention from the monsters. The boy asked if everything was clear. Alice agreed, because the explanation was short. The young man suggested in that case to proceed with the plan. They will only be able to split into 2 groups, and will look for any useful information around them. Charlie and Alice will go together. Already Hiro and Sarah will go the other way. They will have to inform each other if there is a need. The kid stated the most important thing is to always watch your step. There were quagmires in such places, which were generally dangerous. Alice asked the muscular man to take care of her. Then he was quite panicked. The girl often teased the guy. The administrator was furious, for the guards were from his channel. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who left. It was a whole bunch of people. He didn't understand why this was so, after all. His channel was showing a past trainee. There was even an Alice in his group that the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain himself was interested in. He couldn't believe all the guards had gone over to Senia. Neptune was losing the battle for content, not realizing just how much one could be obsessed with this man-kid who was getting ahead in unknown ways. Suddenly, the administrator remembers his trademark way of doing things. The fact that almost nothing is known about him because of his exclusive contract. He asked the guards if they thought it was strange talking about a Renball player. Neptune said that it was as if the kid knew about many events in the Korean North in advance. And now he was already teaching other users the gate map. He asked if the guards were interested in finding out if they were using illegal methods of play. The girl notices how easy it is to fall through if you don't watch your step, the kid asked. To be careful. Suddenly, the kid notices something strange in front of him. Notices some sort of turtle-like creature, but it was definitely a monster. The creature had only level 11, which was called the Golden Turtle. The girl offered to try and kill her, but the boy asked to cool it, because first, they had to notify Renball. The boys let the danger signal go out. Approaching the monster, he suddenly hid, after which the boy did not understand why. The girl asked the muscular man to look a little farther than the turtle. The guys noticed some player dragging a bag of turtles moving somewhere. Our guys dared to talk to the player to ask how many players were there besides him. Charlie asked if the Japanese man was a player, and he really was just going to hunt. The boy's story was not quite true, for the turtles had a high defense. The girl couldn't understand this guy. Charlie, on the other hand, understood that the boy couldn't kill the turtles because of the high defense. So he just collects for now. Alice was shocked that the strongman had learned so much information from a couple of words. In any case, the girl asked what would be done. The signal had already been given. Charlie hadn't managed to make sense of the situation yet. The creature from the water began to quickly approach the player stranger. Alice felt some sort of creature approaching as well. The kid was begging for help, screaming that some monster was chasing him. The creature bit the guy's leg. Charlie was shocked to see the monster. However, it was in a swamp underwater. The boy asked for help, not wanting to die a similar death. The kid grabbed the girl's leg, not realizing where he got so much strength from. The guy held Alice's leg tightly and didn't let go the rest of the way. The girl notices the approaching danger next to the guy, a huge alligator that tried to gobble up the 2 of them together for a bellyful. Charlie notices the swamp suddenly begin to expand greatly. The girl couldn't understand what to do. She didn't want to leave the man in trouble, but she didn't want to die either. The player will drag Alice down with him if the girl does nothing. She didn't understand how to act at times like this. The hero was able to come to the rescue by chopping down the man who tried to grab the girl behind him. Alice couldn't believe that Renbull would kill a player. The boy only wondered if the girl had lost her mind standing still in front of the monster. The strong creature turned out to be a swamp crocodile, a level 17 monster that usually has no strong skills. However, in the swamp area, its strength is comparable to level 25 monsters. It is much harder to defeat. The swamp served as a defense, so it is impossible to hunt without a strong piercing ability. The map was labeled a rather dangerous period. The boy motioned for Sarah to follow him carefully. The kid then activated his eyes perception. Seeing Alice in trouble, she is grabbed by the leg right in the swamp and, although only one hand is holding on, she can't escape. It was at that moment that the kid managed to help the girl by cutting off the guy's arm. Alice was probably shocked by such an act from Renbull. The boy asked the girl to come to her senses. If she was there, she would surely be dead. The girl didn't understand anything. For some reason, her mind was clouded. She knew it wasn't a matter of fear, but confusion, and she didn't know what to do next. Alice only blamed herself, for if the hero hadn't cut off her arm, she really could have died following the player. Asking for forgiveness, the kid asked not to apologize, asking me to remember that there may not be a second chance in such a situation. Charlie wondered what they were going to do in this swamp next. The boy suggested hunting. Charlie couldn't believe how they were going to hunt crocodiles. The hero knew, after a snack, the crocodile would soon want to take a nap and crawl out onto dry land. The girl couldn't believe the monster was spitting out to sleep. The young man agreed, because he had seen something like that in his prophetic dreams. The guys only had to wait somewhere nearby and destroy the creature. The administrators were watching the players, though the girl didn't expect to see a player with dreams, but realized that he had foreseen that guy's death in advance. But even such an imperfect prophetic dream was enough. If ever signing an exclusive contract with anyone, the best decision is with this guy. The crocodile swam his bolt in search of land, and then finding her got out to find a place to sleep. Charlie wanted to deal and finish the monster off on the spot. The hero notices how the guy's fists were already filled with magical power. Realizing the nickname King of Fists was given for a reason, it was a sign of entry-level prodding. Suddenly a girl volunteered to kill a crocodile. The girl wanted to prove that she wasn't a fragile, useless simpleton with her skills. Cold-bloodedness and lust for killing. This incident took the girl beyond ordinary human. The kid agreed with the girl, for beast-type monsters often had a weakness in the head area. Alice understood the hero perfectly well. The crocodile lay peacefully on a low pond for not much sleep. Only Alice couldn't let the creature that had recently eaten the player be unpunished for her misdeed. The girl used sword fusion to destroy the crocodile with one blow for sure. The kid was surprised to see such a level. It seemed as if she had evolved even faster than Alice from his future. The girl was able to finish by destroying the creature with incredible speed. Taking a closer look, she notices an object falling out. The system was happy to congratulate on receiving a new item, the crocodile claw, which can be used to get a quest from a mid-rank administrator. The girl was quite pleased to receive such an object. The administrator notified players that the quest would be given to Renbull, as he had handed over the item. Alice conceded the quest to the guy, though there was no way the girl wouldn't know the benefit of doing it. Sarah suggested that they should kill 4 more crocodiles. By hunting methods they didn't really know. The hero asked the receptionist to show him the item store. The boy knew that fighting in the swamps was suicide. He should deal with them on land. The first one was able to dance out of the water when gobbled up by a player. In such a case was the plan. Taking the rookie spear, the guy had a brilliant idea. It's not clear where the guy's fear came from, though perhaps the players thought the hero would use them as bait. Although the boy planned to use black wolf meat, the item that was obtained in the Soul Wolf dungeon before meeting Charlie, he didn't think something like this would come in handy so soon. Charlie suggested that the meat would be the bait for the crocodile. The hero asked if it was the kid's first time to hunt them. Alice didn't realize exactly whether or not they would lure him out. Renbull stated to only let him get caught, asking the others not to relax, for they could claw his leg at any moment. The young man even suggested that the guys immediately chop it down if caught. The kid kept hunting. The item's description stated the item's specialty. The satiety effect even from small portions. A couple pieces will be more nourishing than a whole person. The young man took advantage of the crocodile's habit of coming ashore after eating. Once the creature sticks out of the water, the swamp effect will disappear. Then the crocodile will become a normal level 18 monster. At the last moment, the only thing left to do is aim and attack. Charlie charged with his punch, essentially killing him in one hit. Killing the creatures that came out was not difficult at all. Alyssa and Sarah worked as a couple and they were doing great. Even with the tasks of the future, the hero has little information about the turtle's nest. The boy was sure that the sweep had failed and a dungeon breach had occurred. But even without a strategy, the guys were quite easy. The kid informed the administrator that they were able to collect the claws of a swamp crocodile. The girl was glad to hear such news. The guy asked if there were any problems. The girl stated that wasn't the issue. The system appears in front of a guy who wasn't too happy with the outcome stats. As a reward, a carrot was given with the key location of the dungeon on it. The young man and his friends now knew almost everything about the place. It seems they would need to fulfill the crocodile hunting quest first in order to clean up the nests. Then the boy was able to find a place to go, the turtle nest itself, which was in a fairly deep cave. The girl wondered if they really could enter the turtle's nest. Only Alice thought it was strange not to see not a single creature. The hero guessed that the Japanese man they had previously met was the first to find such a place. It was now clear where he got so many golden turtles, couldn't finish them off because of the shells, so he just collected them. The young man scrutinized everything. He didn't find the clearance crystal like before in the other dungeons. There were only 3 nests in proximity to the hero. The guy should have checked everything so as not to overlook anything. They noticed the gate appearing literally in the air. The hero passed through all the gates nearest to him. In the moment, the team was able to spot a whole column of golden turtles in front of them. The boy asked to back up the creatures and also to keep them from crawling into the water, or they wouldn't be able to catch the turtles. Charlie's got it all figured out and will do his best. Alice will give it her best too. The young man knew that a large amount of coins had to fall out of each turtle. With great luck, the guy could even fall out a box with a random number of coins. The most famous strategy, Bill associated with the golden turtles. There was a hidden fragment in them, the golden turtle collection. The girl couldn't believe a whole bunch of turtles had gathered from 2 nests. Alice didn't understand why the creatures couldn't be finished off on the spot, but the hero told her that hunting them all at once was much better. The boy managed to get a hidden fragment of the quest collection of golden turtles. Already in the future, it will be an exaggeration to call this trick hidden, because literally all players will know about it. The condition was to collect more than 40 golden turtles in one place, and after a while there would be farms and slaughterhouses where the turtles would be raised. The kid notices something interesting about the system. The boy managed to get another new title, Pathfinder, by completing a quest with the turtles. The young man was asked to produce more detailed information, in which it was said that there were scenarios that you could collect, and then the boss, poisonous golden turtle, would appear. A poisonous golden turtle whose level was over level 30, a boss that could become stronger even than level 35. Without high poison resistance, it was impossible to deal with. The kid, though, had gloves, but the task was not forced. For such a reason, the kid chose to decline. The girl was curious what the boy was busy with, but he asked to wait, checking something. Alice received a notification. The chance of falling out increased or quality like that. She was satisfied that she had gained experience, and would not be greedy about the gold, asking to be divided amongst herself, for she had been able to learn a great deal. She also suggested that she thought it was a date with the hero. The boy didn't realize how much of a date it was. Charlie also stated that he had come to help Renville and didn't claim the award. Sarah decided to do the same. It was a surprise to the boy to hear such a thing, but the boy asked if anyone had a big blunt weapon. Charlie remembered that he had a huge hammer stashed somewhere in his inventory. The boy asked for it. Taking it in his hands was a bit heavy, and moving with such a weapon against monsters was quite difficult. But the monster parked to the ground was easy to get into. The kid was going to collect coins and would take about 70,000, and the rest of the guys will be able to divide equally among themselves, although the team had no idea there would be so many coins. They were very grateful to take a portion and share equally. The kid didn't plan to take all the coins from the beginning because the guys needed to be motivated too. Boy, get ready for a long monster bashing. Young is thinking of ghosting him, keeping this team together for a while. The guy was curious to see what would come out of the first turtle. The kid hit hard enough, basically. The system congratulated the player for the experience and adding 241 coins. The team couldn't understand what had happened to Renville, suspecting he had a class change, that he was good with blunt weapons. The young man managed to get a box of coins at random. The kid was thinking of opening the next hidden fragments if he found 7 more of these boxes. It's going to be incredibly hard for the guy, but wanted to give it a good try. He asked the gods of luck for items to fall out before the golden turtles ran out. Alice couldn't understand if the hero was faster than her. Charlie also notices that Renville's strength characteristics are clearly higher than his. The girl couldn't believe that the hero was with higher characteristics combined. The kid definitely outclassed them both. The boy managed to knock out as many as 7 boxes of coins in a long time. Only he wasn't particularly lucky, because only 20,000 coins fell from the golden turtles, with another 50,000 coins left to his goal. The system offered to open the box, to which Renville agreed. The young man was able to get as much as 1,400 coins from the box. The guy got 7,800 coins out of 2 boxes, although the young man was hoping for a much bigger result. The kid kept opening it, hoping more coins would fall out. The boy couldn't believe this was happening to him. After getting only 70 coins from the 3rd box, realizing maybe the hero is just an unlucky person. The young man opened 3 boxes, and only 4 boxes of coins remained. He only begged for a little more to fall out. Continuing to open many boxes in a row, the kid prayed for a big payout. The young man managed to fulfill the hidden fragment by opening 7 boxes, coming close to a swift jackpot. The system asks if the hero wants to try to combine his title and a new dropped quest to double his winnings. The boy asked the administrator to share information about the rewards the hero had received, so Renbel would be able to get the guards' attention once. The guards began to worry when the hero managed to get a double coin box. Also, Renbel reported that the 7th box could be exchanged for a double coin box. The boy explained, there was a box that doubled the balance of coins. It was profitable to use it when you collected a lot of coins. But there was an exception: coins received from other players. The hero knew how hard they worked together. On such an occasion, each risked their lives for the others. So he proposes to use the box and give them 3,000 coins each. The young man thought it would be fair this way. Renbel knew that such a thing was inevitable. 3,000 coins, a lot of money for beginners. The admin became curious as to how the player was trying to link the pioneer and the hidden restriction fragment. The hero suggested it felt right to use now to distribute everything fairly later. It wasn't about admiring the guards, but rather, Renbel needed 70,000 coins to leave a good impression of the Libra woman. This time, the kid chose to agree. Thus, the coins would become twice as much. The guy's balance was 43,000 coins, which after opening the box doubled. Already 86,000 coins had been collected. The young man thanked everyone, sending 3,000 coins to each, realizing that he was able to even surpass the planned amount. The guardian donated another 500 coins to the hero. The kid realized it wasn't much for such a prestigious constellation, though it was better than nothing. Renbel asked Charlie to destroy the sweep crystal. The system congratulated all players by giving everyone a reward, as well as a scroll to return to the newcomer's tower. The boy guessed that while they were in Japan for such a time, the Tower of Beginners had been created, which was great news because they could already meet the police outside. The administrator wanted to give the player Renbel the reward for clearing Turtle's Nest. The boy remembered that there was such a task that had been issued by an unknown guardian. The young man managed to get as much as 7,000 coins from the sack. Boy, I didn't expect to get that much for an entry-level gate sweep. The guardian did not want to reveal his name and passed the award through the administrator. The hero pondered who it could be. Libra woman could recreate such an assignment publicly. Las Vegas cowboy could not, because that one must be in the northern United States. The boy suspected he wasn't going to get any details anytime soon. The kid decided to use the scroll to get away with his team back to the rookie base. Senia watched the scene with a rather dejected face, realizing then the broadcast will continue in Korea's newcomer tower. The boy and his team were able to nail the rookies in the Korean tower. Alice was shocked to be transported specifically to the Korean tower, where there were a large number of strangers. The place wasn't stuffed with humans, but ordinary NPCs, entities with artificial intelligence that only appear in special spaces like the Tower of Beginners. Alice wondered if she really saw the tower, but not understanding why it had changed so much. The boy offered to leave, thanking her for her work. Although suddenly the hero remembered that let the guys better go sweep the dungeon of Soul Station about 25 times. The guys couldn't understand why so many. The kid offered, and more if they want, it will be one of the conditions for rapid development. Alice and Charlie understood the strategy and wanted to fulfill the guy's expectation by dealing with him quickly. Sarah couldn't figure out what she was going to do. If she was a good tank, she could also go to the dungeon. The kid did not agree with her, asking to go home, and the hero himself will return home late. The boy decided to send the girl home, and on the way back, he would buy her an ice cream. The girl was happy to ask for yellow ice cream. Renbel asked her to take her home now, realizing how much Sarah loves ice cream. The boy honored some presents not far from himself. The hero could use the excavator for 100 coins to get up to the second floor. The boy asked the administrator, really thought he was wasting his time. The girl agreed since no one was there. The kid knows this, but he cared about the fact that the backhoe was open. The second floor of the tower wasn't easy to get to, and the guy felt like someone had done it before him. All because of the Demon King. A player whose name was unknown 10 years ago, the leader of the demonic army called Nightmare, who was always involved in the disasters that occurred after the cataclysm. The only thing that was known about his actions. He was the first to open the second floor of the newcomer tower. Enjoyed that privilege. Such an advantage could only be obtained by 3 people. There was a possibility that it was the Demon King who identified the hero. There was a good chance that he was the one who opened the second floor. A powerful energy was detected in front of the guy. The system notified the guy that his eye's perception was temporarily paralyzed. The young man honored the incredible pain as if his eyeballs were being squeezed out. The boy definitely saw someone. even if only for a moment. The boy couldn't open his eyes for a long time. The kid couldn't believe it was really the Demon King. The system notices that the eye paralysis has been lifted. The young man was finally able to look, saw no one at the end of the hallway. The young man assumed that the Demon King had disappeared, though such an arrangement was even for the best, for the hero would not want to face him. Renbal asked the administrator to open to him now, the hidden item store. The girl did not expect to hear such a thing, because it was true that such a thing existed, but it would take 50,000 coins to use it. The young man agreed to spend that amount. This method, which was inaccessible to simple beginners, not every player has 50,000 coins, and no one will spend them to get access for 60 seconds. For such an occasion, the boy raised as much as 70,000 so that he could buy any reference book. The boy had managed to buy the one item that he vitally needed, precisely a high-level occupation handbook. The girl couldn't believe that the kid had managed to collect discounted coins, hinting at help from prophetic dreams. The administrator was surprised enough. The Renball player was too suspicious. Even prophetic dreams was hard to call. Neptune thought it would be a glitch or some kind of error. The admin requested an error check on the player. He knew the Renball player, asking him to get close to him. The boy asked to keep in mind, if he wanted to scan the hero, let him drag himself to it on his own. Called the receptionist a midget. Neptune didn't like how much the man was getting cocky in front of him. He immediately asked again what his name was, the boy daring to call him again in case he didn't hear. The kid made sure he called the administrator dwarf. Neptune used his ability on a player. The young man felt an incredible amount of pain from him. The administrator warned that if a player starts snapping at him, he will be killed on the spot. Neptune called the hero a pathetic man who dared to make a joke, even though he doesn't even know the difference in strength. The admin wanted to warn not to think about safety if his admin was always around. Neptune ordered the player to bark some more in front of him if he wanted to. The kid just laughed, because he could be angry all he wanted, but he has many ways to solve this issue. The kid knew that the administrator couldn't kill him, but Neptune didn't think it was enough to use his power. The young man couldn't understand if the administrator really thought he didn't know anything and would do nothing. The admin was the first to disrespect, the first to unfairly attack the guy. In turn, the hero only resisted. And also the admin's race is called dwarves, so he called it that. The kid didn't understand why he had to face such an attitude. The administrator was furious because he was watching the guy all the time, so he asked him not to pretend to be an innocent player. He wanted to punish a guy who didn't know basic stuff, but the admin had a system lockdown. The Libra woman applied forced submission on the Neptune administrator. The young man notices that the guards were in agreement with his opinion. After such an event, the pressure on his body disappeared. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain despises cowards, so he uses the special ability, Strong Strength, Weak Weakness. The administrator lost a lot of viewers, so he can't keep his cool. He was easily provoked by the word midget, just like 10 years ago. The hero, on the other hand, gained more power by applying the Guardian effect. The kid was able to get an enhancement that helps against strong enemies. Due to this situation, it was even possible to see the status of Neptune. The mid-ranked administrator was supposed to be much stronger than the hero. But now, in one-on-one combat, the chances of the player winning appear. Neptune does not understand on what principles it worked. The hero knew that even in such a situation will be difficult to resist the host of the broadcast. Such a development will definitely not like the guards. This is not the result the kid was going for from the start. Notice that the system analysis has been completed. The young man asked the guard to carefully read what was written. Neptune created unwarranted problems this admin was done with. The administrator didn't understand how the kid knew more information then. The young man said that it was fine to object to something, but Neptune pursued him without any evidence because the kid is weaker. The similarity to cowardice was apparent, whether the administrator had not found. The boy asked Neptune to apologize to him now. The administrator apologized by asking enough of such. The boy looked at Neptune intently, not understanding what it was about, because the administrator was supposed to show his sincerity by giving something as a gift, for example. Meanwhile, somewhere in the hero and his family's apartment, the mother asked if her daughter had heard that Renbal had already eaten and would not be coming to the vows. Nuna heard perfectly well, and after all tried hard, the mother wondered why her daughter decided to boil soup. The girl justified that she wanted to cook something special in the new kitchen. The mother asked the girl to put less salt. Sarah didn't understand what Renbal was doing now, who in turn was sitting in his room. The kid was analyzing why there was a memorandum from Neptune that he would no longer attack after the broadcast ended, and the dwarf ring. Then the guy had only 2 guesses, which should have been given a lot of thought. The kid found a real player forum site that would soon turn into a large community. But at the moment, it was a gathering place for players and cheating information. The hero will be very lucky if the search doesn't go in vain. The kid stumbles upon Qian the Dawn Firemaster. It seems like a funny nickname in their day, but in 10 years, that nickname won't sound so funny anymore. On the forum was a dungeon he referred to as the Short Table Dungeon, which he was mopping up for the first time. Other dungeons, such as the Sol Vakazal Dungeon, can be passed through multiple times. The Short Table Dungeon is an event dungeon and disappears after the first sweep. Many players tried to take a chance and pass anything but part with their lives, so it was a good time for the hero to find challengers on his own. The guy had one chance. To achieve the maximum benefit in a short time, the hero will have to pass a risky dungeon. The place was not only where the players were gyrating, but also a treasure trove of untold riches hidden within. The kid contacted the guy, saying he'd bring another person to a similar case. The player from the forum warned to take the minimum to ensure there was enough reward for everyone. Renbull notices the persistence of the player who wanted a small team. Sarah was quite surprised to go to such a dungeon. The kid called out, "Chayandan Firemaster." Renbull said it was he who wrote to him recently. The latter greeted him, being glad to meet him. The boy activated his eyes perception. The system alerted that the boy couldn't view the player's information. The guard intervened personally. The girl was worried about the guy, but Renbull excused himself with a speck of dust in his eye. The kid wouldn't think a player would reach level 30 and pick a guardian. They usually don't interfere even for their players. The boy asked the hero not to say that the girl turned out to be a wasted player. Sarah agreed that she was the third player. The kid thought it was too much until the guys couldn't figure out what it was all about. The player explained that she as a child is still a child. The girl justified that she is actually a teenager and is not a child at all. The character knew Capson. The man was acutely aware of children, not as acutely as Charlie. Capson couldn't allow such a thing to happen, for there was a difficult dungeon ahead. The creature at the second gate was very dangerous. The hero asked if something was wrong, but the player asked him to understand. Renbull wondered what the conversation was about. The monster turned out to be a fire horse that was around level 32. Like the six-tailed fox, was of the phantom type that dealt massive damage with a single touch. The kid remembered how the one spared someone weaker than him. Then the guys could have become a mountain of ashes. The guys needed a player who can take all the attacks on himself, and he, meanwhile, manages to hit from the back. The hero notices a good honesty in the guy. Renbull has no doubt that the chances of victory were high. Capson reported even alone, he's only able to cut his life down by half. The boy understood why the kid had survived. If his health had dropped below 20%, they wouldn't be in contact right now. The fire horse was the kind of monster that condescended to the weak, so it was enough time to turn his back on him, no stalking. It was clear to the hero how the kid survived, got in and out, and managed to make it to the next obstacle. The boy agreed, but the fire horse was too strong, and there was no telling if there was someone stronger. The player revealed that there were monsters in the cave that looked like black cows, but he managed to defeat them. The hero suspected what was really a one-off dungeon. The boy pointed to the blocked path. If they could use the portal, the monster would appear, and then the area would turn into grasslands. The kid couldn't believe that they had actually brought the kid along as a tank. Sarah didn't like that attitude. Capson asked the girl to jump aside when it was time to do the legwork. At the moment of the signal, the girl reluctantly agreed with him. The boys entered the burning meadows where the fire horse dwelt. The player was scared to return to the scorcher, but the horse was not far from the group. The horse's firepower was incredibly high. The hero explained that he, along with Sarah, would be up front, and the kid would have to prepare. The guy's goal was to attack the side of the enemy. His main goal, to lower the monster's lives to 40%. Asking if the guy will have some kind of supplement that will help to strike a critical blow, then let him by all means use it. Capson didn't even mention it, but the hero managed to guess. The kid asked Sarah to be more careful and attack from behind. The boys began the battle with the monster, the boy throwing the first dagger at the creature to distract it to himself. The horse did not like this behavior at all. The boy backed away from the creature's blow. The girl also kept herself from getting hurt by running away from the damage. The monster wanted to use his magical power against humans. The girl was ready to block the magical damage with her shield. But in the horse's case, he was so slow that it manages to dodge the blow. The kid watched the guys, not understanding how they had so much skill in fighting against such a monster. Brother and sister, to him, turned out to be a true treasure who were excellent at fighting. The young man used his damage on his horse to take down as much damage as possible. The fire horse was a strong monster of the initial levels, but it remained a beast-type monster that had many weaknesses. If the hero's dagger got stuck in the horse, it means the creature was susceptible to critical damage. Plus, Capson applied his skill, which increases critical strike. The huge horse is resistant to fire attacks, but the probability has increased greatly. Each blow dealt critical damage, causing even such a creature to not be able to stay still for long. The horse prepared for the fierce ritual, erupting in bright flames. The boy noticed as the time approached, All players should have used teleportation. The guys managed to use instant teleportation, getting away from the horse's self-destruction. The boy dared to take out the creature with his own hands, preventing it from exploding. The boy couldn't believe a player would dare to do such a thing. The hero used a fire extinguisher to hit the enemy. The fire horse would go into phantom mode when its health drops below 20%, starting to perform the summoning ritual of its master. It took the guy to knock down the flames as much as possible to interfere with the creature. The hero asked to finish the remaining life from the horse. However, the guy didn't like how the guys planned it themselves without his knowledge. Even so, Kepson made concessions to the creature. The cumulative probability of a critical hit was 36%. The boys continued to destroy the creature despite the raging flames. They managed to finish what they started by destroying the dungeon creature. Renball couldn't believe it to end at the most opportune moment. The kid asked to stop talking, after all the guys had snatched the best for themselves. Capson blamed himself for not having thought to take a fire extinguisher, because he had taken fire training in his youth. But even though he was justified, the boy was happy to overcome the horse. Sarah told the guy that some object fell off the monster. The boy notices a rather interesting object. Fire water, which was a stimulant to the body giving immense strength to man. The hero gave such water to a guy who just had fire magic. The guy couldn't believe he could drink such a thing. Renball asked him to read the description, and he agreed, because it would be dangerous not to read it and drink it. The item turned out to be an enhancement of abilities, the patronage of the Sunset Giant, of which the kid is one. The hero notices how the window of Capson displayed other information. The kid first hears about the Sunset Giant, but it seemed to him the Guardian made his choice. The boy justified that without the help of the guys, he would not have overcome the horse, because they fought hard, and in general his conscience will torture. The hero asked not to worry. After all, they could do the following. The next award will belong to the guys, and will not take everything at once, and discuss everything beforehand. Capson had agreed to this. It was only to Remble's advantage that the boy was indebted to them. The kid started drinking firewater, and then was able to feel an incredible power. The secret of such a dungeon was revealed. It was created by the Sunset Giant for the sake of awakening Capson. The kid thinks it took the kid no small amount of effort and coin. The hero was wondering what item was hidden next. They were able to get to the third obstacle in front of them. Capson notices the incredible hot magma, not realizing how they will cross it. The young man guessed the giant wanted only Capson to survive the great flames. The rivers of fire were about 7 meters, too hot. At that distance, you could be burned in the middle. This path was made exclusively for the one who drank the water. Renball asked if the kid could pass further. The young man notices that they are not sent to pass on, asking that at least the boy pass on. Capson didn't want to give up on his team, so he declined. After all, they as a team must pass the test. He didn't want to leave the others to pass himself. The young man understands his intent, but his buddy attributes the entire team to a death sentence. The kid asked to go through on his own, but the guy didn't want to. Tried to change my mind, it didn't work. The boy didn't understand how people could be abandoned, determined that he wouldn't leave until they found a way to get out altogether. The hero warned that he and Sarah Failing would rather die, and he also didn't mean to abandon them, and only asked to clear the place before anything happened. For such an assignment, Capson would definitely handle it. Renball explained that the firewater he drank had given him the protection of a special guardian, so he would be able to mop up the place. The kid realized that even so, he would be sad to leave the boys alone. The boy asked to wait for him at the spot. He would quickly manage to clear the dungeon and come back for them. Capson thanked the hero for assessing the situation so accurately and conceded the item. Sarah asked if Renball was sure, but he hoped for the best. The young man looked around the item store, wanting to buy a whispering stone. The kid planned to request a conversation for Senia, a mid-ranking administrator. The boy understood the time for him to start. The hero asked Senia to suspend their broadcast, to transfer to other players, because they will stand still, and the guards will die of boredom from waiting so long. The girl asked not to interfere, as she would figure out how to broadcast herself. Sarah was terrified at the thought that the river of fire might come out of its banks, right on top of them. The receptionist stated that the guards were interested in how the kid would manage to cross the river. The character didn't expect something like this, realizing they should have changed their approach to the play. They may try to stop broadcasting now that they are in danger, and then continue on how they escape the fire, that way being able to skip the boring stuff, making the moments more dramatic. The girl didn't expect the boy to know how to cross such a river. The hero asked Sarah to climb on top of him, and will try to stick to his plan. The receptionist agreed to bring the broadcast in 30 seconds. Not understanding how the hero manages to simultaneously respond with his voice and communicate through a fizzing rock. The fire was a maximally powerful fire that engulfed a large area with its heat. The kid realized he should be careful with a river like this. The boy noticed that their channel had closed, and now they could run to the front. Now the giant of the sunset didn't see the guys, and they could pass. The boy was thinking of trying to start with instant relocation. This one isn't a skill like many graves think, which carries from point to point, but a fast line move. The only option is to endure the pain of the flames. Without any preparation, they could be burned alive. Mandra's armor would break to pieces from the durability of being in such flames, but would protect against the flames for a relatively long time. The kid mopped up the Soul Station dungeon a few times and was taunted by the guards for a boring show. This was the way to get the armor of Mandra. The system would ask the player to immediately leave the heavy exposure to fire, because the armor could be destroyed. The guy had the same dwarf ring that Neptune had given him during the apology. It was quite useful against fire and other effects. The ring was destroyed after prolonged use during the blaze. The tail effect that was gained for defeating a six-tailed fox. 2 was able to help the guy to fire resistance due to his attribute. The young man managed to use all of his items against the large amount of fire around him. But miraculously, the hero managed to get them both to the other side. The young man suffered great concentration of fire and attention. The system congratulated the player for successfully crossing a large river of fire. The boy managed to get the title of Fire. The boy understood that to pout all methods before such trials, such a fire hero cannot kill. The girl was excited, also able to get a new title. The young man knew about the fireman. Sarah agreed she was pretty scared and thought they were going to catch fire alive. Fireman could be upgraded to Immortal God of Fire. For starters, the guys should have gotten new clothes, or they would be completely tanned. The kid managed to do all he could with not much left to do. Capson didn't understand why they couldn't make the assignment shorter. The hero was left to wait for the guy. The dungeon was cleared out after a while. Renball was glad. Capson had managed to get there. It seemed like it had been about 6 hours. A fragment of map 1 of 3 was obtained. The kid guessed that it looked like the guy was supposed to get the whole card, but he only got a third of it, and that meant it wasn't over. Later, the guys gathered at another spot, and the kid was almost naked after the fire. The boy couldn't believe it, but the boys managed to survive. Capson reached out to hug his team, but the hero asked to put on some clothes first. The boy was very afraid he wouldn't make it in time. The character saw the kid really cared about them a lot. And also Renbol not only survived, but also collected all the parts of the map. The boy told me that he wanted to give the boys what he had promised. Capson found the book of the fire god's body. The hero could not believe the kid really wants to give such a book. The kid agreed, because the promise is more valuable than money. Renbol knew this was a rare magic source that even in 10 years would be impossible to find. With it, one could easily become one of the best players in the entire world. The kid realized that the kid wouldn't be so cool if he took it away, and then the guard, when he went in for the broadcast, tried to kill Renbol. Instead, the hero wanted something else. The boy manages to make effective use of the resulting map fragment. The girl confirmed the contract of successful registration. Who paid the registration fee, Capson, is automatically registered in the system. The player was interested in how the character liked to solve problems in such convoluted ways. Renbol really enjoyed it from time to time. The kid noticed that the hero strongly favored. He agreed to work on a joint script, Book of the Body of the Fire God. Although the share will be only 3%, also the partnership agreement offered to sign. In this way, the hero will be able to interfere in the personal scenario of Capson and get not only the reward, but also information, and already the Sunset Giant will not be able to disturb. The kid offered Renbol 30% for now, but it was enough for the hero. The kid knew how much he would earn in the future. The boy realized that the contract was written, asking if anything to call him. The hero thanked for his care and work. They could see each other in 10 days. Sarah offered to nibble on freshly made coquettes. The kid agreed. Only they should have been told they'd be back later. The boys took a cab. The hero remembered about the Uflex building, which is about to have a dungeon with as many as 7 floors. Renbol wanted to do a good scouting in that place before the dungeon. The girl felt great joy at seeing a large number of coquettes and other things in front of her. The boy notices some strange description again, but decides to ask if Sarah tasted good. She was incredibly delicious. Sarah once said she used to collect change of 100 to 201 at the shelter to go to a diner, and the desire was a 6,001 pork cutlet. Her father was austere and poor, not understanding why the girl would want expensive cutlets if they didn't have a penny, completely thinking she was penniless. The hero realized that poverty always had a reason. The boy seemed interested in the world he lived in. The girl was unbelievably delicious. It was like she had a family. The boy was like that, actually. Sarah wanted to try her best not to cause problems. The hero asked to relax. After all, she's not a homeworker of some sort. On June 23, 2018, in 2 days, a dungeon, the most difficult entry-level dungeon, will open in the Peace Park of Paju City. In 5 days, Kepson will begin a personal script. Every day the hero made plans for the future, for his life must be molded by a hero. Peace Park needed to be cleaned up, but there wouldn't be enough forces. You needed at least level 30. It was more important for the guy to finish the other case. Meanwhile, somewhere in the organization at Seoul Station, there were guards in place to guard the dangerous gateway to the dungeon. There was news reports that an official organization had been set up to invite new players and their security ranks. There was also a famous gentleman who was a representative of Sunshin Group. He stated that once player registration starts, ranks will be given out. The guard asked the hero to stop, asking him to take action, asking him to show his ID. SID checked on Mr. Renbal and Sarah from his family. The inspection was over, though it was suspicious for the hero to linger, for some time the police had begun to control the dungeon and keep a record of visitors. You could see that the Players Association was taking the matter seriously. The boy definitely understood that he would need to actively pursue the rewards from the dungeons. The guards wondered what the direction from the association would be afterward. The man decided to report the arrival of Renbal, who was to enter the gate. The Lord understood the whole situation and suggested just watching him for the time being, and then called the chairman back, reporting that the 2 players he'd asked him to keep an eye on had entered the Seoul Station dungeon for the 30th time. The head of the association didn't expect the boy to be able to mop up more than 30 times. This behavior was very different from other players. Such action was so fast, it was scary to compare with other players. The Lord thought the guy had a special strategy that was only shared with his teammates. The team, on the other hand, consisted of 3 people: Charlie the past trainee, Alice the student, and a little girl named Sarah, also part of the team. The gentleman remembered the boy asking for help with the adoption process. At that time, the hero came straight to Shongshin to see the head, after which the young lad was not confused to meet the chairman of the company. The head realized how fast the world was changing. Some developed countries, including the US and Japan, allowed players to carry personal firearms, although they were the first to encounter training. But the advantage of carrying personal weapons helped other countries surpass Korea. If they don't keep up with the times, they will be left behind others, and already all the other guilds have started to need enterprising people. So it was decided to get close to Renbal. The servant asked if it was about recruiting. Now he was wondering what position to offer. The old man offered a place as the head of the guild. The kid didn't expect to hear such a great position. The head asked to calm down, because it was not an overstated position, and even on the contrary in time, and it may not be enough. So try to correctly convey the old man's opinion. The kid realized that the situation was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, so he agreed to put Renbal in such a position. The old man still remembered the hero's gaze, piercing as if seeing through everything. The boy was like a gem that could become their glorious sword, that would propel Sunshin 10 steps forward. The head of the association will make Renbal his figure to fight for Seonshin's sake. The figure will turn into an obedient hunting dog. Meanwhile, the boy had once again managed to complete the challenge. The youngster was able to finish it over 30 times already, earning him the title of first-timer. The boy knew such things would be widely known in the future. But things changed dramatically for him. The man with the title of pioneer. After that, there should be a significant increase in difficulty and reward. The girl said she got a notice about the hidden fragment. She thought they would probably try to pass it. The boy suggested to stop for the day and go home. It turned out that the hidden zone appears when the average player level reaches level 30. The levels of the team at the moment, considered one of the best, barely crossing 20, it was better not to be greedy and refuse the offer. They will be able to return tomorrow afternoon and target the 2nd floor at once. Charlie and Alice should have already cleared the dungeon assessing their stats, as well as the time that has already passed. The boy will ask to finish level 30. The guys all gathered together in the new gate, the 2nd level. The boy knew that now, having reached level 30 as a whole team, they could enter the 2nd level. On the 2nd floor, stronger monsters would appear, and there were no safe zones, which were plentiful on the 1st floor. There was even a high probability that the guys would try to attack at the gate entrance. Sarah was able to protect the entire team by repelling the gunmen with her own shield. The Platinum Shield, which belongs to Sarah, was rapidly evolving, already taking on a new form. The girl quickly became a natural-born genius, enough to warn of an approaching attack, as it would immediately block it. Alice didn't expect to encounter an arrow, when the hero opposite knew the enemy who specialized in ranged attacks had one. The main task was to eliminate the target before appearing in the gate, shooting on your wits. The Orc Archer was a slightly annoying opponent that you'd expect to fight against like real monsters. Many monsters that appeared right after the training were vulnerable to simple weapons, but orcs had a resilience that protected them from firearms and ordinary blades. Such creatures were called true monsters. There weren't just a few of them in the squad. but a whole horde of dozens of monsters, with archers hiding behind the backs of regular orcs. The girl was able to defend herself against the attack once more, while Charlie didn't really know how to deal with situations like this. The hero notices how much the goblin has fawned over Sarah. It was possible to not live through what other people would target, but she was capable of fending off 2 more such attacks. While the girl blocked the archer, Alice needed to follow the hero's instructions, only following 3 steps away from the guy. The monster once again shot his arrow straight at our guys. The girl couldn't understand what the boy was up to, but he asked not to ask too many questions because of time constraints. More precisely, in such a case, there was no need to explain anything. From the 2nd floor, they should act as one. As a team where everyone understands their role, only then will they be able to sweep everything without loss. Words will hurt everyone more than they will help in their battle. The girl finally didn't understand how the hero acted. Renbull scoots into a blind spot for an arrow. And on top of that, the boy knew about the orc's reaction, which was twice as slow as his. Some of the attacks went through to Alice as well, who tried to avoid such things. The girl was beginning to realize how she should proceed. She applied the Heavenly Demon Treasure technique and then ran at a fast pace around the creatures. The boy notices that Alice was able to figure out how to move. The Heavenly Demon Treasure was a technique that was granted by the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Of course, the girl had only reached the 1st star, but it was fully enough to confuse the orcs, who were already slow. Sarah continued to douse all the arrows flying at her, though each successive arrow was the limit for the girl. However, the boy managed to reach the monster's archer in such a time. The kid tried to punch the creature through. The boy warned Alice to look behind her. The girl applied the special skill, Superior Strike, finishing off the monster once and for all. Alice was glad that she had finally succeeded in taking down the monster. She was able to get past all the orcs and then killed the archer. The 2nd floor was much easier than it looked. The boy stopped her pleasure, asking her to be careful. The sudden arrow flew straight at Alice, who didn't expect such a thing. The hero managed to kick the girl with his foot so the girl wouldn't get hurt by the arrow's heavy damage. The girl didn't even have time to think anything before the boy managed to save her from the arrow's heavy damage. The boy asked the girl to get ready, for to die after killing only 1 orc would be a horrible death. The girl managed to stop herself, not realizing how she could let this happen. Sarah stood still and tried to block at least 1 more arrow to prolong the wait from the hero. The archer drew another arrow to finally finish off the soon-to-be girl. The girl believed she would be able to hold back another arrow. She wanted to try. The orcs were on the offensive, trying to overpower our guys. But the hero and Alice wanted to repel all the attacks and then fight all the monsters in the dungeon. When they entered the 2nd floor dungeon, the hero deliberately did not explain in detail what they needed to do. It wouldn't do any good to demonstrate that the kid knew the conditions of the dungeon perfectly. Also, members of his team are not the ones who need it in general. The most important thing for the team is to defeat the enemy's own opinion to act, so that players can figure it out on their own without explanation. The system congratulated players for completing the dungeon stage, advising them to finish it by destroying the crystal. Charlie was able to drench himself in the battles going on, trying to help his team in some way. He ran through all the creatures that could only watch the fleeing target. One of the monsters was able to catch Charlie by swinging early. The kid managed to somehow miraculously block the blow of the creature's club by framing his left arm. Already the boy's right had managed to do enough damage. The monsters all ran after the boy. The girl was able to calm herself down because she almost got hit. The monster that was pacing behind her didn't bother her at all. Alice asked for a big apology from the hero, for he was able to protect her while she was very foolish. The boy asked the girl to drop it. If she kept doing this, she should realize that her one action could put the whole team in danger. The girl understood this perfectly well and asked for forgiveness, for she would try to be more careful. Charlie, meanwhile, was chopping rocks with his fists. Sarah was taking a recovery potion. After holding back the bow for so long, Alice notices that even the others on the team were doing fine. She was the only one. The girl wanted to try to pull herself together finally and be more careful. Realizing that the hero was completely right, she couldn't leave it like that, promising that she would protect her loved ones when her mother suffered. But in this way, the girl would just get lost, failing in her task. She wanted to repay the hero and not to cause more trouble. Alice dreamed of becoming stronger, just like Renbull. The guardian true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain saw the guy's dire desire and offered a helping hand. The guardian could offer the title Heavenly Demon, after which there would be a change of profession automatically. The boy wondered normally this would have happened at level 30 after the guardian contract, but he's trying to do it right now. Such a title was awesome for a future swordmaster, but one dared to give the title to a hero, after which great opportunities might come. Alice's swordmasters were very strong in the past. The Empress was the strongest PvP player. However, the Demon King could only be opposed by the entire group of 8 heroes. which meant that the girl had her own limits. By that design, if the hero took the title for himself, he would set his own limit. The boy had gone back in time to try to surpass the swordmaster, so it was worth giving up. The girl notices the boy was offered some kind of title the boy accepted but declined. Alice couldn't understand why, asking if it was something bad and not worth agreeing to, the boy replied, "On the contrary." The girl was finally confused as to why then. The hero explained by saying that he had a personal idea of his potential and could then use knowledge and intuition to simplify the team's battles. Asking Alice to remember the recent fight, he couldn't have gotten any further without the guys around him. The kid has a good understanding of the value of each player and understands the appropriate decisions. She was surprised. It meant the guy was comfortable being the leader of their group, and even if she judged the hero's playing style, he moves like he knows everything up front. The boy was surprised for her to notice such a thing, asking her to consider it his special talent, unlocking people's potential. The girl seemed to begin to understand. It was as if the road was in front of her as she listened to his commands. The hero thought he knew her even better than she knew herself. Alice was rather embarrassed at such words. Renbull, noticing her sword-wielding potential far above his own, asking her to believe his eyes. The girl, to tell the truth, did not know how to react to such a thing. The hero realized that such words were not only meant for Alice. The boy guessed that Alice had been offered lower than him. He can't let that happen. After all, they are comrades. The kid revealed that a title like that would go much better for Alyssa than it did for him. The boy teased the true master with praise and flattery, telling the girl that she would shine the brightest, perhaps even become the most famous player in the world. The young man hoped that after this, the guard would choose not the hero, but Alice as the master of the sword. Then the boy handed the title to the girl. The girl only had to agree to the offer, and then the title would apply. She was able to take it, after which she was surprised at the interesting effects. Alice was happy to tell the guy that her profession was able to change. The young man gagged the girl, telling her not to tell anyone information about herself, not even the hero or her teammates. Experienced players should be able to hide the title and guardian contract. These are important parts of future strategy. The kid asked if the girl understood, then let's go. The guy stood still long enough to notice a concrete change. The second barrier of the orc warrior village appeared in front of their eyes. Charlie couldn't understand where the village had come from, assuming that they were back to fighting everyone. The kid notices an extremely interesting change. A feature of the second barrier, there were orcs that no longer stoned after destroying the crystal sweep. And also the second barrier scenario was able to remove the level up restriction. The boy was in a state of shock, for there was no such thing in the future. The creatures walked up to the young man and his team a little at a time, with not very good intentions. Charlie notices a few orcs spotting their team and heading towards them. Alice asks the leader what they should do. The young man thought it was worth it to start with the basic way. We'll look for crystals, trying not to run into orcs. After that, they are bound to make it in 10 minutes. The kid was in a panic. They definitely couldn't deal with the orc archer. They had to finish before he showed up. It's really not clear why their team appeared in front of them, exactly like this Shalaka, in which dwells the great warrior orc. The scenario of the second barrier of the orc village was slightly changed. Sometimes it is true that there were cases when players changed the rules of the game. Usually it happened when the level of the player grows too fast. It was obvious that the true master of Heavenly Demon Mountain was able to give Alice the title of Heavenly Demon. If he didn't break the rules, the change in this scenario could only appear by the interference of other players. An example would be petrification when destroying the crystal that disappeared. Now they will have to get rid of the orcs, which will not be so easy to defeat. Orc level limit has also disappeared. It is an evolving monster that can become stronger in long battles. At the initial stage, could only grow to advanced orc, but without restrictions, can become much stronger. Now the hero has to reach the great orc, otherwise their destruction would be guaranteed. But having assessed the situation and the conditions of the second barrier, a monster can become a great orc warrior. The difference will be huge, many reaching level 37, the strongest even level 40. In the current environment, their team can't cope. If you add orc archers, it's impossible for the guys to mop up a place like this. The kid notices the creatures, starting to think quickly how to proceed. Unless there were petrification features, a battle with the orc warriors was inevitable. The boy should have taken a key item, such as the iron bar he picked up earlier, and then prevented the orc archer from appearing in the first place. The hero shouldn't have shown up at the broadcast, since only the kid knows the location of the crystal. Renbull suggested the guys search the high flag tents and find the crystal. The guy shouldn't have shown the guards that he knew the basic search techniques used. Alice would move to the right side. Already on the left side, Sarah and Charlie will be moving together. If you use this method of search, for 10 minutes exactly can destroy 2 crystals. The remaining will be destroyed by the hero himself. The boy moved with quick movements through all the creature's obstacles, trying to dodge or block all the punches in front of him. The young man notices a crystal inside the orc warrior's tent. A notification came in about a sweep of one of the crystals that Alice had most likely swept. The heavenly demon treasure, obtained from the true master of Heavenly Demon Mountain. The slow orcs won't even be able to catch up with the girl. The girl was only on the first level of the star. Alice said that she had destroyed 1 crystal. The orcs were chasing her. In seemed to have decided to give up. The boy praised the girl. She didn't even think to hear praise, after so many of her mistakes. The boys entered one of the orc huts. The hero assumed all the orcs were asleep, even the warriors. The guys were left to slowly follow the original strategy of simply destroying the crystal. Only now the petrification effect will disappear, and then the hero will have to fight. The kid wanted to ask the girl to do something, asking her to listen carefully when the hero tells her the way to mop up the place. While Renball talked about the method, Sarah and Charlie ran as fast as they could from the catching up orcs. The kid turned to the fleeing boys, asking them to get through the orcs and try to lure them in. Alice will then attack each orc while the guys distract everyone else. The guys were acting strictly on strategy, on destroying all the orcs in the circle. Relatively slow, Sarah and Charlie are sure to bring the orcs after them. And then the girl in a moment started attacking the creatures you could not even kill, but only inflict bleeding wounds. After that, the orcs will no longer be able to fight properly. The girl continued to strike blow after blow at all the running creatures. She couldn't stop as the rage overwhelmed her. Suddenly, Sarah tried to stop Alice, then covering her by blocking her shield. Girl notices a left hand while blocking a punch. Such a sound causes the main orc in the chamber to wake up. Then, smelling danger from the street, the creature sent its warriors to fight the players. The hero was in the tent at this time and realized that all the orcs were now awake due to the noise. There wasn't much point in the guy running to the crystal now, since the orcs weren't going anywhere if he destroyed it. All the guy had to do was kill all the monsters in the neighborhood. There were a lot of creatures, which made the boy even confused about who to start with, deciding to take it one at a time, killing monsters one at a time. By inflicting a neck wound, the young man had a high chance of exterminating all monsters in general. The plan was not to overdo it, be an escape. Then that way, inside the tent, great chaos would reign. The paramount chief did not like this behavior of his subordinates at all. There wasn't much left for the kid to do similar tricks with the creatures. The hero had the entire team run inside, baiting another squad of monsters. The warriors were intensely angry. While being enraged, the head of the creatures watched the other orcs. He took his creatures by the head, tearing all his servants into little pieces, being disgruntled. The player stood there in great shock. I don't know how to react to something like that. Hero's words proved true. The orc warrior is weak to blood if you fill the entire tent with the smell. Then the monster is likely to become intoxicated and start killing tribesmen. The system has detected a unique orc warrior ability, Orc Fear. The hero waited for such an apparition to stop doing something. The ability that most boss monsters have is a skill that restrains the movement of players, preventing them from escaping. But in the moment, the guys will use it to keep the orcs from escaping, who look a lot more appetizing than the players, which is why they bleed them. Fear is a dangerous skill with a long recovery time. So now the orc warrior has lost his unique ability without much use. Alice couldn't believe if they could definitely leave it as it was. Suspecting that the orc's body had gotten even bigger, Charlie also noticed how the muscle level had increased significantly. The hero explained that in their situation, the best thing was not to confront a coherent group led by a warrior orc. It would be easier to give a fight to one advanced orc. Instead of 100 common enemies, the boy would choose to fight one great orc. The creature's rage overwhelmed him. A way to help a team survive may not be as good as it may seem at first glance. The boy notices a huge problem right in front of his face. The monster activated all of its previously stealthy abilities as soon as it moved to a higher level. Applying intimidation, a necessary skill for ranchers to increase resistance to mental attacks. The kid didn't even realize it could be obtained in such places. Sarah offered her help by coming closer. The hero refused, explaining that he could manage on his own. The kid knows that defense against such a creature is useless. How great the difference in strength was. A creature whose level is displayed with question marks will not have anyone present to block even one attack. So there's nothing for a guy to drop out, but how maneuver strikes against the enemy as well. Only by dodging with instant move, the hero has a chance to get closer to the creature. For the plan to catch the monster, it's going to take the guy a while. The young man only has to defend himself and try not to die in a boss fight. Alice couldn't figure out if everything was definitely going to be okay with the hero. Charlie didn't know for sure about Master Renball's plan, but he must know how to give the creature should effects. The girl started foaming at the mouth at all the words the hero had said earlier. She picked up an interesting item, The boy explained that Slow, Sarah, and Charlie were sure to bring the orcs after them. Alice, on the other hand, attacks orcs. You will not be able to kill, just inflict bleeding wounds. Using this item will need to be used on monsters. The girl did not understand how she should do such a thing. The hero explained everything much simpler than it seemed. The beast fangs originally had a clear purpose, which had poisonous properties containing paralyzing poison. The trophy that was collected in the training zone from a bunch of wolves, the fangs causing fatal paralysis in humans, fell to them while leveling up. Alyssa put a fang into the orcs as she attacked, in other words. The big boss who ate all his bleeding relatives could absorb about 70 fangs in one sitting. Naturally, it would not be possible to completely paralyze the great warrior orc with fangs alone. But now for the hero, the creature was much slower. The guy just had to wait for the right moments for him during the battle. The kid was able to find one by literally fighting it for not a large amount of time. Alice then ran up to the large creature to begin acting on her preconceived plan. The boss was quite furious at some bugs under his feet. The girl was about to aim for the side, but the giant blocked her attack, and it also wasn't clear why the body was so strong. The great orc warrior only slowed down, but the difference in attack and defense strength remained the same for the hero team. It wasn't only the players who possessed such an understanding, but the orc was also aware of it. Even though the body was looming as the kid wanted it to, but it would definitely be able to devour common humans. The creature knew very well that it was a predator, and it was human meat that the monster clearly tasted the best. The hero knew that the monster was visited by similar thoughts in time of battle. Even trying to pierce the eyes won't be fatal to the boss, an everyday vital point to aim for. This is the monster's mouth in which it was already possible to do some damage. Deal damage to the weak spot, and insert an iron bar to prevent it from closing its jaws. The boy asked Charlie to be careful not to let the iron bar fall out. Charlie understood that their victory would depend on it. The Fist King dares to show his power in front of the creature, while it is somewhat immobilized thanks to his friends. Charlie tried to do most of the damage with his physical strikes. The creature took the maximum amount of damage from such damage from the players. The final blow was to be finished off by Alice, who applied her one-hit kill skill. As sad as it is to admit such a thing, the guy's got the whole root tooth for killing such a boss, except that the reward for completing the task became much better because the kid was able to get giving useful items from the set of Great Orc Warrior. And then there's the special skill Intimidation, which was more powerful suppression the hero knew that would come in handy against fear bosses in the future. Besides, such a skill was given to every member of the team. Suddenly, the Las Vegas Cowboy started watching the hero. This kid, the cowboy from Las Vegas, was a guard who placed more importance on effective team play and combinations with his teammates. He was known for contracting only one player, Michelle from Golden Tower, that epitomized the pinnacle for many players, the Queen of the Americas. The cowboy decides to support the hero by giving him the leather pants of a great orc warrior. The Guardian, who was only interested in the American server, decided to pay attention to the hero, and thanks to this, he received 3 items of the set. The shack of a large meadow looked empty enough without monsters. However, the boy continued to conduct the hunt. Sarah was very pleased when they were able to get everything cleaned up. Charlie was glad they were able to do well after the long battle, Alice agreed, wanting to give herself 3 days of rest once they got out of the dungeon. The hero realizes how hard it was for them, but they managed to clear the 2nd floor. The system warned that the guys would leave the dungeon in 20 seconds. Suddenly, the young man notices an interesting thing in front of him. Some new portal in front of me. The kid doesn't understand how he showed up if they leave the dungeon now. Alice and Charlie couldn't understand what the conversation was about, for no portal could be seen in front of them. The kid notices that he's the only one who sees this, and after another 13 seconds, they leave the dungeon. The boy started running towards the portal at a fast pace while there was still time. The guys could not understand what fly bit the hero if he dared to run somewhere. The kid asked to leave without him, realizing he had no doubts. A hidden fragment was revealed in front of the guy that only Renbull could see. The young man managed to move into an unknown forest. Special information was performed that is only visible to capable players. Renbull has seen similar in the save zone. The gap in ability between players causes a gap in known information. If it was true that there was a door that was only visible to the hero, then he had to accept its privilege. Many countries have donated to the hero admin tons of coins for such opportunities. The kid had never heard of the unknown forest dungeon. Already at the initial stage, there is something that appears without realizing where he has ended up. The young man made sure that the size of the area was with the whole of Seoul. He had no idea what the master of the forest was. The kid realized that to find it in such a vast area, one would starve to death if one made a mistake. The kid told me that he had managed to almost reach level 30. For the guards in this situation, there were 2 factors. The first was the Special Hidden Fragment Zone, a huge forest that no one, not even the hero, knew of its existence. And here's the second one, a level 29 player who doesn't have much time left to choose a guard. The guards presented the young boy with various survival items so that the kid could survive and join one of them. The administrator didn't expect such an outcome of events. Some unknown guardian even raised the eye perception level. The hero thought everything was a very good result. Besides the items for the trek, he also received an increase in eye perception level, which increased several times. The administrator thought it was worth explaining the purpose of the items. The magic hiking kit would be able to allow camping in a simple zone. It would have been better for the lad to see the description of the items himself. But having seen but alas could not, Celia explained about the magic bonfire being able to burn for over 3,000 hours. The sponsored items were also impressive. The magic hiking kit looked weak, but still worth more than 30 million won. While the hero was thinking about the composition of his kit, the administrator asked to hear her out. The kid reported that he heard everything. The administrator asked the player not to get lost. She wasn't the least bit worried about him. Although the boy saw quite the opposite. The girl told him that with the powers of a mid-rank administrator, she would issue a task. The young man couldn't understand why she was so worried about him. She was even willing to give coins that were hard to obtain. The hero wanted to try starting with the magic camping kit, namely the magic bonfire, which had been burning for over 3,000 hours, not extinguished even in the rain, having the effect of scaring away monsters. For some reason, the repeat assignment was done, which didn't embarrass the kid much. The girl praised the young man, but he should have listened carefully to her explanation, for they were directly related to his survival. The guy was not clear whether it was not enough. What he remembered, she agreed with him. The hero realized that it should not be a long conversation with the presenter. The guards do not want to listen to such things. The boy hadn't even told the girl about the eye perception upgrade yet, and the task was already completed. The young man realized that Senia meant completely unaware of such a thing even. To the guy, even at first glance, it seemed to him that this forest was just huge. He was more concerned that it would take a long time to mop up, but nothing changed from the excitement. The boy knew nothing about this place, the hero's only clue, only the search for the master of the forest. Meanwhile, evening was coming. The young man notices that the underground area was subject to time currents, thus realizing where the west was. The hero was always told it was better to go east if he did not know the way. The great explorer Jackson, stating that this was not a rule, but an experience. The kid doesn't think it was a high-difficulty dungeon with changing directions. Renbull wanted to try and start the search from the beast tracks. The boy was able to put up a tent and stuff to finally create a safe zone in the dense forest. The administrator was curious about what the player had learned by exploring the place. The kid thought it was suspicious. The question not from Senia herself, more like asking the guards through her. The process of exploration is not so interesting and exciting. Now the hero is collecting clues, which was nothing fun. Moments there were guards who were not watching him. So there was nothing left for the guy to do but provide the results. Telling first, they were in a forest-type area. The guy then managed to find 3 kinds of claws that were left on the trees, analyzing by depth and size. There was a high probability that they were cat-type monsters. Each had their own territory, there were no signs of fighting, and only a hunch that they were avoiding each other, and dungeon fights happened. The girl couldn't understand how such information was useful. The hero assumed they were dividing up territories. If they moved more precisely along the borders, they could avoid most of the monsters' attacks. Monster birds of prey flew at night, and it turns out there were individuals they were hunting. It seemed strange for the guy to not encounter any traces of the victims, not realizing what that could mean. Glancing at the administrator, the hero realized that she was silent, as originally intended. The boy tried to calm down, after all. It was only 1 day on the nose. The boy decided on his own in a god-forsaken place. You can deal with everything. The main thing was not to panic. It seemed strange for a guy to discover a place like this for the first time without having studied the strategy, and was lucky to find traces of wild animals. Ideally, the hero should be afraid but honored to be calm. But this kind of game was much more interesting for the guy. The danger of passing Renbalu was left no choice. He has to challenge all the time, but even from the most ordinary things. This kind of game interested the guy a lot, bringing him one pleasure. Some people called such ability a true talent. The boy knew he was a gifted player. The boy hoped that he wouldn't remain someone who only shines in the beginning. Such guys never grow beyond levels 30 to 40. This guy needs to beat that threshold to make sure he's not the only one. The kid managed to find some village-like buildings after 3 days of traveling through the thick of the forest. There was a safe zone around the village, but for some reason it was tanking. The kid was trying to find any clues in the vicinity. The boy notices a cabin that hasn't suffered much damage. The kid walked around the house, finding not much furniture in front of him in one of the houses. He managed to find a letter to the dear elder ref, which said that the master of the forest bore a grudge against them and the brother-in-law was doomed. There was no specific information as some of the leaf was burned, but it was clear the village was burned by the wrath of the forest master. There was a western village at the eastern end where there was another settlement. The hero guessed if he could clear it, he would thus be able to meet the forest master himself. The final challenge was how such despondency was formed. The boy was confident of setting up a safe zone. Eye's perception told him that somewhere nearby. For the moment, something was watching him behind him. The eyes told the hero that the creature was a powerful creature that did not look away. The guy had quite a strange presence. He couldn't be relaxed even in the safe zone. A sudden portal began to appear in the midst of the village. The young man wanted to check the westernmost part of the western village, but the path was blocked by a transparent wall, which meant the end of the zone. Some special condition had to be met to move. The administrator wondered what the boy was thinking. The same one was intently focused. The kid was again approached by the Las Vegas cowboy, a guard who was very much into gambling. He was known for making a lot of bets, sometimes luring players with sweet offers that were hard to refuse. The only person who embroidered after those bets was Michelle. About 100,000 coins, a real lottery for the player. But this is the reward for success. The price for failure was not written. The boy asked the administrator what would happen after he passed the assignment, to which she replied if the kid made it through in 3 days. Then when the time comes to choose a guardian, the contract will be signed with the Las Vegas cowboy. The kid had no idea why so little, because it was bet 100,000 coins. The administrator was wondering if the player would accept the assignment. The kid refused because he can't accept such an assignment. The guy is still not at all like gambling. Sometimes only he bets something with a small chance, but always so will not play. The hero wanted to bet only when he had a chance to win. Clearing the zone in 3 days is pure luck. The guy needed at least some card up his sleeve to have a chance to win. Only fools make stupid bets without any information, being stupefied by the reward. For such a reason, the guy refused, hoping only for luck. Like jumping into the mud, the guardian cowboy Las Vegas was quite surprised and respected the guy's decision. The hero realized to refuse such an offer at level 29 is laughable. The kid asked the guards to laugh as much as they like while they can. The boy remembered that he was now near the western village of Dot. Naturally, the boy would follow the letter to the eastern village of Dante. The journey will be a long one in which to find sustenance again. By butchering another meal, the boy was able to secure his meat for some more time. The young man received not a large amount of experience in coins, not, and most importantly, boar meat. The kid only managed to learn a few things as he searched for food and walked the forest paths. Seeing a stocky boar, which was a strong monster around level 25, the creature was able to give significantly less coins at its level, but it was possible to hunt it. There were, of course, a few differences from the Kerensky boars that the hero knew, such as they are usually alert to what was going on around them, especially at times when predators are around, but the tree tracks proved the presence of the red tiger's fermentation. But the boars feared nothing at all. There was only one conclusion that even came to mind. For some reason, the creatures were completely unafraid of predators. There was a possibility that the boars were not attacked on principle. The boy suddenly got a fruit basket. The hero has no idea where he got the fruit basket from. The kid assumed there was a hidden fragment that cared about survival. It was rather unnatural to watch such a thing, especially when there's also the surveillance that provokes the hero's eye's perception to react so violently. The creatures continued to watch Renbull from the Dot village itself. Even the enhanced skill didn't help determine who this certain someone was. The young man could only give an inkling that the so-called master of the forest was watching him. The boy had managed to gather enough information, but it felt like the young man was missing something important. The kid wanted to hurry to Dante's village. In front of him was a magical rope trap. Not clear where it came from, it was an expensive artifact that confused the boy incredibly. The young man managed to reach the second burned-down village of the common people while in a safe zone. It was one of the more or less intact cabins there. Upon examining it, the young man finds a similar note as in the previous village to which a letter was sent to the dear elder Dudia. The boy came across the keyword restriction, sacrifice for the forest master. The boy didn't know exactly for sure, but it was about a sacrificial offering. The hero was beginning to guess, if such a thing was not done, he would repeat the fate of the village. Looking around, the kid notices a similar pattern. All the houses have been burned down, and there are no traces of the people left behind. After walking a little ways ahead, the young man notices something interesting. There was a well in the village that looked untouched. Taking a closer look, the kid notices a character, a girl who looked on the verge of death. The kid used a recently picked up rope in an attempt to pull the girl out. The guy had hopes of getting a major clue. The rope probably came in handy for a reason. The boy managed to successfully grab the girl and then tried to pull her off the well. The kid also notices something entertaining. The girl turned out to be an elf. The boy could only recognize such a thing by pulling her closer to him. More specifically, she was of the elven race, who possessed superior healing skills and recovery. Loving peace, lime were their good looks. Such features spawned a large number of streamers, who only shot elves. Some even used them for profit, such as the infamous slave trader June. The boy held out his recovery potion to the girl. Then she was able to close her eyes. To the young man, the elven woman looked something like a plant, as if she hadn't rotted in the well a couple minutes ago from a potion she had immediately recovered from. The girl managed not to move much, not realizing what had happened to her, and then abruptly startled the protagonist, who looked at her in awe, not understanding why she was needed in the dungeon. The girl thanked for the rescue. The hero assumed the girl was a villager, and the master of the forest was angry at them. She agreed with the premise. They couldn't present a sacrifice on the altar. It was an ordinary NPC who was 91 years old. The elf is told if they could present a sacrifice to the master of the forest. The boy couldn't figure out what sacrifice. The hero realized that the girl probably didn't know, she agreed, for they didn't understand what was wanted of them. If they had known, they would have sacrificed to the southern altar. The girl again thanked her rescuer, stating that she would soon return to the embrace of nature again. The boy did not expect to hear sharply such a thing, because such a thing meant tantamount to human death. It turned out that the potion only temporarily revived the girl. She announced that she would soon return to the arms of the earth that spawned her, turning to powder and becoming food for the oak tree. The young man understood the elf's desire perfectly. The girl thus wanted to say that the elves lived in houses made of felled trees. It was a real fabrication. The boy really didn't understand why the elf lied about being a villager. The girl had absolutely no idea what the boy was talking about. Initially, the forest immediately seemed strange to the hero. Everywhere there were traces of predators, but the victims were not wild boars, which did not participate in any way in the fights for territory, which is not typical of wild animals. Simply put, a strange zone. The system paid a lot of attention to setting and allegiance. Though there were scenarios without context, the elf race doesn't cut down trees but lives in huts. Landia was specifically different from the standard oak elf setting. It could be explained that the girl was just a character to pass on information, but it was all too strange. The hidden zone was a fake zone that was reconfigured to resemble a normal unknown forest. Eventually, as expected, the girl became dust and disappeared. The kid notices a place where the green winds are blowing, but the kid can't see anything, which was weird enough. Everything seemed too unoriginal. A zone with sloppy settings, as if she was created by someone who had read about her in books. It was clear to the guy now, everywhere he looked, everything was fake, and the hero was again someone watching from far away. This kind of place annoyed Renbol a lot. The boy dared to recognize the unknown forest's magic effect, after which Galaza perception began to resist the magic effect. My eyes tried to see reality, trying to escape the distorted space. The kid managed to lose a not insignificant amount of blood due to the eye resetting. The boy managed to stop the blood from flowing, trying not to go insane from such a painful ability. If the hero doesn't manage to destroy the fake, he'll die at this rate, just like that elf girl, if he keeps assuming everything is his reality. Of course, there was a great possibility that the boy would become a new character assignment for the player who would next find this place. Such a thing the hero was unwilling to allow. The young man wanted to and would live in reality, not some fake. The fake zone that Renbol was in has a limit in a special way, and its creators didn't want its creators to know about it. Pointed to the extreme east or west, and a notice appeared on the border that it was impossible to go any farther. The boy will try his best to ruin everything. The hero wanted to mop up absolutely every boundary of this fake. The young man managed to break the fake barrier, finding himself already in the real forest, losing not a large amount of blood and strength. At first glance, it seemed as if nothing had changed, but the size had shrunk considerably, before it couldn't even be encompassed by the eyes of perception. But now, it was the size of a small village or garden. The kid managed to end the horror in front of him, having recently been locked in a faux pas. The counterfeit was destroyed and the master of the forest. The hero couldn't even think of his skills being so great. It was hard to create such a wide area, realizing that something must have helped him. The host asked perhaps an artifact that dramatically increases magical power. The young man wondered why the master of the forest did not come out to chat with him, for the hero in his eyes could see everything. Cyclops asked not to lie to him. It would be blasphemy to see through his eyes. The forest master couldn't believe that some human could find him. The creature turned out to be a skinny goblin of unknown level, which is the master of the forest. He had 3 stages of evolution, a fairly important monster, skilled in illusion or hallucination magic, good at distorting space. His hobby was to cause trouble for players. In the 3rd stage, such monsters were called goblin ogre. Once the creatures first appeared in Italy, 400 people were eaten at the same place. If such a goblin appeared in front of the hero, he would have to flee. But at the moment in front of the young man was a stage 1 skinny goblin, averaging around level 31. It could be up to level 35 in the hidden area. The hero asked not to think he lied about his eyes. Guys of that type are dismayed to fear the kid will steal his treasure. The kid explained that his eyes see everything. Cyclops could not believe such nonsense. He believes such a force does not exist, the human race. Renbull asked not to tell him, for he knows that the forest master had hidden it behind him, a magical stone of reinforcement. In the confusion, Skinny Goblin's intelligence drops to the level of a child. The young man managed to use his instant strike skill, and then did critical damage, essentially. The monster had no idea how this happened, why the player had cut off his precious horn. The creature was furious, calling Renbull a broomstick-like idiot. The young man hadn't expected such insults, special to his hair. The skinny goblin dared to use its goblin bludgeon skill, flying straight at the young man. However, the hero failed to dodge the blow by taking it upon himself. Goblin expected to finish the fight, including his victory. The boy managed to block the damage, his armor on which was a skill that once a day nullified all the damage received. The kid didn't expect such a technique, but alas, the goblin is too careless with his tricks. The young man managed to kill the master of the forest by fulfilling the prerequisites for the quest, the Unknown Forest. The boy didn't even expect to be able to handle everything in such a short time. Renbull wanted to leave this place when he received his reward. He needed to not forget the magic stone that the goblin had lost. It was a useful artifact in its own right, and would be worth about 10 billion in 3 years. The young man planned to find it somewhere nearby. The kid couldn't believe the creature had managed to bury much deeper. The boy thought such a strange sight, gradually realizing he was omitting something. Suddenly, the boy notices something interesting. Unexpectedly, the kid notices a chipmunk in front of him. Toe resolutely ran towards the player, while the hero did not know how to react to him. The chipmunk was showing some very interesting gestures that made the boy assume he had to give him something. Senia didn't show up, so it couldn't be called a bug. The kid also notices he still hasn't been thrown outside even though he's cleared the dungeon. The path outside the forest also didn't appear, and there was no exit from the dungeon either. The young man was beginning to guess that the chipmunk was somehow involved. Chipmunk turned out to be the last piece of the anomalous zone. Trying to analyze the creature's eye perception failed to give out information. The kid realized that the chipmunk is not a simple animal, and the one offers the hero some kind of deal. The boy notices he was noticed by the guards from the Italian server. The merchant of Venice must have been a guard of Hellas. The royal water was known for valuing bargains and negotiations. The hero never thought he would show up to bargain with a squirrel. The young man wanted to try to make a good deal. The boy wanted to tease the chipmunk not much by giving away various items not tasty to him. The kid notices how the squirrel is furious, the hero realized. This kind of thing is clearly not to her liking. The young man then suggested goblin spirits, but it turned out to be completely wrong. The boy notices how skillful the squirrel is at using magic. The boy has 1 shot left. Renbull unfortunately couldn't even imagine what he would need, because it was impossible to talk, but he was so persistent. The boy wanted to give the chipmunk something of extraordinary value. The kid joked that it was too big a loss for him and would like to get a lucrative offer. Chipmunk wanted to make a deal faster with the kid, although it was news to the kid that the creature could use the deal window. The item received turned out to be a magical enhancement stone, the stats of which could not be checked at the hero level with 2 uses left in it. The bargain was perfect, and the boy at any rate was glad of such a pebble. The system then notices a complete dungeon walkthrough, granting the guy to destroy the crystal. The boy naturally ruined it, and then instantly moved into his real world of people. People couldn't believe where the hero came from, but others reassured that he was standing behind someone, then jumped out. The kid notices some change. The surrounding world to Renbull seemed somehow orderly. Now there were no people in sight to keep an eye on the players. The rest had managed to clean up in an incomprehensible number of days so far. A young man notices the weather is too hot. Looking at his smartphone, was greatly surprised. The kid managed to spend about 3 months of real time in the dungeon. The boy managed to miss a lot of things, realizing that he should call someone first. The kid decided to call his sister first thing, trying to explain everything. But the girl hung up on him, which made the kid not even a little afraid of her reaction. The young man thought he should call the others, and when he called Charlie, he couldn't believe his ears when he heard Master Renbull. The Fist King cried with happiness, spitting everyone around him with his snot from emotion. Then the kid went home, and then he met up with his family again. His sister was immediately furious, but it was clear what she was going through. Not entirely fair, since the kid himself didn't know that something like this would take 3 whole months. The hero's mom was happy to see her son, and the fact that he came back safe and sound, the hero was happy to hear that. Only it wasn't clear why the creature was in his house. Phantom Chipmunk appeared recently in the family of a character who required a name and whose level was unknown. Looking at the characteristics, the young man failed to understand why some chipmunk had so many unique skills. Sarah gave him the name Darren. Speaking of which, the kid noticed that Unknown Forest didn't have this information. The young boy was able to understand in this way. Darren was able to give the hero permission to see his characteristics. The kid was pleased that they were able to decide on a name quickly. The name Darren was a rather funny but nevertheless unique name. Sarah had named him Kim Darren, who, from the looks of it, liked that sort of thing. In a strange way, the boy had managed to become the master of the drone. The young man managed to miss a whole 3 months, no small amount of time worth recovering. And for someone who planned to spend every day making the most of it was a disaster. There were many things that could be accomplished in such a time, but these regrets were another waste of time because Unknown Forest was useful. In 3 months, the kid managed to earn more than 1,000,000,000, putting regrets aside. The guy was curious how the world had time to change. But the time had come, it was time to make one important choice. The administrator appeared in front of the guy, alerted to the pause. She wanted to give a big thank you to the guard who activated her. The girl notices the level 30 guy, asking the Renbull player to come to his decision by picking someone. Guardian's choice is the only possibility to change class at level 30, an important moment that determines the direction of the future game. A guy could only get 5 entries in total by different guards who could choose a player at their discretion. The kid knew that this was the first time so much attention had been gathered on Senia's channel. It seemed as if she was having a hard time keeping the broadcast going, because she hadn't expected such an influx of guards. The young man managed to get all 5 offers, even more than expected. A mid-level player must be extremely lucky to be picked by at least one guardian. The highest known number of contracts was 4. The kid had never heard of anyone getting 5 messages, he could definitely make sure. The hero's talent is so immense that it made from an ordinary man, a genius. But the expectations of the guy could not be justified. Where could one message have gone? The administrator asked the guy which guardian he would contract with. The kid stated that there were only outstanding individuals among all the guards, and wasn't sure who to pick. The guards were able to react differently to his speech. One of the rogues had lost his shame. If the guard really wanted to become a Demon King guard, his level would have already exceeded level 40. All the other guards made reasonable suggestions, traps that nudged the hero towards the choices they needed. Of course, there was a generous guardian stronger to accelerate Renbull's development, but there was only one to choose. The kid doesn't know why, but he felt something strange from the notes sent by the guards, as if there was something in this space that the hero can't grasp. Guy should have focused carefully on Eye's perception. The boy was able to locate the unknown observer in front of him, who for some reason had not sent a message. It seemed to the hero as if from the very beginning, he was literally under the gaze of this ingenuous guardian. Even on the very first day after returning to the past, even from the very beginning of the training, he had been watching the hero since the beginning of the game. It was his particular nuivak, the eyes of the cold-blooded watcher, that became the eyes of perception, and were wondering whether it would not be an exaggeration to say that the hero's game began from that moment. Another clue has emerged. The unknown watcher is a sentinel who often violates common sense, a reward obtained after mopping up the turtle's nest. It wasn't on the level of a mid-rank administrator's assignment then. It was cleverly managed to be disguised. Regular guards put everything on the line to get their names better known, so they avoid all sorts of skimpy methods of supporting players. If a guardian is found who chooses to remain unknown this way, they will only have hide methods at their disposal. Perhaps today's choice for the hero is concerning as well. The guardian may have communicated his intentions in a secret way, one that our hero can see. Eye's perception has been upgraded by 1 level. There's a message from the unknown observer. The boy managed to solve a strange riddle, a hidden message among the other 5, a 6th sentence. The young man was going to choose him from the start. Renbull managed to contract the guardian Unknown Watcher, got a lot of enhanced characteristics on top of that. It wasn't clear from the description that the class was great, but the hero was ready for this. The young boy managed to open the hidden store of the 2nd floor of Tower D. The kid managed to buy a class change assistant, which took 70,000. The kid didn't expect that a high level could double up. It turned out to be only 1 promotion. The boy tried to prepare everything, but it turned out some absurdity. The boy realized that there was nothing to be done. He could not go against the will of the guard on the day of the contract. This certainly disappointed the hero, but nothing to be done. Touching the hero, the class change download began to Watcher. Such a class could observe everything that happened in the hero's world. Renball, who had gotten the Watcher class, was surprised because he looked much better than the Caretaker. Having looked in more detail at what properties such a skill has, the boy was extremely shocked to learn all the characteristics of the skill, not realizing what kind of hacked class it was. Meanwhile, somewhere in the association, the kid notices that the guy's address hasn't changed. The apartment in front of him was the same one after the deal with the principal. Only the boy managed to show up 3 months later. The person who was hard to meet is a Renball player. The door that only the hero could see appeared right after passing the second level of the Soul Station dungeon. Renball immediately realized that it was a hidden area, so he entered it. Once in the unknown forest, having been on a long search for a forest master to complete a task, the kid was constantly feeling a sense of discomfort. Then player Renball used all the clues and his own knowledge, realized the essence of the forest, fought the master of the forest, eventually overpowered the master of the forest, defeating him. Through a measure of luck, it also turned out to be a deal with a suddenly appearing unknown chipmunk. The bottom line is he managed to get out of the unknown forest. Back in the real world, 3 months later, the kid got level 30 and a chance to choose his own guardian, along with a special class called the Unknown Observer. There came a point when the kid had no idea why he was going through something like this. The Observer class turned out to be literally an observer. The kid didn't recall anyone getting such a class in 10 years, and judging by the description, he'd only have to watch. The kid wondered if he should check out the skills of the profession. The Observer Zone was only level 1, which displayed the available zones, as well as 50% experience added from the entire team within a 5-meter radius. Eyes of the Watcher had many abilities that were usually too complicated for players. In the Hero class, there were not even basic attack or defense skills. It felt like a complete mess. But if you increase the level of Eye of the Observer and share skills at the right moment, King of Fists will be able to show murder by one punch, or we'll be able to see Sarah's Platinum Shield. If used correctly, this will come in handy a lot in the future. The only problem was leveling up. It would take 5 years to grow from 30th to 40th by simple efforts. Although the kid would be able to do it faster, he had a feeling that it would all work out and it was worth a try. The kid thanked everyone for giving him the opportunity. The boy notices that he only had the name Unknown Watcher hidden. The guard most likely didn't want to reveal the fact that he had signed a contract with him. It was clear that the guard wasn't one for publicity, hence the unknown. The kid planned to adjust to the guard's character. The character has stated that he will follow his will and will not disappoint the guards, promising to play as well as possible. The last words were more like bragging, but many like this show during the change of profession, the girl managed to capture this moment. The kid only laughed, pondering the whole situation of what was happening. The change of profession was only the beginning. The boy was able to spend 3 months in the unknown forest. The lad needed to prepare for the future. The boy notices as many as 7 missed messages from Alice. The girl couldn't understand why he didn't pick up the phone for so long. The boy denied that the phone was on silent. She said tomorrow afternoon would be the first player's training camp. The hero began to realize that it was time for the active actions of the association of players. Different rules, distribution of items and income, large guilds that sponsor large companies. They will be able to establish new orders. Alyssa learned that there would be plenty of information available. They said even in the buy guilds there were still plenty of spots available. Career advancement and such. Renball asked to wait for there was someone standing outside his door. The kid expected someone to show up before the players gathered, but he wasn't sure who it would be. The man asked if the kid was a Renball player. The staff member wanted to greet by introducing himself as Ronaldo's supervisor from the Sunshin Association. The hero began to recall Ronaldo's name. This employee was once the head of human resources at the Players Association in 2028, personally came to the hero with the test results. That pitying look was hard to forget, while the association is a subsidiary project of Songshin, but would later split off and be affiliated with the government. Renball remembers how all the staff were replaced by civil servants later. He was a supervisor at Songshin even in the present time. Judging from the description, the hero didn't think he was a bad person, but it was interesting how exactly Renball could be of use to Songshin. The staff member put together their submission document, which detailed very high praise for Mr. Renball. Ronald No suggests that the kid report to the guild heads. The kid didn't expect it to be about guild heads, especially about the Taigov Shield Guild, which divorced at a rapid pace while receiving support from Seonshin, so such a suggestion is surprising. The employee offers an annual payment of 200 million won. Additional benefits, high rate of salary increase, asking the hero to read the contract regarding the distribution of items and coins. The young man wondered if the answer was needed right now. Ronaldo asked not to answer immediately, but it would be best not to drag this out, for there was a chance that this would be the first and last offer of this magnitude without further verification. The supervisor will look forward to the hero of good news. The kid realized that 200 million is already too much. The employee seemed sure to agree to such a thing, for just a man cannot think of a better way. Such an offer from the very company, that old man who realized the value of the hero of the revolutionary product, wants to give only 200 million. Renbul knew there was no malice, but it seemed humiliating. The hero's inventory has recently received the item Magic Strengthening Stone, the value of which will be 10 billion in 3 years. The kid wouldn't go to them for 2 billion. And also, Unknown Watcher is unlikely to like such a direct introduction. The best way would be not to become a chapter and mess with Xiang Xin. The boy will play his own way. The very next day, Charlie ran with all his legs to meet Master Renbul. He began to run around the hero, worrying intensely the whole time about the master. The kid asked not to be scared like that again. He knows everything after all. They had been together for a long time. Alice said that they thought the guy died somewhere in the dungeon. The hero did not even understand where she came from. Although it was not important, they had called yesterday. The kid notices that it wasn't just his family that was worried about him. Surprisingly, it wasn't a bad feeling. In 3 months, Charlie and Alice were able to get level 32, and Sarah got level 31 geniuses were able to accomplish this without much strategy. And the hero also learned about level changes and re-evaluations. The guys were able to get A rank, and Sarah got a C rank, which was lower than the guy's not even B rank. The hero asked not to worry, and there was nothing wrong with that. After all, he himself only had an F rank. Sarah hadn't expected that. While the guys couldn't understand why it was so, it wasn't even a lie. It was just that the kid refused to participate in the measurement. The current method of grades will be canceled soon anyway. There was no reason to go through a level assessment when there were no concepts of skills and magic. Boy, think the high ranks of combat class players. The kid asked the guys to hurry up because the official meeting was about to begin. Capson was glad to see the great hero who had been out of touch for 3 months. For such a reason, he asked for a smack, as a sign that the kid was back alive. The hero doesn't like that kind of thing, so Capson looks at the reaction and apologizes, asking him not to look at him like he wants to kill him. Renbul hadn't expected, however, to meet someone familiar, realizing that in 3 months, Sarah had helped make friends with everyone. On the clock, the time was coming to an end. The guys should have started by now, but still no one was in sight. Looking around, Renbul finds the guy. The starting point of their adventure will begin with these two. It all started back with Redis, the self-proclaimed predator, Stormy Bear he had signed with the brave Lion King, and was on the lookout for a mission target to contend with. The kid chooses not too strong or weak prey to show his courage, and already near him was Typhoon Jin, who can become a powerful wind mage. The hero will have to help him to make his ally. Redison called Jin over to announce some sort of showdown. The hero explained to the administrator in advance what will happen at the meeting of players. Everything must end in the desired way. Hero even managed to make a bet with Xenia because So did not believe him. Now the guy will only have to play the game prepared by the hero. Redison told if hit a man, he must apologize. Someone suddenly put it on the guy to calm down eventually. Capson, who can't tolerate this kind of behavior, getting involved in the situation. The guy had a keen sense of justice and a unique personality. Either way, the situation would seem interesting to the guards. Since it was coming to a fight, the picture could already be ending. The players had already managed to make a mess. The administrator was wondering why Capson was picking on the player he was broadcasting with. Thus, mid-rank administrator Percy was trying to inflame the situation. Percy tried to stimulate this event and then wants to beat Capson to a pulp, but instead turns on the hero's arrangement with Xenia. She asked Administrator Percy to calm down as he was trying to put unnecessary pressure on the players. Rhino didn't immediately realize who it was. Xenia asked not to forget the absolute laws of the system. Was there any reason at all using force on a player? Jin couldn't understand what the girl had to do with his run-in with the player. In a situation where Xenia had already intervened, things would be difficult to solve in peace. The brave Lion King would want to send the task again. Radisson notices the main goal of the assignment. The guy needed to come into conflict with the protagonist. That way, the player will be burning to challenge Renbul to a PvP, and the Percy who finds out about it will definitely help. It seemed a great absurdity to the administrator, and thought it would be right to punish the player with her exclusive contract to bring Xenia to her senses. Xenia would naturally be ready and find an excuse to refuse, choosing another teammate instead. After all, her exclusive non-combat class player, and wasn't suited for PvP. The girl manages to pick a member of his team that fits. Asking Alice to fight the player, the girl agreed. The player couldn't believe a kid would hide behind a girl, thinking he was a man afterward. Of course, the PvP was over in an instant because Radisson wouldn't even be able to keep track of her movements. Defeat without a single hit. It was incredibly easy for the girl to end the outrage, not realizing where such a weakling had come from. The kid stated that the end only comes when the opponent is dead. Alice was able to leap over her opponent, confusing his thoughts with this approach to battle. She couldn't believe she'd met such a restless man, then just killed a guy who was coming down hard on the fight. The hero expected to see this kind of thing from the future Swordmaster, the owner of the contract with the true master of Heavenly Demon Mountain. These guys were able to help Renbal test the Watcher's eyes. Even at the first level of skill, the boy was able to count the mana flow and Alice's movement. If the boy could get used to it and raise the level, in the future he could even copy the movements, and also manages to get team experience, which is gained even during a PvP battle. Usually team members gain experience based on their contribution. But if you add up the effect of increased experience in the Watcher's Zone, the bonuses from Pathfinder and Superior Player, you get an 80% increase in experience gained. The kid was now able to better understand the Watcher class. It was enough to stand behind and watch to make the experience amazing. It was amazing for a visiting player to watch such a beautiful girl have an outstanding level. Chipmunk spots a potential victim for Mr. Renbal's pocket. The boy praised Alice. The sight was impressive to him. The hero knew this man by the name of Siren, a professional coin thief who preys on newcomers. The guy had a unique ability called opening pockets. The kid even heard. It allowed him to check the amount of coins in his inventory. The player then had to target not the hero, being the richest player. But besides the player, there was more than one genius thief. The kid was thinking of taking a little bonus for himself. Eventually, Renbal managed to rob Siren, who was about to rob him of his own, the little genius going unnoticed even after the theft. The young man managed to pick up 47,000 coins for himself. The unexpected increase in balance will make planning easier. Alice introduced Jin, who wanted to thank the girl, but she thought it was more appropriate to listen to the hero. Like Typhoon, Jin always remembers his enemies and those who helped him, for his guardian is the Libra woman. The player thanked Renbal wholeheartedly for saving him. He hadn't unleashed all his skills yet, but he was already at level 30. The hero thought it a trifle, for that fellow had behaved childishly himself. Radisson and Percy helped the young man to leave a good first impression. Renbal notices the guy had a mage class, but the guy couldn't figure out how the hero knew. The young man replied that he saw Radisson start to hit on the guy, and felt a faint breeze for a moment. For such a reason, he assumed that the kid had wind magic. The player was surprised at such insight. It was the first time he had met an adult who had intervened in such a situation, realizing that the player was indeed outstanding. A young man notices a meeting on the 12th floor, suggests Jean go up together. The latter agrees to the proposal. The hero and his team managed to pull it off in time. Jin was now their ally. The first phase was complete. The kid was an important person who plays a key role in the future. Next, the serious part will begin. The meeting on the 12th floor was supposed to start at 2:30 p.m., but things took a turn with the appearance of a sudden gate. That's right, as in the hero's past. The place Typhoon Jin awakened. The boy manages to help awaken him and gets something. There were quite a large number of people around who would participate in the gate. Sudden Windy Hill Gate, an uncharted gate whose cause is unknown, a brutal place where more than half of the players will die today. There were about 18 columns in total. To find the gate closure clues, you had to destroy them, but that would result in a change. The slowly increasing wind flow eventually rips people to shreds, and ferocious monsters appear, which are difficult to hunt at the current level. If the hero didn't know the strategy from the memoir earlier, he doesn't even know what would have happened to him in such a place. The kid had to come to a place like this to awaken Jean and get something. Eyes of the observer, an effective role assignment. The plan will go well. The guy managed to destroy the 7th column, and then the whole incident would change. Manifest Central Colony, after which the active mop-up phase will begin. The player chopping the column noticed that he was able to find the clue on his own. The rest of the players believed they could try and deal with all the remaining colons. Colons were destroyed fairly quickly, with players trying to mop up the gates as best they could. The hero notices how quickly the 8 columns were destroyed. After that, key items will appear. They played an important role, and are located in one of the destroyed columns. The boy wondered where they might be, though Darren suspected something. The chipmunk had managed to bring some interesting items. The kid didn't even realize where Darren had found them from. Wind shoes, which increased compatibility with the vert element, and would create a synergistic effect for the steps needed a full pair to activate the effect. Such an item consisted of two parts. The guy thought all this time where to get them. But everything was decided by a little helper, so the guy will be able to save time. The young man had only to wait for the moment when it was worthwhile to act. The kid asked Senia if she remembered the recent argument. The girl remembered him, of course. Last night she had decided to argue with the hero, because she didn't believe it. If Renbola's prediction turns out to be correct, the administrator should open a mid-range store, but for some reason the price tag on items has increased tenfold. The kid guessed he'd get a fine for such a crossing, but wasn't it too cruel to increase it tenfold? Now the guy only has 47,000 and he was a little short. Chipmunks again notices a potential victim in front of him with a lot of coins in his pocket. Darren ran through his head and the guy wasn't very pleased to realize that there would be stealing from him even when everyone was busy. The chipmunk managed to make the owner a gift of 23,000 coins. The kid originally thought to bypass the store's fine, but the chipmunk genius managed to save the hero. For such a reason, the guy promised Darren a mountain of fruit and 15 minutes of stroking. The young man had managed to buy a lot of good items. Though a big spend for him, it was time to invest. The kid warned the administrator that he was going to reinforce the subject. The girl agreed. But it was possible to open such an opportunity now. Blue light barrier. The young man saw it for the first time. But the one still watching Senia's channel, Guardian, who loved the content with item amplification. In a safe zone, the kid will be able to do it in peace. Something made Renbol very uncomfortable, though. The fact is that there is usually about a 90% chance of success for the first amplification, but not 100% or 120%. The kid didn't understand how this was possible. Back in the past, there was a specialist named Lucas, who was called the Master of Amplification. Toth said, "Amplification is not a fight between 1 and 100 outside of this more beautiful world," which likely meant something like this. The attribute was greatly enhanced thanks to the hero. The kid was able to successfully finish the reinforcement by adding some additional reinforcement. Similar was blue level, stronger enhancement at +1 comparable to normal at +2. Such was incredible luck. The young man assumed he had a talent for this sort of thing. Renbol thought to solve such a thing not much later. For now it was more important to clear the dungeon and get out. The next step in the plan was Jim. The boy didn't understand why there were so many more winds and creatures. A sudden black ball flew straight at Jim. The hero notices that the man fails to dodge the blow. Renbol decides to help the guy from pushing him to the side. But the kid wouldn't have been able to dodge the blow on his own. For such a reason, the hero had to sacrifice not much of his armor durability. Renbol managed to trust the equipment set and set himself up, but was lucky not to get a dose of paralyzing poison. The center of the hero's plan, Jin was not to be harmed. In a way, you could call it a worthwhile investment. Renbol warned that the wind would soon blow again, and he should lie down. Jin thanked the guy, asking the hero happened to be a tank, but that wasn't the point. But Renbol was safer to set up than a mage. The player promised that he would be indebted until his death to the hero. The hero was surprised to see the kid so much into such an act. It was a sign of a successful investment. Renbol provided a task for Jim in that case, the latter wondering what kind. The hero asked to pay attention to the center column. Jim knew the mission was to get the Vault of Gifts. The young man told the player, who would be able to see a faint wind flow in a spiral shape around the pillar, when he looked closely. Gene wondered what kind of flow was being talked about, since nothing like this had happened before. But looking closely, he was able to notice, but not immediately, but only after the words of the hero. The hero was glad to hear such a thing, lending the guy his sneakers. The young man didn't expect to temporarily obtain a rare level item, and even temporarily, such things were expensive. The kid certified that there was nothing wrong with them. The kid should have used them more effectively. Jin did not understand why such kindness, because he himself could not help the hero, not realizing how he could stand out so much. Proudly, the boy asked what he would have to do, realizing the hero and his request could be trusted. The kid asked the player to remember, a stream of wind surrounds the center column. He should have just used it. Jim, with courage and joy, will try to do this. He promised that he would bring the Vault of Gifts very soon. The player ran at an incredible speed behind the flow of wind, gradually climbing to the top. The character was pleased at how well Jim handled the expectedly easy-to-read wind flow on which he was moving. It was enough to fall out of the stream and into the barrage to be in danger, but Jim would be able to make it to the top. Back in the day, the boy had cleared the dungeon the same way, but then used shoes without amplification, being a very talented guy. The hero wanted to ask what Kepson's attack distance was. The kid answered 50 meters, not understanding what the question was about. Renbol assumed that monsters would appear near the center column. He was able to spot some frightening creature that was indeed moving toward Jim. Capson was afraid to even ask the hero. Somehow he had learned of his appearance, but Renbull asked to calm down and shoot them. Jim climbed up the center column to fetch the vault of gifts. The gate designer must have created some interference. Capson was surprised at how good the hero's insight was, but was glad to help clear the way for Jim. The fireballs were doing a good job in the guy's defense. However, the player who wanted to foul him before kickoff didn't realize when the player had time to get in there. The guy wondered why such a fool would go in there without orders. Charlie dared to shut his mouth to his buddy who didn't know how to communicate with people. The big creature also wanted to climb the tower to kill the boy. The hero couldn't let that happen and realized that killing something like that wasn't worth it, because even originally, Radisson was only interested in showing off his power. But if he wasn't interfered with, he would ruin Jim's plan. Young observes that 11 columns have been destroyed in that time. The role of observer suggests minimal intervention. But in an unexpected situation, a lizard with a big mouth stalked the dungeon savior. The kid was already ready to kill the monster before it got to the player yet. The boy was not much nervous, for he got less experience. It didn't seem important to the hero. For now, the plan was the priority. Jim realized he wouldn't have been able to dodge the lizard. Realizing such a thing, he was ashamed of how many times the hero had managed to save him. He immediately asked Rabal if he was all right. The one natural was fine, experience aside. The guardian of the blue color barrier wanted to offer help. The hero really didn't understand what other support he would get. The hero praised Jim for the beautiful robot. The latter even didn't get a lot of embarrassment from such a thing. The system alerted that the gift vault was beginning to have an effect. Then, it also started calming the winds of Water Hill, after which it destroys all the monsters in the dungeon. The sacred storehouse of gifts healed the afflicted people. Things started to change when the gift vault touched the ground for the guys to sweep the place. The vault of gifts has to do with the Wind Temple. To enter the Wind Hill, you had to fill this box with 100,000 coins. All players received a notification of how many coins they could contribute to the gift vault. Everyone could donate the amount they could afford. Naturally, people had to raise 100,000 at the end. The other players had no way of knowing how much someone could give away. Just in the past, Jim donated the entire accumulation, 15,000 say. Because of that, he was elected and got a special award. Unless that has changed, the guy needed to donate more than 15,000. The hero had practically 22,000 coins in his account. Darren offered his master another 10,000 coins. The hero was wondering where his pet gets so many coins from. But to be honest, the guy won't donate everything. But the situation is different from the past, so it's better for the hero to back up and give the opportunity to become the person who gave the most. The system reported that the Vault of Gifts had been filled, and the blessing of the Temple of the Winds was being extended to players once in the dungeon. The sign appeared to the hero, a sign that was only visible to the hero. The system congratulated the guy for receiving the Gifts Warehouse Award that selected him. From such a vault, the special skill Cognitive Dissonance was transferred. In fact, the hero first heard of this ability thinking it would be useful since the system assessed his needs. There were 2 conditions of use set, but they were already met, though the guy has both guardian support and eyes perception. Suddenly, the unknown player was surprised because, according to the idea, it should still be going on. But for some reason, the clones started disappearing. The system presented to calculate an additional reward. The hero had no idea that there would be a reward for the surviving clones. This sort of thing could be seen by the other players. The kid didn't want to draw attention. The kid used the new skill, Cognitive Dissonance, on all the players around him. It went great. All the players now won't be able to figure out who got the reward. The guy had a very useful skill on his hands. Now he would be able to check everything out quietly, without fear of any repercussions. The system noticed the remaining columns in the amount of 6 pieces, for which will be given 30,000 coins. The hero realized that passed not all the task, because of the destruction of all the columns. The young man notices some hidden fragment, remembering that Jim had said in the past that it was good to destroy only 12 columns. The kid didn't realize at the time what he meant in that interview. More rewards meant better than less. The young man managed to obtain the Divine Wind Body Book. The kid had no idea that it could be obtained in such a place. Wind God Body Book. A wind class item which greatly enhanced the characteristics and skill. It was a special artifact that turned a person into a unique genius. The hero had already obtained the Fire God's Body Book, so obviously others could now obtain it. It seemed as if there were only 5 wind books 10 years ago. You could consider the guy incredibly lucky. He just had Jim with a predisposition to the wind. The hero notices some strange candle on Jim's back, realizing he can't see such a thing. The boy couldn't understand where she was coming from, facing an unexpected situation. The blue candle is a random artifact whose conditions of appearance are unknown. The guys will discover a new zone when it goes out. There was quite a lot of risk, but also a great reward to choose players to take with you. The boy wondered if it was worth a try, but if the hero put it out too quickly, the difficulty would increase. The candle was still there. It wasn't too late to try. The kid dared to put it out now. The young man managed to sweat it out admirably, lowering the difficulty, but increasing the reward for passing. The heroes managed to gather just the right amount of people for a new challenge. Renbull asked all the boys to prepare for the battle ahead. They will be able to go to other gates in proximity to them. The guys were very uncomfortable seeing the surrounding terrain. The whole team literally hid behind the back of the hero. The hero asked them not to let their guard down, for something was approaching them. A huge tomb was seen rising in the center, except that meeting the great orc warrior inside was a big surprise. The boy was lucky to put out the flames in time. Otherwise, a whole crowd of archers and common warriors would have jumped out with him. The girl couldn't believe that it was enough for them to just defeat him. They were already dealing with such a thing. Alice asked if the iron bar was left from last time with the hero. He was surprised that she hadn't forgotten the strategy. A pause was applied at the request of the Las Vegas cowboy guardian. The cowboy wanted to offer the guys a new assignment for which they could get lots of cool items if they agreed to return to the original difficulty. The boys had no idea how they should proceed. The offer of the guardian of the Las Vegas cowboy was indeed tempting. The first entrance to the dungeon duplex. This place has not yet been officially opened. Such a chance could not be missed. In addition, the coins with the gloves did not want to lose. But his offer is always a gamble. Lives were at stake. A mistake of intuition or observation would put everyone at risk. The hero doesn't think they are capable of accomplishing such a task with their current forces. Renbull wanted to give Jim the Book of Winds. The latter, in turn, no longer knew how to thank the guy for such a thing. The young man knew very well that such an object would suit Jim better than other players. The kid asked to take this book for the sake of all overall survival, and then the odds would increase for the task to become doable. Obviously, the Las Vegas cowboy master of gambling set the terms on the verge of failure. But the guardian might not have known that the hero had managed to obtain the Book of Wind, which could be used to destroy the balance with such an advantage. Now everything was ready and the scales were able to tip in the right direction. There was only one thing left to do. The hero wanted to ask the administrator to give something to the Las Vegas cowboy strat. The girl couldn't tell if Renbull was in his right mind to make a counteroffer to the guards. The boy had not seen a law that forbade such a thing and did not agree being in his right mind. The guards had different personalities. A counter deal for a guard who thinks players are lowlifes is a straight path to the grave. But such a thing doesn't apply to the Las Vegas cowboy, Renbull knows. Back in the day, Michelle from the Golden Tower often made counteroffers. The hero asked that his will be passed on to the Las Vegas cowboy. The girl asked to underestimate the guardian. The boy knew that without the administrator. The boy stated, judging by his limited abilities in the original difficulty, 2 archers would appear, and 1 warrior to add 5 additional orcs to them. But the Las Vegas cowboy has not set clear terms of the assignment, so the boy asks for clarification. The hero's counteroffer was to correct the hunting objective with an item that would drop from the warrior orc, a challenge obtained from the Las Vegas cowboy. By offering a task without details, the guardian is trying to figure out if the player is worthy of further attention. Such a method of verifying who he was going to sponsor in the future, the helpless presenter can only fidget. Her cocky player dared to argue with the guardian and make suggestions. However, the hero assumption may satisfy the Las Vegas cowboy. Alyssa suggested that she would then be a distraction and Sarah would aggregate everyone. Renbull asked to wait a bit. The deal was in front of the guys. The hero asked Senia to take something. The administrator was shocked to discover such a thing from a Renbull player. That's right, the hero already had the experience of hunting the great orc warrior as proof of victory. The kid wanted to provide the guards with a horn. The hero only wondered if there were any problems with that. The cowboy decided to actively watch the hero already after that hunt, so he didn't know the guy would have proof. The guards were quite intrigued by the player's action. Of course, this kind of game will not appeal to everyone. But Cowboy will be pleased when he sees that the cards in his hands are much better than his. However, it was impossible to ignore the reaction of the other guards, to use the opportunity to increase the reward. The kid knew he'd managed to rub the nose of the Las Vegas cowboy, so some of the packs started hustling to make sure the sweep didn't count. At times like these, the mid-ranking administrator had to take the initiative and step up and bring in more naive customers. The girl realized the conditions of the sweep had been met, but she felt that not all the guards were happy with this method. So the Las Vegas cowboy pondered whether to recognize the sweep as complete or not. The administrator knows not to violate the laws of the system. She wanted to ask someone to give a new assignment and take an attacked part in solving the problem. Player and admin wanted to create content that would satisfy the majority of sufferers while attracting new sponsors. Admin thanked for the support. The tomb sweeps will begin soon. However, the difficulty was very high, ranging from great orc warriors, 2 orc archers, to 6 ordinary orc warriors. It won't be easy. The guards probably won't miss it. The lust for killing orcs began to rise. Meanwhile, the boys stood under the barrier, watching the creatures. The hero hoped that all the guys understood the strategy of the future battle with the monsters. Charlie and Alice went on a monster hunt, acting completely on their own strategy. The player decided to draw all the orcs on himself. The girl fighting the guy believed in their victory over the creatures. Charlie was destroying all the surrounding monsters with his skills. Alice, on the other hand, dismembered all enemies in her path with her sword. The team was literally blazing with excitement for the battle. Capson was pleased at how well the guys were doing fighting the creatures. The one in turn also wanted to help with his fire magic. Sarah knew the kid was going to be the key man of this battle, so she would protect him, just following her brother's instruction. The girl would begin to aggro the orc archers, who would launch their arrows in large numbers to attack. The young man managed to use his wind to thwart the archers, acting on the hero's plan. Something like this was reminiscent of the wind that blew on Windy Hill. You just had to change the trajectory of the arrows a bit. Sarah, on the other hand, could easily avoid direct arrow hits by defending herself with a platinum shield. The girl was delighted no injuries and they were doing pretty well, the kid was glad to hear. The young man could not believe the amazing abilities. It was as if a new world had opened before him. It was enough to listen to the words of Renbel's player. Now he knew the power of a true leader. He notices that the hero had an awesome monarch class. The young man was glad to see the boys doing well against the monsters. The boy notices while things have been going fairly smoothly. There was one last detail left in front of them. The young man wanted to fight that guy, a monster that was level 41 on his own. The monster was extremely displeased, but was waiting for an activation from the players. The creature notices the attack on itself, beginning to act to destroy the humans. The hero really went to fight alone to do as much damage as possible. He had met many anomalies before, but for now, the kid would use the normal method of battle. There was a significant difference of 11 levels between the boy and the orc. It was impossible to defeat the monster alone and without a special strategy. The normal method will need some modification, first to get the creature a bit riled up. The boy asked the monster to attack him faster if he didn't chicken out. Alice and Charlie were minding their own business, taking down common orc warriors. The girl notices how fast the movements of the hero, which could not be called perfect, but the hero was strangely like a celestial Pegasus. The boy didn't have the paralyzing poison from last time, but now the boy can read the creature's movement with the watcher's eyes, instinctively able to calculate distance and speed so the chances are there. The young man wanted to aim for vital organs again, putting a spigot in the monster's mouth again. The creature was going into a unique terrorize mode. The boy couldn't understand where such modes come from. The hero's spirit resisted the elimination effect was not unremovable completely. The body was able to weaken, but the traffic was still readable. From where, how, and at what time the attack will happen, all looms in the hero's mind, even weaknesses that only appear for a moment. The boy managed to spot a small dot, hitting which he was able to inflict heavy damage to the boss by applying the skill Instantaneous Movement. The kid had to finish the fight, for all his speed and weight was put into the blow. Only before one thing remained, a swing of his fist at the Renbel player. Was able to overpower a hero who managed to put up a block before doing so. The monster was incredibly strong even for Renbel. Sarah walked over to the guy asking if he was okay. The young man calmed down and said it was fine. He was just unlucky in the moment. The orc warrior kid had protected his shoulder from breaking. The hero wondered if the other guys were done. Sarah agreed with him. The boy had been preparing to miss 3 strikes from the start, but now that everyone was on board, it was a great decision to attack as a team. The young man asked if the rest of the team remembered the last point of the plan, before they would begin the climax of the heroic production. Fire and wind gathered near each other to cast a joint spell, creating a fusion of magic. While the monster was immobilized, the guys were able to create a high-level spell in peace. They were able to capture the monster and make it regret attacking their leader. The guys activated the spell in the head area, which was the Great Orc Warrior's weak spot. Capson provided destructive power using flame, and already Jim was giving precision to the wind. They were using fusion for the first time, but were surprisingly well synchronized. And to finish it all, Charlie and Alice, who ran into the back of the monster that would not have been able to move. It worked out in the end, and the battle was over. Everything went according to plan. A level 30 player fought head-on with a level 41 OCR warrior, ran into problems and got help from his comrades to win. It was a performance that the stodgy couldn't help but admire. The task was accomplished. All participating players were given a reward by the system. The kid was glad to know that such a nightmare was able to end in a successful victory. The young man managed to obtain 150,000 coins, the Orc Warrior gloves, and the rite of passage to the Uplex dungeon, a gamble in which the 3 guardians joined forces. The award wasn't even worth comparing to the last one. The guys strongly enjoyed the rewards that fell to them. They were all able to get their attributes boosted. The boy realized that he himself had managed it then too, to obtain the secret reward, high-ranking orc spellbook, which came from the Whispering Devil, who only sent such a thing to the hero. The other guards weren't too happy about the hero's victory. There was a guard who actively hates the Renbull player. There was a chance they sent her on purpose. Something was going on between stagings. The Lord of the Fields is a guardian who gives his favor to monsters, so the guy's despised by that guy. However, the hero will be interested to see what happens next. Since the guys were able to return to the 12th floor hall at the same time stopped for the other players while the guys went through the task. The Lord of the Fields won't be able to do anything yet, given the opinions of the other guards. So it's time for the guy to get ready. The leader was glad to see the hero safe and sound. The kid, to tell the truth, did not expect such a meeting. The Tagic Shield Guild appeared immediately after completing the quest. Renbull notices the head of Harold's guild. The kid didn't see him during the gate sweep. Perfect timing, as if he knew of the gate's appearance in advance from the awakened seer. A sudden boy came up to the hero and wanted to meet Uncle Renbo. Alan was curious to see who his grandfather was interested in. The hero was amused to watch him, thinking the boys had sent this kid up on purpose. It seemed that the chairman was curious as to how capable the hero was, since he refused to be the head of the Shield Tagic Guild. So he sent such a lousy person. Needing a guy to justify their expectation, Hero asked him to call him Renbull in full. He really didn't understand why the guy dared to treat him that way. The boy didn't like the tone, a hero who apparently didn't know who he was. Renbull replied that he didn't know. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Asking the guards to immediately place the hero on his knees before him, those doubted the Lord's words. He then asked for it to be done immediately, or else he would ask his grandfather to fire them. The hero decided to intervene in the conversation, asking the guy to behave politely. Asked not to think silly thoughts. The boy can become a badass if only he treats people appropriately. The hero also used his spirit skill to subdue the kid. The guards could not believe what they saw. They had no idea how to behave in this situation. Renbull scratched the guy by the hair, asking him not to do that again and to be polite. An unawakened human wouldn't be able to resist a skill that works even on orcs. A small boy wouldn't come to his senses right away after something like that. A picture began to emerge. The staff member asked the guy to stay because he can't leave. It was a directive from the chairman of the Players Association. The guys wanted to take control of all the players on the 12th floor. The Players Association wanted to push on and crush everyone else. The funny thing was, all the agents were unawakened. There was no point in holding back in front of the guards, but the guys were still scared. Alice notices how the atmosphere is too tense. The hero agreed with her. The hero notices how someone deliberately created such an oppressive atmosphere. The hero really doesn't know who yet. Renbull's crew also didn't like being thought of as sinners. Some even considered burning the whole thing to the ground. The administrator has a question for the hero. What picture was beginning to emerge? The boy assumed that the girl wanted to tell the guards, but she was interested in the details to get the direction right. The boy could only say that the submitter would get the message as a result, asking them not to look down on their value. She couldn't believe there was so little information. The youngster didn't want to construct a degree. The administrator assumed checking the head was part of the plan. Right, Renbull agreed. It was just the first step, the easiest to hurt. It would cause other reactions, and then the boy would remain the bait. The bait will cause a reaction, and the reaction will create another bait. This process will be repeated several times. The true goal is to get the Tagic Shield to act. Senia was beginning to get the point, but she doesn't understand how the hero would come to it. I mean, they're going to start the show soon. Naturally, it was difficult to realize. The process would only begin to take effect from that point on. Young wants to try to increase their value and take control of the Tagic Shield. The hero asked the boys to take a little rest somewhere not far away. The boys, of course, agreed to the leader's suggestion. The kid turned to the supervisor. The hero didn't recall when they became his subordinates. Ronaldo was outraged because they didn't say anything like that. They just wanted information about the gate. Renbull wondered in case of rejection. The manager explained that the player had no other choice, because soon all players would become members of the association by law. The young man explained that soon, but not now. After such pressure, the hero had no desire to cooperate with Seungshin, especially at a certain point. When the rude kids tell him to get on his knees, the kid asks if Renbull knows who he is. The hero replied that he was a middle school student, who was rude even to the leader of the Seion Shin team. And already the guy shouldn't have been looking to sense a third-generation tycoon. But did such a thing mean whether the chaebol felt no pain from the blows? The hero stated that you can't get it cheap. The minnows might not even dream of such a thing. The young man thought that was enough for Chairman Ronaldo to get the idea. Then it was time for the next bait. While the kid had been told about the overly harsh words, the kid had already assumed up front. The player continued to watch and listen. The hero really thought he was the best. However, the guy didn't understand where the amount of disdain was coming from. This guy managed to take the hero bait well. The second stage of increasing their value, his pride riddled, lost to Alice, and was beaten by Charlie. It seems such a player got an assignment from the Lion King also not completed, and the guy wanted to leave a good impression in front of Song Shin. The hero's refusal to cooperate is a great reason to intervene. The kid said that the association just wants to collect some data. The boy didn't understand what was supposed to happen if they obediently gave up valuable information. Player stated so will be much more beneficial for future games. Everyone will get more information. The Guardian, Merchant of Venice, temporarily imparted the mockery and provocation skill to the hero at a particularly opportune moment. Young believes the player doesn't understand exactly what the benefit will be to other players. He doesn't understand why. The hero said that the association will only think about the good of mankind. How could it not be so? Since when Sun Shin is a charitable organization, they came to them to subdue the information of innovation. The funny thing is that they automatically assumed they were subordinates and interrogated them. Business partners wouldn't do that. Unless the hero decided on his own to submit and become a slave. The kid does not understand the player earrings also wear to like the association. The kid was not happy to spare the non-fighting type. A young man notices a message from the system. The character just got a PvP request. The role of such a fool for Renbull was exactly that in the script. Each guard expressed themselves differently to the young man, but the man wanted to call the administrator. Understanding let all the guards jump with excitement. The kid agreed to accept the offer of a one-on-one challenge. The girl was happy to hear the other player really is personally summoning the Renbull player. The boy realized that such a problem had nothing to do with the script. The kid was only glad because he would be able to test his skills in a battle against another player after a long time. If the fight had almost nothing to do with the system, the guy would have minimal excuse for not acting in an observer role. The player didn't understand what the hero's words had to do with it. But he didn't have to worry. He would die at the hands of the guy with the axe. While the hero just dodged the blows, he wondered how long the kid would be able to dodge like that. The young man, meanwhile, wasn't really listening to him and was observing around. There was a strange feeling with the character, as if the player was moving at half speed, just like the timing of the boss battle, when instinctively the boy sensed the direction and timing of the attack. The young man was able to see all the attacks and movement. The boy realized if it kept going on like this, it was quite good, especially when an Eye of the Watcher was leveling up. The young man was able to unlock a new skill called Vision of the Future. For a guy meant similar intuitions were becoming a skill that could be called a hacked ability. In combat with another player, it's an incredible difference in skill. As long as the player thought the hero was a vile rat, the young man could see into the future for 1 second. It was decided to stop such tests. The boy asked wasn't he talking about his class. The player asked the hero to shut up. The young man told me that his point was about prolonged observation. But at a time like this, the kid with the axe could only hope for whole bones. The association couldn't believe the power of a hero who was able to literally throw his opponent out. Surveillance was an aid to player interaction. The role of the leader is to gather information through surveillance that helps guide team members in the right direction, maximizing team efficiency, and unlocking the potential of the players, a class that allowed for optimal raiding and hunting. Renbull's class was Monarch. Then once the hero defeated another player, he showed everyone his abilities, so ended the second stage. The young man and his boys left the building for another location. The kid didn't even give much thought to the next plan. Sarah asked something wrong. The guy had a strange feeling like it wasn't over yet, though. Sarah couldn't quite figure out what it was about. Suddenly, the charged player ordered the hero to stop immediately. Renbull now realized, as expected in his speculation, the brave Lion King and Reddick could not give up so easily. Lord of the Fields also decided to step in and act on his own. The association couldn't understand why the guy became like this, and where so many monsters came from. Capson notices the danger by offering to burn them. The hero asks to just stay alert and wait. Even there is a player went into berserk mode. This time, the hunt was not for them. A SWAT team came running to the association's aid. Renbull warned the players that the current weapons would not work on the threat, but they refused to listen because such a decision could not be imagined. The SWAT team that seemed to be waiting for this greatly alerted the hero. The guys ordered to break the distance. Ronaldo couldn't understand where such an event was coming from. SWAT shooters asked you to stop them and keep them away. Orc owl monsters that were level 31 were completely immune to ordinary automaton projectiles. The guild should have taken the initiative to destroy it, but ordinary weapons were useless against such monsters. They should have known it wouldn't work on monsters stronger than ogres, but it seems they couldn't. Perhaps the problem was that the hero dealt with a lot of dungeon breaks. If things are left like this, the association and the SWAT team will die. The guy has a way to stop the monsters. The hero chuckled and realized that the situation was unpleasant for Ronaldo's guild head. The kid asked to talk for a bit and then he would make him a hero. That way the kid could take control of the guild. The head didn't understand how his hero would be made, what it meant. The kid asked for 5 minutes. The hero uses his powers to enter from a groggy state for 5 minutes. The association was to attack monsters together with the guild and then become a hero. The kid activated his eye, then wondered if the monsters would definitely be in that state. The boy notices the use of the Eye of Truth. The kid already had a unique skill. The kid managed to block the skill, but he didn't even waggle an eyebrow. The young man naturally understood who suspects him, because he knows nothing about the hero yet. The kid told me what he had said once before about having a special power, asking the guy not to do anything stupid. Since the Eyes of Truth wouldn't work on the hero, Renbul was only going to help for a reason. All items and materials from the hunt will be the hero. Each member of the team will have to get 100 million. The head notices that Renbul's self-confidence surprised him, since he thinks he would accept such an offer. The boy in turn, of course, understood everything. The Tagic shield wouldn't be able to escape from the monsters. Ronaldo asked for the monsters to be groggy, and the hero advised not to doubt his abilities. The guild head notices on how much player Renbul is a dangerous person who can't be seen through, but his abilities seemed real, realizing that the hero surely knew what the Sun Shin Association wanted. It wasn't clear until the end who Ronaldo was, this Renbul player. SWAT was interested when reinforcements arrived, but the other asked to wait. They began to notice something was wrong with the monsters. The creatures literally stopped in place and did nothing. The kid was happy to see how well everything worked out. With the current forces, it was almost impossible to defeat such orcs without losses. But this item changed everything. The item worked perfectly on orcs. Even hybrid orcs and werewolves wouldn't be able to escape exposure using the force of forced submission. Lord of the Fields and Brave Lion King teamed up to crush the guy. Whispering Devil saw this coming and secretly sent the hero a spell book. The whole strategy was based on it. The most interesting thing is why the player didn't budge. The Eyes of Perception felt a strange energy. The kid wasn't just standing still. Something was definitely going on. The hero assumed that that crazy guardian is trying to apply the power of indulgence into the player's body to personally fight Renbul. The kid realizes how we'll manage to be in danger and the player will easily die. For such a reason, it was necessary to knock him out. The boy starts choking the guy to disable him indefinitely. That one didn't budge for a long time, but at one point he didn't hold back and passed out. The young man was calm after that. The Heavenly Mountain Demon Guardian marveled at the speed of the hero's decisions. The kid knew exactly how the lion was definitely going to invade the guy. Even high-level players won't be able to withstand such a thing. Why would that psycho go for something like that? The hero seemed to have turned the game around so much that he wanted to fight the hero in such a way. A staff member notices how they were able to be above the players' association grounds. It seemed that the monsters were exhausted after the recent appearance, which was expected from the Shield Tagic Guild. Everything ended as the hero had planned. The audience believes that the Tagic Shield defeated the monsters, and the kid temporarily formed a group with them and gained not much experience. They left everything on Sunshin and left the scene. The kid said goodbye to his team and asked them to have a good time their weekend. The hero wondered if Sarah was tired and she was hungry. Renbul noticed Jim wanted to discuss something. The young man tried to guess what the man was trying to say, but the man asked to tell on his own. Jim actually got a new notice the moment they came out of the gate. At that time, it was said that it was possible to open the Temple of Wind dungeon. The kid wanted to apologize that it was too late to talk about such things. The hero told no big deal. The young man asked Jim not to worry. After all, he didn't have to answer to him. He had managed to help, but he shouldn't have made the guy feel guilty by asking to seek his help or advice. Jim thanked the hero profusely. He didn't even know where to find this foxtail. The kid thought about it and remembered that in the past, the Temple of the Wind had been known as a dungeon that Jim had cleaned up alone. The hero assumed it was for one person, but didn't even think about tail, meaning it was Jim who had caught the six-tailed fox on that mountain in the past. But tail went to a Renbul player. The kid used it in the Valley of Fire, needed to share information. The hero reported that foxtail fell out of six-tailed fox, which is around level 20. Jim did not expect the hero to wait for such a thing. The hero agreed, but in that place it is unlikely to reappear. In the past times, the government has covered up the very existence of this monster. Perhaps Jim felt more guilt, because he couldn't prevent the group murder. Whether the hero freed him from this when he dealt with the monster on his own was unclear. But if one thought so, Renbul managed to unintentionally save Alice's mother. The cover-up of the Mount Invan gang murder case. The existence of the head of Seonshin. Then Jim, who couldn't tell the truth. It seemed strange to the boy, for he felt as if there was some serious mistake in the past. The hero will keep playing the game and one day find out. The sister was privy to the fact that Rebel went to a players' meeting. The boy did not understand how she knew, but the girl noticed the sudden gait. And monsters, she was scared for him. The boy asked not to be scared because he came back. The news reported everything right at the end, from the sudden gate to the appearance of the Okras. Shield Tagic announced the heroes who had completely figured it out. The lad suggested we have dinner first, for he could buy a chicken on the way. The boy suddenly announced that a guest would be coming soon, asking not to be surprised. The sister was surprised at this sudden arrival, suspecting the hero had time to do something. The young man asked not to worry, nothing special would happen, realizing that since there was such a mess during the day, someone would surely come in the evening. The kid heard a knock on the door, asking the family to deviate from dinner. Looking more closely, the man appeared to be with the police, interrogating whether Mr. Renbull was Mr. Renbull. If so, asked to come with him. Ronaldo didn't realize who the hero really was. Orcs of this kind were hard to call simple monsters, but Renbull's player had the abilities to bring such creatures into the groggy state. Grandpa seemed like an interested character too. The chapter wanted badly to find out more information about him. They were able to find a reason to charge him with assault, seizing the opportunity and make him a subordinate or will cooperate with him. If the hero refuses, then the best solution is to get rid of him. Renbull was surprised to find his supposed lawyer. The head was surprised at this relaxed demeanor. It also wasn't clear what a mid-ranked administrator forgot in a place like this. The kid wasn't in the gate after all. Ronaldo asked if they had agreed. The employee stated that they hadn't really said anything yet. It was clear to the hero that the guild leader wanted to get him into trouble. For such a reason, wanted to reach out to him personally, starting with the guy being questioned because he knocked out a player who was currently in a coma. It was more due to the sleepwalking. One of the guards tried to take possession of his body. The only way to stop is to render that one unconscious. The coma is just a side effect of sleepwalking. The boy managed to interrupt the process midway through, or they wouldn't have seen him again. The head didn't understand why that was so. The hero stated that that guard would have killed them both. Ronaldo had no idea where the guy got that information from, asking the hero for proof. The administrator confirms a similar thing. The head didn't expect the hero to prepare such a thing from the start. Not understanding why a mid-ranked administrator actually accompanied one player, the head asked to speak to the player Rebel in private. The young man knew that the kid in a coma was a common excuse. The real conversation only starts at this point. The hero wanted to start first. Since the player was in a coma, there was no one to report the assault now. The young man was also an unknown to the media. Everyone only paid attention to the guild. Judging by the fact that the police came to him so quickly, it means that the hero was targeted by people with power. Someone who managed to control information and someone with power? Renbull thought he was in a place like this at the will of such a person. Ronaldo realized the kid was referring to him. But the kid had come to help get the charges dropped, so hearing that was rather unpleasant. Hero weakly believed in such a thing, because how the lawyer managed to find out that he was in the police, in this very station. The boy wasn't going to blame, wanting to actually start a conversation since they could meet, so they could spend some quality time together. The head were aware that the boy had frightened his brother and made unflattering remarks about his grandfather, asking the hero if he would be able to deal with the consequences. Renbull found it amusing to hear such implications. The young man reported that the chairman himself had sent his grandson to him, without any reason, a child without rank or position in the company. Ronaldo should have known that he wouldn't be affected by the whims of a naughty child. Rather, the one was interested in seeing how the hero would behave. It was just a way to get more accurate information. The young man managed to respond to the move appropriately. Ronaldo couldn't believe his grandfather was watching the whole situation through his brother. It was interesting to see what else the Renbull player knew. The manager was wrong. He wasn't the one given the chance to test Renbull. It was Grandpa testing himself. Ronaldo wondered what the hero wanted. Now the young man was able to see, in the possibility of an agreement, the results of the agreement would also affect the chairman's opinion of him. Realizing that Ronaldo was not in the best bargaining position, the old man lost all initiative. The negotiations went in the direction the protagonist wanted to go. The Tagic shield will be on display, all the attention will go to them, and Renbull will get a practical use out of it. And in contrast, the Tagic shield will find fame with their own hands. Ronaldo will be able to strengthen his position as the next successor. The head couldn't believe the hero was 20 years old, though he managed to get a lot of information. Ronaldo assumed the reason was just because the hero didn't like the public attention, the rejection of fame and honor. Head had a hard time understanding. The young man said that whoever he contracted with didn't want the hero to attract attention. Now it was clear to the guild head, having asked to call it a day. He would do everything he could to make sure the hero returned home safely. For that, Renbull was thankful. There was likely success. Guild head Ronaldo was on the hero's side. However, asked the chapter to think about something. The kid asked if the other guild members knew about him. The kid said yes. The hero suggested then needed to show them something to convince them to cooperate with him. The unidentified man couldn't believe how his brother fell into a coma after fighting a non-combatant class. They managed to get to the point of embarrassment, which annoyed him greatly. The hero's plan was to have a PvP fight with a talented person from the guild. The chosen opponent for PvP is Atlas, the future Demon of the Spear, who will become a strong player in PvP and can compete with Alice, even now is dangerous in one-on-one combat. So for the moment, the guy planned to show him and the guild the vast difference in their skills. To dispel doubts about their cooperation, the hero offered Ronaldo to test him in PvP battles. Toth readily accepted Renbol's offer and quickly set a date for the test. It was good that the hero now had enough information about the enemy Atlas that would definitely come in handy. To win in PvP, where constant change and luck come into play, a guy has to prepare thoroughly. Because player Renbol's a man who can change the game. Jim cleaned the dirt off the sneakers and then planned to provide sneakers upon request. The kid thanked Jim, promising to use it and return it. But he didn't care, because the hero had originally given it to him. The boy hesitated, but seemed confident that the hero could wear them. Jim asked Renbol not to be surprised. It was just that only the Win class could wear such sneakers. And it turned out the Monarch class included many other classes. The character found this to be a rather entertaining assumption. It made sense that Renbol doesn't know the details of the Observer class. There was the possibility of it not having special properties or spanning other classes. After saying goodbye to Jim, the protagonist wanted to find the answers to these questions someday. He should have checked the items he had. Orc Warrior Gloves, obtained from a bet with Las Vegas Cowboy, which turned out to be 4 pieces of gear. The activation level of the effect has increased from level 30 to 35. Atlas still has level 30. The hero will be able to completely block one attack. Meanwhile, in some cafe, Alice couldn't understand why the guy needed her sword. The young man asked to borrow for one time. The girl originally thought it was a sudden invitation for a date. Since Alice had managed to obtain the title of Heavenly Demon from the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, she should have gotten hold of some good artifact. The girl was lucky that the artifact was transferable. The boy was quite surprised. There were many interesting skills in such a blade. Alice hadn't even expected the guardian to give permission to open the pouch. The boy also hadn't expected the girl to have such an item. Asura Sword King. Asura King, Demon King, sometimes called the Ghost or Magic Sword. In the future, it would be known as the Swordmaster's favorite weapon, one of the most powerful and famous swords, ranked among the top 10 in the world. Of course, such a sword was slightly different from what the hero remembered, but it was definitely Asura. An evolving artifact, initially most of the options are disabled. The attack power is rather weak, but it was quite enough. The guy was told to come to the player's center, and from the looks of it, the fight would take place on the roof. The young man was worried about no one falling off it. Usually, PvPs were held in vacant lots or designated fields. If players with strong physical abilities take the fight indoors, the mission can suffer greatly. In the early stages, this sort of thing didn't matter so much. They didn't seem to understand the principles of PvP at all. Maybe it was the fact that the hero asked not to drive combat in front of the general public. The surprise visitors turned before the Rembola player. The head apologized for keeping us waiting. Present was Golden Priest Deban, who was a surprise guest, and already the rest of the guild members were all doubting the hero's abilities. The girl was interested in the guy before the fight, something to learn why the hero decided to hold a closed battle, because there would be a good opportunity to gain fame. Judging by the faces that Ronaldo didn't even try to stop her, it was planned out pretty well. They should have used all means if they want to have a hero on their hands. The boy didn't particularly want to reveal himself, which is the only reason why he stated Poison Witch to Jessica. She noticed the kid's own realization that he was going to be destroyed, non-combat class versus combat class, in PvP. It was to her liking. The girl wanted to make one promise. If she lost to a member of their guild, they would have a drink tonight, just the two of them. The hero didn't know how to respond to such a thing. He thought the girl would be his first opponent. The energy gathering on the little finger was an intoxicating poison that wanted to thwart the hero under the guise of a promise. Eye's perception destroyed the temptation energy. The kid was even able to level up after the system detected the opponent's high skill level. And then Eye's perception activated reflective gaze. This was the first time he had used something like this. Not thinking that a new ability could be unlocked at this stage, it seemed like it was all due to the effects of a low-level skill. You could lose your eyesight this way, and it was best used wisely, but the guy was lucky this time. The girl asked if the hero wanted to cross little fingers, thus the boy himself seduced the girl. The guy wondered what he would get if he won. She said whatever he wished. Renbull asked for a water of decomposition that could be created by people of a poison-related class, and the deal was done. Water of decomposition was the item needed to clear the Manhwa Island and Ogong Cave. The girl helped to obtain it without difficulty. The hero informed the head that he was disappointed. The latter in turn asked for forgiveness, but Jessica pushed hard for Tho to come. If the hero sees another such check, then their cooperation is over. He once again asked the deepest apologies for such a low act. Renbull asserted that there would be no second chance. The kid hoped at least the fight would end fair and square. It was time for the young man to show the limitations of their world. The administrator has created a PvP zone. The player introduced himself as Atlas. His primary weapon is a spear, and his class is Spearman. The character introduced himself as Renbull, no primary weapon, and a monarch class. The whole scenario has been worked out. The kid will be tweaking in the process. The young man was curious about which guard to work with this time. The Las Vegas cowboy guardian began watching with interest. The hero asked Atlas if he liked the bet. The boy offered to make a wager to his opponent. The bet was that Renbull wouldn't move, so he couldn't dodge the first attack. The guild head didn't understand why the kid was making such a bet. As long as the kid would stand still, he asked Atlas to attack as hard as he could. The player couldn't tell if the kid was in his right mind to suggest such a thing. The kid, of course, agreed because he didn't just ask for a closed PvP duel. The young man wanted to convince those around him that he could defeat Atlas by a large margin to show these people the existence of a new world. The kid asked how Atlas got the idea. Will the player hit with all his might? The guards were mightily pleased with such a show. Atlas agreed to see what the guy's self-confidence was worth. Truthfully, he wondered where the non-combat class got such arrogance from, but in any case would try to regret what he had said by trying to aim for the heart, ending it all in one blow. The boy ran at an incredible speed straight at the hero. At the time of impact, Renbull remained in place. Atlas couldn't believe how this was possible. The hero was curious if it was definitely the strongest attack, as no damage was detected. The head couldn't understand the reason for such resilience. But the employee noticed the power of the item. He couldn't understand how the item managed to absorb the full force of Atlas's attack. What was expected from Maimon, who in the future will be called Analyst, immediately understood everything. Full defense against all attacks below level 35. This was the effect of the equipment set. The effectiveness and value of the item changes completely depending on the method of use. I shouldn't have underestimated what could be a mainstay in the future. Ronaldo now realized that this was not an easy fight, for he was showing him and the guild members the importance of items. It seemed to the hero as if the guild leader was beginning to think in the right direction. Atlas stated that he lost the argument, but not the PvP. Renbull showed similar things in hopes that the players would pull themselves together. Now Renbull's defense ability could only be used once a day. Thanks to the guy, the difficulty of the server was reduced, but also the level of players dropped. If the Tagic Shield realized the value of the new achievements and began to act, it would affect the other players. The boy imagined a lesson that would help them become stronger. The administrator didn't expect the Renbull player to even think of such a thing. The guards were able to see the picture painted by the hero. This time, the kid wanted to use a sword. The guys began to fight each other, creating a no-big-dome battle out of a quick fight. Atlas was furious, but continued to fight at full strength. The boy dodged the punches that couldn't hit him every time. The young man managed to fully read Atlas's movement. But there was a strange sensation, similar to the moment when the hero gained the ability to look into the future. It was as if Asura wanted to say something, and rather activated the sword ability, Path of the Sword, the ability to create a path for the sword. It was interesting for the boy to see such a thing. It was usually a unique skill of swordsmen. There was a chance everything was due to the use of Asura. Now the guy could see what they were trying to show him, the path in space that would allow him to suppress the enemy. That was the way of the sword. The hero managed to overpower an opponent who was supposed to be stronger in PvP. The guy overpowering Atlas was much easier than expected. He didn't even have to use his shoes. The girl couldn't believe her own eyes after seeing such calibrated movements. It was hard to call a PvP where you can't kill, but the hero naturally decapitates. If a kid like that wanted to, he could kill them all on the spot. The guy was shocked because the guy said he had a monarch class, but he had a lot of possibilities. Acquire good items. Atlas doesn't think it was a fair win when the difference in equipment is so great. The chapter notices that Atlas is talking some nonsense. The hero asks if the results didn't convince them, they could do it again. The boy had suggested talking about the difference in class strength beforehand. Atlas is a spearman who dominates in PvP, but that didn't matter in this battle. The hero wondered what the kid thought about it. Clashing with players was his specialty, but not Renbull's. If he really wants to fight in a battle where the hero's special skills will be revealed, In that case, it won't be long before members of his team arrive on their roof. The guys could not believe for what exactly the kid borrowed things. The head, meanwhile, did not expect the hero to call all the members of the team. It was clear that it was all for the purpose of showing not only his dominance, but the hero still wants to get the guild to actively cooperate with his team. Renbol's goal was to crush the guild by demonstrating the difference in strength. The kid asked what guild leader Ronaldo would say to such a thing. Would he want a rematch? The head realized, judging by the hero's actions, that he expected their defeat to be crushing. But if they won, they would have their own gain. Ronaldo wanted to take Renbol's offer. The hero was only too happy to hear such a thing. He asked Sini if the administrator could declare a GVG zone instead of PvP. The girl could grant such a thing, only with the support of the guards, but now gave them the consent of the Las Vegas Cowboy. The zone was announced for all players. The guys started moving to a guild versus guild zone, a lesson in the importance of items, suppressing the initiative of Shield of Taggart guild members through team battle. Ronaldo could probably guess what the hero was trying to accomplish. GVG guild versus guild. Unlike PvP held between players, GVG is held between guilds by guild members. The number of players in this battle was 6 on 6. The boy notices how excited the other side has been since the hidden fragment was announced, because without understanding the strategy, they're almost impossible to detect. First, Renbol also had to pay attention to whether or not there would be a continuation of the hidden mission scenario. Since the guy has the title of Pioneer, the guy can get better options by linking to this assignment. The young man had already refused the Golden Turtle, and in the Soul Station dungeon. The only time was when the kid used the link in the Jackpot Challenge. Although the terms of outstanding feats didn't sound unambiguous, offering a title upgrade as a reward, the best decision was not to refuse. The hero asked his team if they were ready for future challenges. The kid will start assigning roles, so he asked to listen to him carefully. It's their time to prove their abilities as a monarch. The duel was on, but Alice had already managed to overpower one of the enemy players. The girl originally thought the guy was a tank since he was wearing silver armor, but he turned out to be a healer, just like their leader said. The boy tried to heal the wound with his magic so he wouldn't lose. A sudden magical attack was aimed at Alice, but the magic managed to be intercepted by the Wind Mage, who was waiting for the right moment to counterattack. The girl couldn't understand why her magic glowed so brightly. The kid managed to stop the magic, but he was incredibly lucky to have had similar experience with such an attack. It didn't take long for the attack to be reflected, and the girl was involved. Atlas realized that all he had to do was kill the enemy monarch, and then the duel would be over. Deciding that this time the kid would be able to overpower the protagonist, he did not stop. Ronaldo thought it would be a good idea to tie Renbol's legs so he couldn't dodge. The kid managed to hold off a young man who had nowhere to go. The head believed if they were able to defeat the hero, there would definitely be a split in the team. Renbol managed to dodge the attack with Ronaldo's magic. Atlas didn't understand how this happened if the hero wasn't supposed to move. Charlie said hello to the big man, wishing him sweet dreams. Activating the Stone Fist skill, the kid managed to make Atlas feel defeated. The head couldn't understand how Renbol had managed to get rid of the skill, not realizing just how much of a high resistance to magic beyond representation he had. The side of the chapter arranged their forces and strategized based on Charlie's analysis. For such a reason, Ronaldo expected at least an equal battle. It turned out to be nothing of the sort. The abilities exceeded expectations. The hero team had a huge skill gap. The flame attack made the enemy regret the attack. Capson hoped enemy players liked his fire whip. The head was completely out of ideas, but suddenly someone took hold of his shoulder, asking him to calm down. The hero was behind him, informing him that today was the last opportunity to agree to a fair deal. For such a reason, asks the guild head not to drop such a chance. Hero manages to make the guys heroes, and Shield of Taggart is the best guild in Korea, can help lead the promotion of all the innovations. Ronaldo was wondering how much Renbol had predicted everything, though such a thing no longer mattered, for he would foresee the future. The boys had lost, and he would admit defeat. After a while in the Seonshin Association, the Lord was curious about the impressions the head had from meeting Renbol. He would never have thought that the guy was only 20 years old. The hero managed to surpass them all in everything. Despite the careful analysis they were able to do, such a thing was very bitter to report defeat. The analytical ability was much better even than their guild's chief analyst in charge of analyzing them, hence. Ronaldo and the rest of the guild members only had to recognize him. The old man quite skillfully conceived that the man had done it deliberately to agitate them all. The Lord's son thought so too. The association boss realized if they were able to show a high level of interaction, they had trained hard, and apparently Ronaldo had been preparing for today since Windy Hill. It was entertaining for the old man to observe how skillfully the hero demonstrated mastery, achieved benefits, and chose to lord it over the strongest. The old man asked to study Renbel's insight and point of view. It was the greatest asset of any man. Next to such a one, there was much to be gained. Meanwhile, somewhere in the park, the girl was happy to win thanks to the hero, but she couldn't understand what kind of notice appeared after the end of the GVG battle. The kid said that it was the promotion of his title to Pioneer Winner. The kid managed to pass the hidden fragment and got the award. The girl was amazed because now all they had to do was create a team with a hero. To get extra experience points, Renbel agreed, but such a thing only worked in a certain area. The sudden appearance of a familiar person after a battle didn't stir the guy up much. The young man couldn't understand where Jessica was coming from. The girl was glad to meet Mr. Hero again. The boy reported that he received the water of decomposition. The deal was done. On what business, then, she came to him. She wanted to give the letter that the guild leader had asked her to give to his boyfriend. The young man notices 2 100 million won checks. It wasn't clear why come in person just for that. The guy was curious if the head was accurately asking exclusively for this. Jessica laughed because he had told her to take the envelope to him. The strangest thing for the guy was that the money could just be transferred to the account. The girl insisted on this method. The girl notices the first time she saw a man who did not react to receiving such a sum. The guy definitely liked her, inviting him to go out once for a date. Eventually, the girl came to seduce the hero. Jessica was known for scandals with celebrities and players. The truth was unknown about the veracity, but she was called the former lover of the Demon King. One would not want to get involved with such a person, so it is better to avoid such a relationship. For such a reason, the boy refused the date. Suddenly, the young man wanted to give something to Ronaldo to tell him to contact him if they found a case completely covered in black in the southern region. The girl agreed to pass on, thinking that they could see each other again. Next time, she would be able to dress more smartly. The kid wanted to finally take a little break. Sarah was worried about the hero. She had a bad feeling from that girl. She trusted her intuition, so she was against her origin next to Renbel. The young man asked to take it easy. They had 2 days off. In the future, it will have to prepare for the following strategies. The guys had no idea why they were in the exact same cafe. People around him began to recognize the hero and his team, which was recognized as the best in Korea at the moment. The young man planned to go as a team to go to the building across from the Uplex. The kids stated that they all had the right to be the first to enter it. He would be able to assure that place turned into a dungeon, but they didn't know the exact time, so they need to strip the area beforehand. Jim was interested in what would happen to the people inside. The hero assumed die, as in the Soul Station dungeon. Renbel would warn everyone via the Tagic shield. By contacting Ronaldo when clues are found, it's for the best. The hero will no longer be able to deprive others of opportunities for development. Tomorrow afternoon, Renbel wanted to go on a trip with them, only interested in who wouldn't make it out of the team. Though the same team was curious about the trip in question, Alice assumed that this time would be a trip to strengthen the bond between them. The boy interrupted, asking the guys to stock up on food and items with resistance to poisons. The girl, however, wasn't expecting some dangerous place again. The hero received the information from the guild head. The media didn't know yet, and now was the time. The kid warned on Mewando Island a corpse was found completely black and rotted. Suddenly, the hero's sister decided to call him. The kid answered and then asked how she was doing, but she stayed in front of her house. The young man couldn't believe such a thing and became extremely nervous. The hero needed immediately to return to his home. It was not clear why such a thing happened so suddenly. It was not clear how to live in Korea after such a horror. The kid notices a bunch of cops in front of him near some dead body. The sister told the hero that an all-black body was discovered in front of their house. The guild head was able to get permission to inspect the scene beforehand. Of course, reporters and regular townspeople showed up. Those were extremely dangerous to target in a place like this, unless the boy was mistaken. The hero asked Charlie to deal with the reporters. Master training would be quite helpful. The kid started explaining it was dangerous to be in such a place. Reporters wondered if it was monster mischief. The boy thanked the police personnel for their concern. The young man activated his perception eyes to assess the situation. There were faint signs of life in the body, the energy of the earth making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. But judging from the state of the bodies, it was around level 30, Pearl Scolopendra, a monster that pulls people underground, sucks out all the life force, and puts it back where it belongs, making the body black and decompose quickly. If there was such a creature, it was incredibly dangerous in such a place. Ordinary people needed to leave, but the police were too slow to react. The hero tried to focus more seriously and to figure out otherwise the victim would not be alone, activating the skill Vision of the Future. The boy managed to find a second before he appeared, asking Alice to figure it out faster. The monster suddenly lunged at the nearest policeman who was unsuspecting. The girl with her speed managed to deal with the creature before it could snatch the man underground. Chopping it into pieces, the policeman was horrified by the dangerous and terrifying monster. The girl notices a very strong poisonous odor that came from the creature. The hero asked no one to touch the poison. There were no records of any scolopendra appearing in the area, but for some reason one appeared. Did that mean there were more nearby? From the very beginning, the guys needed to find the entrance to the gate. They were sure to appear somewhere nearby, since the guys came across a monster. So the search began immediately. The guild head who received the report immediately came to the scene. Thanks to this, they were able to act more calmly. The hero wondered if there was information he didn't know or if there had been a change. The girl notices something dangerous near her, a flower field studded with unknown yellow flowers. In the middle of it lurked the key monster that activated the gate, a caterpillar that lies motionless in one place, just like the one that appeared on Mewado Island in the hero's past life. Renbel asked Alice to deal with her. She agreed with the commander, and then with quick movements of her hands, she destroyed the creature. The system notices how the condition has been met, creating the gate Scolopendra's Cave. The head thought, if there are multiple entrances, they need to be controlled so that others don't open as well. The hero confirmed Ronaldo's words, after all. It was better for them to avoid changes. So let them gather all the guild members and began to observe the situation. The same body was found on the island of Mewado. It was not clear why the gate to the cave opened strangely in this place. Details different from the past appeared. The hero asked Kepson to go with them, and the others would stay outside and guard. The boy didn't know if the two of them would be enough, and he was also very afraid of insects, because they disgusted him. Renbel asked the boy not to make any noise because the creatures reacted to voices, but naturally he couldn't even think of such a thing. But it turned out to be a joke. The hero wanted to follow before quickly finishing and going outside with him, while Capson was ready to die of fear. A fire-type master was needed to mop up the Scolopendra cave. There are many questions, but they had to do the cleanup first. If they do it now, they can safely return to the duplex. The only thing to watch out for was the appearance of Scolopendras. The boy didn't expect to find the bodies in front of him, beginning to assume that they were the first to discover the gate. An unknown entity took the hero by the neck and wouldn't let go for a long time. The creature was glad to meet another victim who had fallen for the spruce trap. While the boy didn't even manage to feel the creature approach him, eye perception was temporarily halted. The hero had no idea where the creature with such powerful strength came from at this point. The kid dared to ask the administrator about the case. The girl stated no mistake. The system recognized it a long time ago. Demon King Dargan did not understand why such words. Particularly interested in where the hero got his characteristics from at that level. The hero found it amusing to hear such a thing from someone who could grab him with one hand. Dargan wondered if the guy didn't value his life at all. The kid stated that the creature himself started it, so he responds the same, realizing for sure he will die if he makes a mistake. Renbel knew that Dargan had killed long ago if he wanted to. It turned out, the guy's opponent wasn't the type to kill recklessly. The creature let the lad go, deeming him quite adept at scratching his tongue. Dargan leaves alive those who hold their own with dignity. The boy had known for a long time that he could meet Dargan, then noticed how the hero lost all confusion after awakening the ability of foresight. He found the boy funny, for what would he do if he spared the hero? The young man was known to Dragon, one who follows the path of power and dominance. So Renbel replied that he would become stronger. It was a very entertaining sight to hear such a thing. The boy had managed to awaken his curiosity, but the price would be high. Dragon wondered how much the young man wanted to get stronger. The kid told him that so much so that he could bring the one who controls the force to its knees. The hero knew the answer the creature longed to hear. The boy promised to either be a fierce sword that could be trusted and used. There was one last unresolved question as to whether the hero would awaken his adversary. The creature asked if the boy remembered their meeting in Tower D. Then the boy had been preparing for it since that time. The young man agreed with Dargan, but didn't expect to see him this afternoon. The creature notices how the boy has managed to please many of the guards, but asks them not to trust them too much. The monster notices the cute little animal, asking the guy to consider what the chipmunk swiped from him a gift. The hero couldn't believe such a thing. After all, let Darren learn to choose people to steal from. The creature had already contemplated saying goodbye for now, asking Rebel to do his best. Of course, if it can survive in a place like this. The boy managed to stay alive, that creature was gone. The skill could be used again, but the environment had somehow changed drastically. The hero honored the Scolopendras, maybe even had a case of capsins, or a higher-level predator, which was right behind Renbel's back. The tree was intensely interested in our hero, wanting to eat him. The boy had not expected to encounter such a horrible monster, which was of quite substantial size. A predatory tree eating pearl Scolopendra? The hero even forgot that he had a habit of attacking their habitat and creating a lair. So, dragging through that phrase, the battle couldn't be avoided, the level of the tree is around the 40th. The boy can't handle it on his own. The hero knew it was possible to die in a place like this. The young boy notices the bodies that the scolopendras threw. If the kid manages to grab that thing, the chances of winning will increase 50-50. The creature's growl is strongly accompanied by bloodlust towards the young man. The boy began to call out to the creature, realizing that he would be able to defeat the creature and would surely return from the cave alive. Meanwhile, Capson was running far ahead, not understanding why the hero was so delayed. He also heard Renbol's voice, realizing he was somewhere nearby. Running to the meeting place, the boy suddenly discovers a new monster, the tree monster, which the hero must have fought. Before their expenditure, Rebel managed to give the key to conquering the scolopendra cave. The guy had to spray and set fire to it when he got the signal. The oil reacted to magical fire, the kind only Capson would be able to use. The young man thought it would come in handy against scolopendras, but signal received, he needed to use it directly on such a monster. The boy threw such a flask right into a tree to eat it. But before a satisfying appetizer, Capson decided to add not much of a peppercorn in the form of his fire. The kid was glad to see a good picture in front of him. However, the picture was too bright for some reason. From the start, Capson didn't expect to see such heavy fire in front of him. It seemed to the boy that the temperature was even higher when he got the book during the last dungeon with the hero. The guy started calling out to Renbol, asking if he was okay. The character was though not easy, but it turned out to be pretty normal. The kid was pretty scared for the hero, thinking it was the end for him, though Renbol didn't deny that it was close to such a thing. At one point, the hero managed to call out to Capson as a battle ensued. Renbol then had to desperately chop down the branches until he came and then used the two items, goblin spirits, which he got in the unknown forest. Luring the tree to the right spot, the hero hid in a safe place when Capson showed up in time to set the monster on fire. The young man sprayed the corpses with the water of decomposition he had gotten from Jessica. The flame that reacts to poisons exploded from the combination of the scolopendra poison and the hero item. Capson notes that the boy could have killed himself with that method. The hero asked not to worry, because that's how it was originally, 50-50 monster or him. While his partner was yelling that he was crazy, the kid was making excuses not dead means well. This strategy worked, because the guy had the title of Capson's Fireman. Although the hunt for the predator tree ended successfully, the pearl scolopendra never showed up. The hero and Capson decided to go in search of the sweep crystal, and also the reaction from the guards on the hunt was stronger than the boy had anticipated, since even the sunset giant was paying attention. Even the unknown observer offered the privilege, the opportunity to open a mid-level store, realizing that there was likely some reason for such a thing. Speaking of which, Darren stole some item from the Demon King. The kid wanted to check out what kind of stuff he had. The boy was able to find the fusion stone. The Demon King had given the boy such a precious artifact. The merge stone, an item so rare that its value couldn't be described in money, also improved it could be used. But there was only 15 minutes left. The boy wanted to make it quick. It was clear to him now why he wanted such a privilege from the Guardian. The kid asked the administrator to use the privilege to open a mid-level store. The kid wanted to try to start reinforcing the item. The girl didn't think a place fit for such a thing. The hero asked not to argue with him after all. It wasn't about that right now. He needed to use the merge stone before it disappeared. The receptionist understood and began to apply the privilege to the store. The girl managed to create a small barrier of blue around Renbol. The guy was lucky, got by without a fine this time, which will likely be paid by unknown observer. The hero wanted to show everyone what they longed for. Not all items will be suitable for fusion. Accessory-type equipment has a higher probability. The guy had a ring, taking it needed to be reinforced 3 times, but it was okay to break it. Since the guy had 10 of these rings, the young man was successful for the first time. The ring also went from blue to purple level. The special feature is only available once. It was very helpful. Usually reinforcement didn't come this easily. The guy didn't know if he could write it all off to simple luck. But this kind of thing was only a preparation. The main thing was the merger. Even in the past, the probability of success has not been accurately disclosed. The only way to increase it is through mind control. Unlike in the past when the kid couldn't do anything, this time it's going to work out. The hero could feel the constant energy seeping into Renbol's body, concentrating. One just had to read all the currents. Capson had a pretty good guess that the hero was doing something important. But watching how one could focus so intensely on meditating inside the gate was a mystery. The young man opened his eyes, coming out of the full flow. The system congratulated him, because the successful fusion had turned the item skill into a player skill. The boy notices how the integration was able to succeed. The enhancement bonuses also converted to a skill. The boys were then able to destroy the dungeon crystal they found. It was a joyous event for the heroes, a successful merge, and the gate was mopped up without loss. It was really a shame that he didn't manage to catch the pearl scolopendra. Predator tree, merge stone. The hunt ended with an unexpectedly high profit. The item the hero wanted was not among the rewards. Also, Renbull will probably have to go to Mewato Island. The kid notices his chipmunk coming running in from someplace. The little pet managed to find the many legs pearl, which is needed in the Uplex dungeon. The pet found the body of the scolopendra and brought his items. The hero praised his pet, promising him a large supply of acorns. Preparations for the Uplex dungeon were almost complete. All the items have been collected. The guild head will be able to deal with the rest. After a while, somewhere in the Sion Shin Association, the old man was possible why. They should close the Uplex and the modern department store, which are still in decent condition, Ronaldo agreed. If Hero's words were true, it would bring them a very huge profit. But the kid was still worried. Immediately after mopping up Scolopendra's cave, Renbull reported the incredible information in 2 days, the Uplex would turn into a dungeon. The head realized that even if it was true, it would be difficult to stop the robot completely if there were no signs. Hero said soon they will appear. It will all start with gas leaks, small earthquakes, or swarms of ants in that place. But you can't convince a chairman like that. The chairman listened carefully to what they would do if they listened to a Renbull player, and the words turned out to be slander or a mistake. Ronaldo suggested if the hero cheated, they could put pressure on him. Such a thing was not true anger, but a test for the guild head. This way they managed to get the image of a company that puts people's safety first, thinking small losses, and a little bit of slander are not so terrible. The effectiveness of the Shield Taggart Guild would become undeniable if he was right, and they built a more trusting relationship with the hero. The old man couldn't believe Ronaldo had come to such a thing on his own. He, in turn, was not in agreement. The guy was helped to come to this conclusion by his dialogue with Renbull. The old man chuckled and thought so originally, realizing that this player Renbull is a true strategist for his cause. Starting to notice how Ronaldo started to develop quickly after meeting the kid, initially thought he wasn't that special, but it was getting more and more interesting every day. The character was able to deal with a lot of issues. There was only 1 day left before the dungeon appeared. The future could change again due to hero interference, but it was best to avoid damage while it was possible. Meanwhile, sometime during the night at Uplex, exactly, this place turned into a veritable dungeon come the morning of September 29th. The boy probably doesn't know the exact time, but that's how it was in his dream. The kid hoped there was no one left because they had safely shut down the building, thus reducing the number of people involved. The guys noticed another guild team. Sarah didn't understand why the Tagic Shield players were going in as well. The hero confirmed that no, the guys were just for show. Only their group would be doing the cleanup. Sister and Alice were against that woman, though the kid couldn't understand the shaving from early in the morning. The hero asked his team if they remembered what the man was talking about. Alice notices how the dungeon has begun to form. The hero also notices the transformation in the dungeon learned from the entrance. Asked the entire team to be ready. It was 8 hours and 40 minutes on the clock. They are starting. This is going to be a difficult raid, but the hero has prepared. Everything should go fine. Suddenly, the system notices in the Uplex there were no live humans detected. The system saw that the activation condition for the Uplex dungeon had not been met. The hero didn't expect to discover the conditions, especially now. Renbull suggested that the structure of the dungeon itself is formed by the absorption of living people. Then the residents of the Sinchon neighborhood will be in danger. The kid yelled that the guys had the right of first entry, so he was asking everyone to come right in. The boy wanted to stop the expansion before the dungeon swallowed the nearest people. Alice couldn't realize what it was in front of them. The hero knew that they were able to enter as soon as possible, but finding the people in the vicinity already dragged on. The guys from the other guild who were next to them and 2 civilians. Dungeon expansion activities have been halted due to normal entry. And then the life sacrifice operation was suspended. The hero was quite happy with such luck that they got in quickly. The guys didn't take much damage. Behind the glass, they would have locked up and killed a large number of people if they had been late. Jessica realized she had a hero to thank for the rescues. The boy needed no such thanks, for he had done what he had to do. The guys were able to avoid casualties, but there were still a lot of tests ahead, which awaited the guys in the future, and there was not much time. The hero turned to Charlie asking if he had the stun skill. He agreed. They didn't know the strategy, of course, but there was little time to explain. Renbull asked to use it to stun a player for 5 minutes. And then the boy told the girl that there was no time to explain, let her just follow his instructions. The young man asked not to be surprised or resist if monsters appeared in a few minutes. Jessica couldn't understand what was being said. The kid asked me to close my eyes if it was hard, just to keep as quiet as possible. Also asked other people to stay still too, close their eyes and ears. The first floor scenario would soon begin. For such a reason, he asked everyone to stand still while he aggregated the monsters on him. The boy had managed to warn the others. Now everyone was responsible for themselves on their own. The young man strongly hoped that all the remaining people could survive. As the timer expired, the monsters started attacking the guy. The girl couldn't do anything because of the pressure, which was incredibly strong that she couldn't determine the level. The hero was going to fight alone. Also, Renbull was able to realize that the player was afraid of dogs, so he knocked him out. Only it wasn't clear how the boy had managed to find out such rather hidden information. The hero tried to be calm, realizing that everyone would die if he pissed off the dogs, realizing he should have gone ahead with the plan. The boy threw the dogs some kind of treat that the dogs must have liked. The meat took on the juicy bits of a black yak. The monsters were mildly interested in such an appetizing dish. Black dogs were monsters they would never be able to defeat with such levels. On such an occasion, the hero has to use other methods. The monsters didn't try to attack, rather they were glad the boy was feeding them. The first person to successfully use this strategy was the master of taming. Judging from his notes, they were given to look for the way to their heart. There was no hurry. They would eat the hero if they started to worry. Careful and carefully, it turned out to tame and calm the dogs. Renbull was the last one left in front of him, who would not be so easy to deal with. Namely, the boss of all the dogs that managed to befriend the hero. Boss, two-headed black dog. A beast-like monster in the form of a dog. This dog's name was Churls, who most likely had a master. Such information had not come across in the past. The boy was only able to recognize it because of the skill. The lust for killing even something more like intimidation as a test. The hero only wanted to trust Lao's notes. Trying to pass the tests of such a beast, the boss managed to take the hero's head in his jaws, but without biting him. Alice was quite nervous watching everything that was going on. In front of her eyes, watching her leader being literally eaten by some dogs in front of her eyes was quite creepy. She didn't realize exactly if everything was all right. She trusted him. But she was afraid of whether the hero would accidentally get eaten. The kid started brushing up against the dog, who kept checking the guy out. The character gave the name Charles, understanding this behavior. The dog managed to recognize a familiar face who gave his real name, believing the hero to be a friend of his master. The kid continued to fondle the big boss, periodically praising him, realizing that the acidic spit was highly charged. Of course, it was said that he used dog work methods in his training. Even just saying his name was quite effective. The system detected confirmation of the temporary taming of the black dogs and the two-headed black dog. An administrator appeared in front of the guy and activated pause. The girl informed the player Renbull, apologizing to him for interrupting. But did he have any special knowledge or taming skills? The kid replied that no, he was just using his canine instincts. Even the guards reacted violently to what happened. The girl queried if the guy was sure he didn't have skills. The kid asked to check if she didn't believe it. Admin was able to check and did not identify taming skills. Kid asked to keep it if that's all. She couldn't understand how the hero managed to tame the monster then. Renbull was able to surprise in this journey to survival. Aside from such came even guardian Pusty Boy, with a weighty name in the tamer world, a good development. The boy could see what he had to do to get to the second floor. The receptionist was able to understand the hero, and dared to leave with such questions. The guards managed to react stronger than the hero had originally expected. Lao had achieved the same reaction in the past. Even knowledge of strategy didn't help if the guy didn't have a heart of steel. The young man notices a hidden bloodless sweep fragment, though he didn't initially expect to see it. The connection to the Finding Master Charles scenario isn't clear how it works. If the guy goes to another space on his own, the others in the Uplex die. The best strategy for the guy would be to not change the strategy at all. A guardian who puts pleasure and his own interests first makes such a suggestion. This assignment is so valuable that it was scary for the hero. The guys were really worried about the guy. Renbull seemed like he should have consulted the others first. The boy asked if the boys wanted to try a related task. The boys, of course, agreed with their leader. Capson wanted to go with the hotel hopefuls too. Jim hadn't expected to see his friend so cowardly. Sarah wanted to do as her little brother would tell her to do. The hero was glad that his whole team was full of enthusiasm. The team didn't hesitate to respond, but simply agreed to follow their leader, trusting him with their lives. The guy had plenty of time, but it was best to think about it when getting out of the Uplex, especially the reward, the pass scroll that allowed one to leave the dungeon, and even the reinforcement right. The boy would even be able to upgrade it to an instant dungeon passage scroll. But such a treat would cost 50,000. It was best not to be in a hurry. Continuing with the plan and going up to the second floor, the player managed to wake up just as the situation was resolved. He was angry with Charlie, but quickly calmed down after Jessica's explanation. The kid was very afraid of dogs. Because of a childhood trauma from a bite from one, he probably would have preferred to be unconscious rather than see a black dog the size of a tiger. The guys asked him not to stand a pole and to follow them. And to the regular people, the hero asked them to stay on the first floor until the dungeon was cleared. Suddenly, up to the hero, the guys asked permission to join. The young man stated that he could not guarantee their safety, but the girl already knew that, asking not to judge her, after all. They weren't as weak as they were to ask for protection, and she thought hunting with the best player in the world would be a good experience. The boy notices in the girl's gaze a strange interest hero, and did not think that the effect of the reflected attack was still active. The kid wasn't really interested, but asked them to act on their own. Jessica notices the guy's surprisingly calm and mature look. The longer she looked at the guy, the more she was attracted to him. The boy had asked his temporary pets to sit still and not move. Then the kid and his team managed to move to the second floor. Suddenly, the guardian, Malachic Shepherd, presented a fig tree stick. Renbull didn't expect to receive a gift on the starting floor, also from a guard who'd walked in on them for the first time. An unknown boy ran towards the hero's team asking for help. Also, the system notices the character Ewan, who is 16 years old. The young man asked what he could do to help him, barely out of breath from his long run. The hero notices a playable character, a boy Ewan. The strategy of passing the floor began with his appearance. And this same boy. Ewan cried, but told what had happened and asked the hero for help. And then the task, Save Grandpa Ewan, was given. The young man assumed he just needed to find his missing grandfather. He agreed to the assumption. An assignment is created as soon as it appears. The young man was going to help, but before that he wanted to check something. The hero was curious as to who the boy really was. Realizing this was not a real assignment the system could have issued, the boy didn't understand at all what it was about, but the fact was known only to the hero, a man with knowledge of the past, eyes of perception. Renbull didn't believe in the guy's real name, because even though that's how the guy was signed, it wasn't proof. A guy standing nearby didn't understand what the character was doing to the kid. But Jessica asked him to shut up and watch, guessing it wasn't just a character. Renbull notices the boy abruptly stop talking, emitting a completely different tone to his demeanor. Then a boy-like monster attacks the hero, though he manages to get away from the blow. The kid notices the real nature of this character, realizing how obvious everything was. The baton was able to identify the transformed creature. It was clear now that the guards knew the contents of the second floor. The boy saw a large rabbit, who was only 16 years old in age, turned out to be a level 34 possessed, the game character. Even that appears on the second floor of the Uplex dungeon. This is the same possessed child whose body was taken over. The enemy turned out to be a ghost-type monster. The fig tree baton is the perfect weapon against ghost monsters. Since the guy was given it, they wanted to see the use of it. The kid doesn't mind showing this kind of stuff. The rabbit with great speed starts moving right at the hero, who was already prepared. The boy wanted to show how much their team was capable of in a battle with monsters. The large creature wasn't expecting sudden support from nowhere. The young man praised his sister. The guy had explained to the team members in advance how to act in case of an attack. Charlie and Sarah will be blocking the possessed man's movements. Meanwhile, as the hero manages to deal damage, a baton that does absolutely no damage on regular monsters, but not on ghosts. Banishing the white rabbit from a person is easy. You need to hit the possessed person on the head with all your might. It would be much easier with an item against ghost monsters, but you could do without it. Jessica didn't know how long they should just stand there and watch. Alice heard the leader order her to observe closely and stay back. A monster that has been hit on the head will fall over in pain, and then spit out the true essence with which to emerge now. The girl ran at the leader's assumption, activating the one-strike killing skill. The ghostly monsters had to be fiddled with until their true nature appeared. But then, it got easier. White Rabbit's real body could be destroyed. Young man, now it's their turn. Physical attacks are ineffective against ghost monsters, so at the end comes a magic attack joint attack that will crush the White Rabbit. The guild couldn't believe that their leader didn't let anything happen to these two. The guys with their team were able to finish off the dangerous monster in no time. The hero's plan managed to work. Like a well-written script, everything went smoothly without any deviations happening. The boy thanked the hero for his rescue. Then the system announced the arrival of the escalator to the third floor. Renbull notices the guards were quite pleased. Some of them even gave out a special reward for the guy. The two guys spot the hovering player administrator Renbull. She addressed the honored players, having to pause the current process, asking for sympathy, as player Rebel had a difficult choice to make. Since he showed a terrific game on the second floor of the Duplex dungeon, the guy should have been given the opportunity to choose between Conductor of Noise and White Hunter privileges. The young man had expected a good reaction from the guards, but definitely not one like this. As far as the lad knew, these guards were backed by the highly ranked players of Italy, God of War Salvaretto and the famous ruler of battles Bell, but more importantly, they feuded with each other. So the guy will only be able to pick one side. Neptune found it quite interesting to watch Conductor Noise and White Hunter. The second administrator couldn't believe such a thing with his holographic eyes. The administrator emphasized, being an angel who doesn't cheat, she couldn't lie. Neptune envied Celia content in a good way. It was clear to the guy that such an event couldn't be missed by other mid-rank administrators. The guy had no choice but to refuse both of them. The administrators were pretty shocked by this. The boy was absolutely sure of his words, for he still hadn't managed to fulfill his potential. The hero wanted to show his humble image by telling that he has no idea what kind of game the guards expect from him. For such a reason, it was the best decision not to get the privileges thoughtlessly. Renbel was happy with the current development of the game. The hero planned to accept rewards later, but it was still too early. For him in the future, need to show more interesting game of privilege could and wait for him. The administrator understood the young man's thought, realizing how deftly the hero knew how to avoid such situations. The guards appreciated the guy's words, and he in turn was glad that the guards were satisfied with such an answer. The boy just didn't want to get involved in their feud, but ended up forcing more action since those decided to issue privileges to both sides without a contract. Two skills with utility in any situation was quite an unexpected feat. Jessica never thought things would go smoothly for the hero and always thought he was amazing, but she's confused by what the strategy didn't tell them. It wasn't clear if there was an option to cooperate their guildmate with the hero. The young man asked everyone to take one before ascending to the third floor. The boy gave each of them an item from Scolopendra's cave. The girl didn't expect the kid to have them ready for the third floor. The kid also gave to the other guild as well, for it would give resistance to poisons. Jessica didn't expect such a thing meant there would be something poisonous on the third floor. In that case, the girl could come in handy. The boy said that no such thing was necessary. The kid only asked that the boys follow him on the shortest path. And after all, the girl only hoped that she would be able to live up to her expectations and help the hero. The young man was determined to do without hunting and move without fighting. The girl couldn't believe how it was possible to do without fighting monsters. The kid warned me if anyone was being attacked by anything in the process. We should have skipped the punch and ignored it the rest of the way. Jessica failed to understand how one could just walk and miss punches, assuming such an item has a strong resistance to poison but hardly increases defense. But the hero thinks completely differently, not like the average player. The guy didn't find that very convincing, namely why they should take the attack and not fight back in battle. Thoth didn't understand why they had to follow those particular directions. The hero warned if you act on such instructions, the guys from the other guild wouldn't die. The kid claimed his special eyes that could use a spirit skill. Renbel asked to trust him and walk with him, or they could stay on the second floor. The guy just wanted to say something, but the girl was ahead of him, agreeing to listen to the leader of the other team. She thought that the hero was the strongest player at the moment. For such a reason, she would follow him. The boy managed to understand everything, but the girl saw somehow he looked like he was seriously going to leave them. Jessica was glad that she had managed to stop her teammate, but she wondered what special eyes meant. The boys started running forward at a fast pace to reach the end of the challenge. The third floor of the Uplex dungeon is filled with poisonous smoke. They had to destroy the crystal somewhere in the immediate area. Poison resistance is greatly enhanced with the prepared scolopendra pearls. The quest was necessary to finish, while the effect was in effect. In the case of monsters, you had to run only in front. But a group of venomous snakes are, as luck would have it, the strongest creatures of the third floor. The boy was going to get through with the help of potions, but now they have to ask others for help. The young man notices his pet snoozing even in such a bad situation, as Renbel suddenly thought to use such a moment. The hero asked Darren to wake up, asking to see if he could see a bunch of snakes. The boy asked his pet to manage to distract them all. The kid didn't understand if this kind of thing was hard for him. The young man was incredibly sorry because, especially for him, managed to prepare something interesting, some acorns that had to be thrown far away from the hero. Naturally, the chipmunk didn't want to miss more than one, so he gathered them as quickly as possible. Being fully determined in collecting acorns, it was a mission of honor for him to all chipmunks. However, the snakes around him had a say, which Darren didn't much like. While people were fleeing the dungeon in one direction, the pet was killing in a completely different direction. The hero knew that the genius thief, who had even snuck into the Demon King's inventory, was quite capable of escaping from the poisonous snakes. At such an important moment, their team of people will be able to take advantage of the moment by applying the special skill Conductor's Song, thanks to which the effect of the entire group's Scolopendra pearls was enhanced by 20%. The girl thought this sort of thing was amazing, for they were able to take the shortest route while avoiding combat, and were also able to reach the crystal quickly. The young man immediately shattered the large crystal dungeon. Immediately afterward, the passage to the fourth floor appeared. Darren escaped from the snakes and returned safely. By this method, they were able to pass the third floor without serious damage. Capson being not in the best of shape, suggested that the group take a little break after such an Olympics of running. The hero called a break, busying himself with regrouping his team, deciding to take time to reorganize. They ran non-stop until they reached the crystal. The mages Kepson and Jim. I had it harder than the others because of my physical fitness. Charlie asked Rebel how the boys were able to get back to the department store. The young man disagreed with him. The fourth floor of the dungeon, just by the looks of it, one could even consider such a thing to be a replica of a real department store. The kid didn't sense any monsters in the vicinity at all, asking the guys to split up and we'll look for clues to get out of such a place. The guys carefully began to look all around the copy's terrain, trying to spot any differences. The fourth floor was a department store type area, where players had to find a hidden clue, which naturally the hero knew about beforehand, having read all the necessary records from the past. Finding that very spot, store from the passing strategy. There was supposed to be a dungeon character inside. The old man asked the hero to stop on the spot, asking who he was and how he got to such a place. The character Noah from the fourth floor of the Uplex is the last dungeon completion figure. The character's specialty is a level with which he cannot be defeated. It was said that all the players who mistook it for a monster died in battle. The guards advised to be wary of this old man, hence such an opponent was not to be fought but negotiated with. If there were monsters of such a level that they couldn't be hunted, there should be characters that couldn't be fought. Guys who didn't listen died in the same place. Noah was not intended to be a character for battles. In 10 years, no player has emerged who could defeat him in one-on-one combat. The only way is to negotiate. Agree with the gentleman who was just waiting for such an act from a player. The question was whether Noah would let Noah escape from the fourth floor. Any method had to be used to convince him to let the group of players go. The young man was able to memorize a little strategy for such a place. The greenhouse told him that he was a traveler seeking the truth. The old man was quite interested. A traveler who came to the fourth floor. He liked travelers. The youth of today, in his opinion, had no spirit of exploration, nor was the spirit of discovery completely absent. The hero notices how the old man managed to detect the eyes of perception. The best decision was not to use them. Noyu seemed intriguing. A guy with a passion for achievement and a pioneering spirit. Renbol didn't expect the character to manage to surprise the DA skill and the title of First Discoverer. The old man was comfortable with that sort of thing. The one even contemplated giving the young man a gift since he had managed to get to him. The boy received a request for an exchange, for masquerading as a gift, could be considered a success if handled. The young man thanked Mr. Noy, depending on the item Noah gives. The young man couldn't believe that the old man would give such a valuable gift, especially an item of superior level. Isabel, Renbol had never heard of such a weapon, but it's excellent. There was nothing like it in past sweeps. The hero interrogated Noah-san if he was sure he wanted to give such a precious gift. The Lord was only too happy to give such a traveler such a gift, for he likes young men with a passion for achievement. The boy managed to spot the lie. Noah pretends to give a gift but cheats the players through the exchange window. The old man forcibly returns his item and also takes away the player's item. This could be called stealing. If the player tries to give an item that is much worse than Noah's offer, there's a high probability that the character will kill everyone present in a rage. So the hero needed to exhibit something that was comparable to a superior level. The young man turned to Mr. Noah, asking him to give him the most valuable thing the player could find during his explorations. The latter praised him for his ingenuity. The boy didn't know if the Lord would be pleased with such a small thing, but he was no match for Isabel. The kid will now be able to give the item from the hidden area, unknown forest, where the goblin was killed. It was hard for Darren to find. The most valuable thing the kid had was a magic amplifier, a unique level. No matter how valuable a magic item was, it couldn't compare to a superior one. However, Noah is a character who is interested in jewelry, especially magical stones. The gentleman was able to discern that the boy was not fooling around on the journey. Noah wanted to utilize special privileges and would let the guy out of the place when the exchange was finalized. The kid was glad to hear such a thing, but before calm was not the end, the dungeon would be cleared if he completed the exchange. Noah tried to trick the hero. It's not every day that you get a chance to get an excellent item. The boy had to take a chance and do something like this. A compulsory exchange ticket once given by the merchant of Venice. The kid can use it. The old man enjoyed trading with the guy, wishing the hero a good journey. The boy couldn't believe it, but success had happened. He just had to wait for the exit. The old man began to accumulate a large amount of magical energy. Something went wrong. The old man got very angry at the guy starting to get closer and closer to the hero. The kid realized that the old man couldn't be fooled that much. He managed to spot the deception. The master couldn't understand how an ordinary traveler dared to deceive an old man. Tricking an old man could be the same as sentencing a person to death. The powerful creature let its sharp needles fly straight at the hero. Such a skill was called sword breath. The kid hoped that his plan would manage to work. There was only a second left before the dungeon exit teleported out. At the moment of teleportation, all the sharp tips flew through the guy. Scared out of his wits, the hero managed to shift, surviving. The young man was quite happy that the rest of the team was able to come out unscathed. It was incredibly dangerous for the boy to be in that position. Sword breath hit him right before he went out. Then the hero managed to use a special skill to survive. Absorption, which converts all physical damage taken into recovery, it worked because sword breath is a physical attack. The kid could have died after that, but he ended up clearing the dungeon. At one point, reporters gathered outside. Guys from another guild took over the interview. The ordinary people they could meet on the first floor remained unharmed. They sat quietly and waited for the dungeon to be cleared. It was a better decision to quietly go about one's business and reap the benefits rather than attract attention. The merits could be passed on to the Shield Taijik Guild and the Training Master. The most important thing for the hero was getting a variety of things, such as a necessary item that would help you reach level 40 faster. Renbo came to such a dungeon just for it. Already further on, the guy had a lot of plushies additionally. Suddenly, the boy heard some voice, unknown from where, wondering what he must have heard. From the system, a voice asked for his attention. The kid couldn't believe his own ears to have an object talking to him. Isabel explained that it was about a guy. She had been asleep for a long time, but was awakened by a strong male scent. Not sure how that happened. She called the guy a cheater, and couldn't believe how such a weak male could get her. Cheating was like a sham marriage. The kid couldn't believe that an item in the inventory could talk, and the sword was also partially unsealed, revealing only a small function of ego, a superior object that can speak. The hero's first time hearing such a thing. The attack was more than the previous time. The sword was now comparable to the best mid-level item. It was interesting what it would be like after all the seals were removed. Isabel didn't like the hero's silence. She was curious to know why the rogue was constantly silent, and then laughed at the guy because she got a jerk as a bride who can't even speak. She didn't understand what kind of marriage could be with him. The kid didn't understand why he was a bride, how such a thing could be understood. But the sword said bride and meant bride, asking the hero to shut up. Renball didn't know the principle of this connection, but the guy starts to feel Isabel's feelings. She was able to call the hero cursed mage, and in her mind it's a swear word. Isabel had unknowingly chosen bride or something when she smelled a man. Apparently 10,000 years of sleep had clouded her judgment, and now she was sobbing. Sword asked to accept her obediently as his bride. Suddenly ego was deactivated. The kid is finally confused that the sword is also a bride. The hero seemed to think his current abilities were only enough for a couple minutes of dialogue a day. Pause was activated again, which was expensive. The receptionist spared no money at all. The young man asked Celia was doing well. The girl noticed how much more sponsors appeared. She needed an explanation because getting Isabel with the current power was even theoretically impossible. The young man was surprised at such a thing. Although the reaction of the guards is predictable, this item is an excellent class. The conditions that Senia was talking about were as follows. The first was to achieve bloodless sweep while going through the dungeon. The second was to survive Noah's attack. The first condition could be explained by prediction abilities and careful preparation, but for the second, the key factor was luck. The hero could die if he didn't guess the moment at which to use the skill. So Rembel managed to get Isabel. The administrator understood everything, and also thinks that it was not without luck. The pause was over, and the kid wondered if they could end it there. The problem with Isabel was settled. The girl heard the hero's awesome, but he exceeded her expectations by asking to see her again later. Jessica wanted to find a way she could seduce our Renbel. The girl continued to radiate sympathy until she turned away. Charlie didn't approve of her at all, and Capson didn't understand why the girl was such a beauty. The kid promised to try not to run into her. The sweep was over. They could split up. Meanwhile, somewhere in Renbel's apartment, the young man was quite pleased with his accomplishments, especially the Noah's helmet was received. He had 2 more unresolved tasks before him. One of them related to finding Charles's master, and the second one with the lair. The kid gets a card then. Speaking of which, the cave also turned out to be strange. A predatory tree suddenly appeared in it, looking like a strange, realizing that apparently the event had started to change. But right now, what mattered most to the guy was learning how to survive in the future. The boy notices a strange yellow letter on the hero's desk. The young man remembers exactly before going to the Uplex dungeon it wasn't on the table, which said, "Come back alive." The kid thought it was a talisman, also his sister's handwriting. The kid laughed because how old was the girl, but continues to write such things. But something like that just meant his sister was worried about him. Suddenly, the kid notices something strange. There was a strange sweat of energy coming from the talisman. Activating his eyes, it was not clear from the simple object, but managed to turn into an object of some sort. In the past, amulets were popular and sold in large quantities, with such was several stories. Sometimes they acted to bring good luck, but in some cases they became gate activators. There was no official confirmed, so no one believed. The kid couldn't believe such a thing was true. The hero suspected that he had used the Watcher's eyes for too long. The guy needed a break. The young man felt extremely high discomfort and pain in his head, unaware of such great consequences. The boy just collapsed on the bed, hoping he would feel better after a while. The hero seemed to recall the story of the yellow amulet gate. An amulet with a cherished wish, low difficulty, and great reward, Renbull thought. It was worth it to recover a bit and activate it. After a while, Sarah called out to the guy who was sound asleep. The girl was glad when she saw her big brother awake. Sister asked if the guy's not already so tired. Fell asleep for a long time. She even had to wake up. The hero was wondering how long he dozed off, asking what time it was. Sarah reported Saturday, 11 o'clock. The kid wasn't expecting Saturday because he had managed to sleep all day. The girl thought it was strange when the guy passed out for 24 hours. His sister and mom were worried too. It seemed very strange to the guy. The problem wasn't just her, the discomfort even from her surroundings. Sarah knew her sister must love him dearly if she was so worried. The kid asked her not to come in without knocking on his door next time, asking Sarah to leave the room, for the hero wanted to stretch a little. It became clear to the young man how things were for him, similar to the disappearing yellow amulet. Sarah was the tank of their team, getting hurt by his flick, and the strange sense of tension the guy felt in the room. The kid knew this wasn't his home. The boy was in the gate of the yellow amulet. The young man did not know how it happened, but the gate opened while he was sleeping. There was no even strategy for yellow amulet gate. The system notices how eyes perception allows you to resist illusions and magic barrier. The boy notices the power of the yellow amulet gate, a force that began to penetrate the player's body, affecting the player's body. Illusions, leads, distortions of reality, and lies will not master a guy. Whatever evil forces blocked the path, they could not harm the hero. It is the power of intuition and the all-seeing eye, penetrating into the very is. The kid wanted to try to get rid of the lie by dispelling it. The boy managed to move into a completely different dimension, not understood by ordinary people. The kid notices a bunch of yellow crystals all around him. The young man didn't understand why he was sitting in such a pose, remembering only to look around the room with his eyes of perception. There were many changes around the hero. The boy, as if he was casting a spell. The system notices that the hero managed to pass the test. The power of the gate, yellow amulet, gave the order. The kid didn't understand what order he was talking about, some forgotten wish. After reading the task, the necessary information appeared in his head. The essence of the yellow amulet gate is what cherished desire is capable of, and the wish of his sister who wanted to create an amulet for the hero. The boy pondered over the words, "May my brother be happy?" The boy could not believe such a wish for his sister. The girl prayed for Renbull's happiness, but the extent of that prayer went beyond the scope, and to put it simply, for a guy. The sister of the hero, sincerely ready to sacrifice her life for the guy of happiness, she could not understand where they were with her brother. The boy explained that their location was at home, but inside the gate, his sister didn't understand how that could be. The kid asked not to live because he will decide everything. The hero does not know what made him feel this way. The reason and motive could be any. The important thing is that the girl developed such feelings, and this manifested itself in the form of a cherished wish. The system asked for a sacrifice to receive the badges of glory. The young man was able to check with the eyes of perception. It was not his sister, a fake creature created by the gate, but looked identical to the real one. The kid turned to his sister, knowing he was happy as he was, but suddenly stopped talking like that in front of her. The hero did not know what the badge of fame was, but such a thing was necessary. The gate was telling him to bring a sacrifice, that is, his sister. The real one could die when it kills the fake one. Thus, such a place was arranged. If the reward could be gained by sacrificing a family member, the boy would rather give up. The boy dared to refuse. Reading the spell, illusions, leads, distortions of reality, and lies will not master the hero. Renbull doesn't need that kind of power. Regression would become useless if he bowed to it. In such a place, the will came alive. His desire had to become stronger than his sister's. The boy would like to pray for the happiness of his loved ones. But this time, the hero's fate will be written by his own hands, having read again the spell whatever evil forces may block the way. They couldn't hurt the hero. It's the power of intuition and the all-seeing eye that penetrates to the very core. The young man was sure he had said similar things. Once upon a time, the exact same feeling was experienced by the hero. The system notices how the spell of will was successfully cast. The eye of perception level is then temporarily increased, depending on the completion of the will spell. Eyes of perception discovered the false power and crushed it, reaching absolute completion by creating the brown crystal of sweep. The boy would never have thought to get such a thing in his subconscious about the presence of the brown crystal, a level higher than purple. And after all, the hero was going to refuse the reward and leave this place. This kind of thing was one way of mopping up. He used the special skill, Superior Strike. The boy managed to use the sword of Isabel for the first time, the weight of which was almost impossible to feel. She may have been able to help him even identify and hit the crystal's most vulnerable spot. An outstanding item indeed. The sword suddenly glowed, gradually moving away from the hero's hands. As he begins to transform his entire environment into something else, the kid notices Isabel absorbing the crystal shards. The hero had never felt such a powerful flow of mana, lacking even the skill to fully recognize it. The power of the yellow amulet gate and the powerful testament wish penetrated into Isabel's. Renbel has managed to recognize the true power that requires no sacrifice. She penetrated his strongest weapon. Blade thought the kid was completely out of his mind. The boy hadn't expected the sudden conversation, managing to scare the hero. Isabel saw a guy dare to talk to bitchy Jessica while she was gone, asking the hero to steer clear of that woman. The boy didn't understand what nonsense the bride of Isabel was telling him, but she was more interested in whether the player understood her words or not. It seemed to the kid ego could have worked longer. Isabel had asked the hero to only try to cheat on her. She would finish him off on the spot. The kid didn't even think of getting close to that woman.